Hello everyone, welcome to this course. So I would like to thank each and everyone who chooses this particular course. So what are we going to discuss here? We are going to study and learn some new features about Java 8. Okay, from Java 1 to 7 we have lot of core functionality which is based on object-oriented programming. Okay, but when we enter into Java 8, it's fully concentrated on the functional programming. So we are going to discuss about a lot about this in later sessions. Let's see. So, so what is the course content? Okay. So we are going to discuss a lot about lambdas and streams as well as the parallel streams and the most important thing, optional, because we are going to cover a lot about optional. And the most important thing, the time API changes. So what is there in time, right? Because as a developer, we in our experience, we might have end up with an issue like when you use java.util.date and sometimes when you use java.sql.date, there will be a lot of confusions over there. So all of them has been rectified as a part of the time API changes. Okay. So who are all the target audience? The experienced developers. And you should know the core knowledge about Java. If you're an experienced developer, obviously you'll have the core knowledge. And you need to have a basic understanding about threads because the session it starts with threads example. Okay. So and there is a code available because we are going to do a lot of hands-on coding here. So where are the code available? So once the coding is done, the code is available in GitHub repository and also it will be available in the course content in your Udemy course. Okay. So if you want to know more about me and I have a streaming platform, I mean my YouTube channel, you can search for the programming guy or you can search for Guide Me 360 and you'll find a lot of useful technical tutorials over there. So let's meet each other. The next video probably will start with the introduction about why we need a Java 8. Okay, thank you guys. Hello everyone, welcome back. So why we need Java 8? Okay, we have seen what are the new features came as part of Java 8 and before that we need to know why do we need to use Java 8. Okay, the first thing is improving application performance without any specific work or tuning. Okay, you can make a small tweaks and tricks to make your code more efficient in Java 8. And another important thing, the Lambda expressions and the streams API. Okay, so that Lambda expression has its own functionality and the stream API it has its own methods. But when you combine the Lambda expression with a stream, and it's going to your code is more efficient. The way because when you compare your previous code and when you modify the same code into Java 8, you'll realize the performance how it is tuning. Okay, and the new methods on existing classes are some of the key productivity improvements. And the new optional, that is one of the greatest feature in Java 8. So it will give the significant flexibility for the developers who's dealing with null values. When you because as a developer we always end up with a null pointer exception or null values. Okay, so when you're using Java 8, it's reducing the likelihood of NP issue. Okay, when you really implementing Java 8, you will get to know why the optional is more efficient. Okay. And as I said earlier, the time API changes because we are going to talk a lot about time APIs in the later sessions. So what changes in Java 8? This we already seen the fewer lines of code because if you're writing 5 or 6 lines or minimum 10 number of lines of code in previous versions of Java, but in Java 8 it can be done within a 2 or 3 lines. And more important thing is Java 8 embracing the immutable objects because we'll end up with a lot of issues when the mutable objects are in place. Okay, and the lambda expressions. So this is the syntax for the lambda expression. here is the simple list of string names is equal to within the close brackets, open and close brackets, I have a variable name called name and hyphen and the greater than symbol. SOP is nothing but it's a system.out.println and the name. I'll explain what is lambda expression and why it is looks like something different. We'll see in the next slide. And another greatest implementation, as we already discussed, the functional interfaces, because we have a lot of functional interfaces. We are going to see each and everything in upcoming videos, and the Streams API. So why lambda? What, how it is looks like? How we are trying to understand the lambdas? The first things, the first, the close and the open and close brackets indicates this is the input parameters. So the number of parameters which you are passing inside this particular open and close brackets, that is input parameters. And the hyphen and the greater than symbol, that is a token that indicates this is a lambda expressions. And after that, there is another open and close brackets, which is nothing but our implementation. You can simply say it is in a body of a simple method. In earlier versions of Java, you cannot assign a functionality to a variable. Okay, we have to write a function and we have to return the data. But here in Java 8, you can create a variable and you can write an implementation for that. You can have a body for that. Okay, we will see everything in our practical sessions. So let's meet each other in the next video. Before we are moving into the Java 8, directly jumping into Java 8, let's see the difference between Java's previous versions of Java and Java 8. Let's see with simple example, and thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. Okay, let's see in a simple example how the code looks like in Java 8 and the prior to Java 8. Okay, um, let me create a simple example so I can name it as a Java 7. This is Java 8 example. Okay, so Java 7, this is Java 8 example. You can simply say it's just a difference between imperative and versus declarative example. Okay, so okay, I have a class ready which can be executable. So what we are going to achieve now? So let's take in a simple scenario. So how we are going to achieve that in Java 7 and Java 8. Okay, so let's put a comment here before. So what are we going to achieve here? Okay, let's take a simple example. Okay, I need a sum of numbers from 1 to 10 or 1 to 50. Okay, so I need a result which will return the sum of from 0 to 50 or 100. It's up to you. Okay, so how we are going to achieve that in before Java 8. Okay, so I need to initialize a variable which can hold the total. Okay, so I'm initializing with 0. So I'm going to create a for loop which can loop up to 50. Okay, so int I is equal to 0 and I less than or equal to 50 and I plus plus. Okay, so I'm going to open the curly braces, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to increment the total with the current occurrence. Okay, for example, so total equal to, sorry, total plus equal to 1. Okay, so total, sorry, it's I. So what I'm doing is, right, I have a variable called total which can hold the total number, and here I'm incrementing the total with the current occurrence. Okay, let me print that. So, so the total is total. So let's run this and see what is the outcome. Run as Java application. So the total is 1275. Okay, looks straightforward. Okay, let's write a code how we are going to implement in Java 8. Maybe you can put it as after. So, so we are going to use the functional interfaces. So let me create a variable which where we can call total 1 is equal to, so I need to have a range of number from 1 to 15. So in our functional interface in Java 8 we can have a int stream or double stream. There are a lot of streams available. So here I'm going to use the int stream because I'm going to choose the range between 0 to 50. Okay, I'm going to use int stream dot range closed. Range closed means you can provide the initial value as well as the end value. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, okay, so the int stream dot range close which will contain the number between 0 to 50. Okay, so now I'm going to open up a map to do the sum operation. So here we can have map function integer new and sum. So look at this code. Let me print the values. So total in Java 8. Okay, so what is happening here? So this particular line hold the number 0 to 15 and this will do the adding operation, that iterating each and every member like from 0 to 50, and the sum operation will do the increment. Like this is a range closed operation and this is the sum operation. This map integer is a looping, the for loop. Okay, so let me run this and see whether both returning the same output. See, it's the same output, but the code is, it's pretty clear and pretty much visible. Okay, because based on the code itself you can explain what it is doing. So I'm going to open an int stream which contains the range of 0 to 50 and I'm going to sum those numbers. That's all. Okay, so it's pretty simple. So let's have another example to see how Java 7 and 8 is working, and let's see in the next example. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So let's see in another example how the Java 7 and 7.8 is working, or some difference. Okay, let me create another class which I can name it as the same, but with I'm adding a example 2 here, example 2, and I need to have a main method. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to create a new list of values. Okay, so from that particular list I'm going to eliminate the duplicate values. Okay, how are we going to do that? So let me expand that. Let me create a list of string which holds the names. So you need to import the name java list, and I can have arrays dot as list, and you can have multiple names here. Okay, let's put some name here, Sam and Peter and Billings, and I can have another Sam here. So what we are trying to achieve here, when I create a code and or when I write a code, I need to eliminate the duplication values. In this particular example, I need to ignore one particular Sam. So in my list contains only one Sam. Okay, let me do that in a very traditional way. I mean, I can put it as a before. So I need to iterate the each and every values. Okay, and also I need to have another list name which will hold the new list, um, unique list. Unique list is equal to, I need to have a new array list. Sorry, new array list. Okay, so I'm going to iterate the data now. For string name from names. So now I'm going to check whether the name is existing in the unique list. Okay, if it is existing, that means the value is already there, so I don't have to add it again. Okay, let's write a condition. If unique list dot contains the name, then ignore that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, if not equals exist, that means the name is not existing in that particular unique list, then you need to add it. So unique list dot add of name. That's all. So now I'm gonna print the outcome of it. So altered or unique list. Okay, so I have a list of values here and I'm creating another list which will hold the unique values, and I have a body here. So I printed the data here. Let's run and see what is the unique results. See, which we are expected: Sam, Peter, Billings. Initially we had 4 values. Now in the new modified list we have only 3. So we eliminated the duplicate value. So how are we going to achieve that in Java 8? This is even pretty simpler. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another list of string, sorry, list of string which will hold unique values, unique values 1 equal. So I'm going to use the names dot, we are going to use the streams to filter the data. Stream dot, and we have another functional interface. It's nothing but this distinct. Okay, so distinct will do the removing the duplication process. Okay, so now what is happening, we can split it like this: names dot stream dot distinct. Okay, now I have the unique values. So what else I need to do? I need to collect the outcome as a list. So I need to use the collect, and inside the collect operation you need to specify which kind of collection you wanted to return. Collectors dot to. So you need to specify whether you need to return as a list or a map or set. So in this scenario I just need it as a list. See, now we have another list of value which holds the unique outcome. Unique list, we can name it as a unique list 2, and this is unique list 1. Okay, so unique value is 1. So let's see whether the both implementation will return the same data. Okay, right click and run as a Java application. See what is the outcome here. Both returns the same information, same set of data. So what pretty much we are trying to understand is here, the same logic which we written before Java 8, it can be done in Java 8 with a simpler implementation. Because if you see here, I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, 8 lines of code, and I have another object which contains the unique list. But here I have only one list which holds only the unique list. I don't have to create another list here. Okay, so whatever I have done it here, I did it in a simple single line code. So this is the effectiveness of Java 8. Okay, so let's see each other in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. Let's talk about lambda expressions. Okay, so what is lambda expression and why it is needed and what is the usage of that? Okay, so lambda expressions, it's pretty much it's same like it's a function which we are using in our existing Java implementations. So whatever the function can capable of doing that, lambda expression can do that, and it can call it as an anonymous block or anonymous body. Okay, it can accept parameters, body, return type like our normal methods. Okay, and one of the most important thing, the lambda expressions mainly used to implement in a functional interface. Okay, and it will not tie with any classes because as I said, you can apply a body implementation to a variable, so it will not tie with any classes or anything. It's just a plain implementation for a variable. You can use a variable to pass the parameter to the particular implementation. Okay, and it can be, as I said, can be assigned to a variable. I have a variable called a. In that particular a, you can assign 10 values and you can get the sum of the values with the a. That will only tied with that particular variable, not with the entire class. So why lambda and how this looks like? We already seen in the previous tutorial how the lambda implementations looks like and what is the syntax. The first parameter, you need to know the open and close brackets, which indicates the input, and second is a token hyphen and the greater than symbol that indicates this is the lambda expression token, and the body. So everything all together as called lambdas. Okay, so input, for example, I have a and b and the token, and inside the body implementation I can do the a plus b, or I can do a minus b, and whatever the implementation which you want to use, you can use that. So I'm using lambda, but what is the advantages? As I said earlier, to implement the functional interface and how it looks like. This is how it looks like. Functional interface you can identify based on the annotation, but it doesn't mean it has to be there. Okay, that the functional interface, it may have functional interface annotation or without the annotation, but it will contain only one method, because we do have our existing functional interfaces do available in prior to Java 8, like our comparator and what is it, our runnable interfaces. Those are all functional interfaces only. Okay, and as I said, it's not tied with any classes. Can be assigned to variable. It's a repeated information. Okay, so what are we going to do now? So I'm going to create a simple example to see how the runnable and the comparator working the help of lambdas. Okay, let's meet the let's see in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to create a simple example to see how the runnable interface is working with the help of lambda expression, also how it is working with the help of Java 8 lambdas. Okay, let's create a new package. Another feature I can okay, let me put it as a name as lambdas. Okay, I'm creating a new class here. Runnable lambda example, and I need to have a main method. Okay, finish. Okay, so we always start with the before. So how the thread has been created and how it is running prior to Java 8. Okay, so we all know how to create a thread, right? So you need to use runnable and is thread 1 equal and new runnable, it will implement the run method. Okay, So here this is the thread number 1. Let me put some sysO here. So this is called thread 1. Okay, so I have a thread now which can be start. Okay, so how we are going to start a thread? So you need to create a new thread dot start, start. But here you need to specify which thread you are going to start. I'm going to start the T1. Okay, let's run and see. Run as a Java application. See, the thread 1 is running now, right? Okay, let's see how we are going to implement the same in Java 8. Okay, let me try after. After means it's a Java 8. Okay, so I'm going to create a Runnable and I'm going to name it as a thread number 2. So we all know the syntax for the lambda expression. It's the first open and close brackets indicates the inputs. We don't have any inputs here, so I'm just keep it as empty, and the hyphen and the greater than symbol, which is the token and the implementation part. Okay, so here you need to have another brackets. Since I'm going to have the only one line of system.out.println, I don't need this. Okay, but it will work even if you have. Well, let's try that. What is wrong? Okay, sysO, and I'm going to message as a thread number 2. Okay, thread number 2. Okay, sorry, it is not this simple. It has to be a open and close parenthesis. Okay, so just give me time. System.out.println, and this is going to be thread 2. Okay, so the syntax is the, as I said, the open and close parenthesis and the hyphen and the greater than symbol and the curly braces. Open and close braces. Sorry, it was my mistake. I put it as a open and close brackets again, but it is a parenthesis. Okay, so now I have a thread 2. So let's see how we are going to run this. I'm going to create another thread which will run the thread number 2. Okay, it is wrong. I should have put it here. Next. Okay, so I have a thread number 2 here which is ready to execute or run. Let me run this. Right click and run as a Java application. See, now the thread 1 and 2 is running. Correct? Okay, let's create another thread which will contain multiple lines because this has only one line, right? So let me copy the same thing, and let's put it as a thread number 3, and I have thread number 3. Let me copy the line. Control C. So thread number 3, and this is thread number 3.1, which is subversion. Okay, so same way I'm going to start the thread. So here I'm going to start the thread number, sorry, I'm going to start the thread number 3 here. Let's run and see how it is running and the outcome. See, thread 1 is started, and thread 2 and thread 3 and 3.1. Okay, so this is our traditional way of thread creation, and this is our lambda expression, right? Okay, so I created a thread with the help of Runnable. Okay, so how we are going to create a thread with the help of new thread? Okay, like what I mean to say is, instead of this T1, you can create a new Runnable inside the thread itself. Correct, right? Let's try that also. There are a lot of ways to create a thread, right? So I'm going to create a new thread. Inside the thread I'm going to create a new runnable. Okay, here it will implement. Let's put a SOP here. So this is going to be thread number 4. Okay, and start, and you need to start the thread. Okay, so now I have another thread here which has the thread number 4. So let's right click and run and see what is the impact. See, now I have a thread 1, 3, 3.1, 2 and 4. All the thread has been executed, and this is using traditional method. Let's try to implement this same in Lambda expression. Let's try that. So new thread. Okay, and new thread. So what is our syntax? Starts with the open and close parenthesis which holds the input. I don't have any inputs here, so I'm keep it as empty, and the token. Okay, and you need to open the open and close parenthesis. Okay, you need to open and close parenthesis. Wait, it's not coming, but it is not always needed, right? The reason is I'm going to keep only one line, so I don't need the open and close parenthesis. Let me paste here, and it is thread number 5. So if you take a look at this particular line, new thread, inside the thread I have a lambda expression, the input and the syntax and the system.out.println thread 5, and I need to start this. Now run this. Thread 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 3.1 and 5, everything got executed, right? So what will happen? So if you want to put multiple lines here, correct, right? So what do you want to do? You need the open and close parenthesis, and you need to have another. Okay, it's supposed to be here. Okay, let's format it. Okay, so new thread. When I need multiple lines of code inside a block, you need to open the close and open and close parentheses. Okay, if you need only one line, you don't have to be. Just simple SOP is enough. You don't need the open and curly braces. So now run this. So everything got executed. So this is how the Lambda will help us to create a thread, right? So let's see the next example, which will use another functional interface comparator. Let's see how it is going to work. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So in this example, we are going to uh, go through another functional interface comparator. Okay, so I'm going to create a new class here. So comparator lambda example. Example, I need to have a main method here and finish it. Okay, let's see. So what I'm going to do is, let's implement always, sorry, before, prior to Java 8 before. So what we are going to do, I'm going to create a comparator which will compare two integers. Okay, so how we are going to implement it before Java. So you need to use the comparator, and the collection is going to be integer, and C1, comparator C1. Okay, so you need to have a new comparator. Okay, so you need to implement some methods, because comparator is an interface, so it will say add unimplemented methods. So the implemented method is going to be compare. Just double click that and you can see the implementation here. So I have the integer, I can put as x and y. Okay, good. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare x dot, I'm going to use a method compare to with the y. So what will happen here? If x and y both are equal, that means it will return 0, right? Or x is greater than y, that means it will return the plus 1. If it is less than y, it will return the minus 1. Let's implement, or let's run this and see how it is going to work. So I'm going to print the data. So the result is comparator 1. So C1 dot, I'm going to compare 1. The first number is going to be 15 and the second number is going to be 10. So let's give it a simple assignment. Okay, this is x value and this is y value. X is greater than y, that means it will return plus 1, right? Okay, let's run this and see. Run as Java application. Correct, as I said, it returned the 1. Okay, let's try the other value. Instead of x, y, I modified the 25. So now the y is greater than x. It has written the minus 1, right? Let's check it out. Run as Java application. See, it is a minus 1. So what will happen if it is same? 0, right? Let's see. See? Cool, right? Okay, this is a Java before Java 8 implementation. Let's see how it is going to be implemented in Java 8. You're going to amazed. Okay, it's just a single line implementation in Java 8. Okay, let's do the I'm going to create the same comparator here, and instead of C1 I'm going to use C2. We all know Lambda expression start with the open and close brackets. Okay, it will hold the inputs. So here we have two inputs, right? X and y. So I can copy this integer x and y. So these are the input parameters and the token hyphen and the greater than symbol. So and the operation, okay, the implementation. So I'm going to compare x dot compare to simple y. Pretty simple, right? Let me print this and see what is happening. And this is comparator 2. Okay, it's comparator 1 and comparator 2. So I'm going to pass the same data to see the outcome, whether both are returning the same. Let's run this. Run as Java application. See, comparator 1 return 0, comparator 2 return 0. Okay, let's modify both of them to the or 25. Now run this. See, both return the minus 1 since y is greater than 15. Let me keep both the same. It has returned 0 for the both scenarios. Correct, right? So see the implementation here and the implementation here. It's just a single line implementation. And another thing is it's just assigned to a variable. Correct? This is another advantage of lambdas. Okay. How we can simplify even further? Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to keep it as a C3. Here I'm not going to provide anything, but still it works because our lambda expressions are intelligent enough to identify what is going to be the input parameter types. Okay, so x and y, it integer x and integer y, and the rest of the implementation is the same. And you can do the same here, and you can try C3 as well here. Oh my god, I made a mistake here, so I put it a C2 here. Right click and run as Java application. See, everything turns 0. So now I'm going to make a simple input tweaks. Okay, the first C1 has both are equal and second is x is greater than y, and here y is greater than x. So first one has to be written, it has to return 0. This is our expectation, okay? And since this is like 1 because x is greater than, here y is greater, so it has to return -1. Let's run and see whether it is returning the same data. See, this is what we are expecting, and it has to be 3. Okay, run this again. See, comparator 1 returns 0, which we expected, and comparator 2 returns 1, comparator 3 returns -1. Okay, so this is how we need to use the comparator with the help of lambdas. Okay, so with this we are came to the end of this video. Let's see each other in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So far we discussed how we are going to implement Lambda for using a Runnable, or how can we use comparator with the help of Lambda functions, right? So because we know that our Runnable and comparator, those are all functional interfaces by default. Okay, so for example, if I want to see what are the methods or what are the declared methods inside the comparator, how we are going to do that? Just click Control and mouse over and see, open implementation. To take a while. Okay, sorry, not implementation. Just Control and click the comparator. You can see something like some class files, but it's everything looks like it's a grid and lag here. Okay, so what we are going to do is, before we are jumping into the functional interface, how we are going to implement everything, okay, we are going to install a plugin which will help us to see each and every functional interface, what are the method it contains. Okay, so what we are going to do is I'm going to download Eclipse plugin. Okay, so let's do that. So this is just Java Decompiler. So just open your browser and look for download JD Eclipse plugin, and in the search result you can find Java Decompiler, which is nothing but java-decompiler.github.io. Click the particular link, and this is JD Decompiler for GUI, and we need it for Eclipse. Okay, so here there is a link for download. You can, here is the file. You can download the zip file and keep it in your local. Okay, I already downloaded it. It's there in my my hard drive, so I stored in my E drive under the development folder. So what we are going to do is I'm going to install this offline plugin into my Eclipse. Let's do that. So what we're going to do is just go to help and install a new software, and add, and it is going to be a local repository. Just name it JD compiler, Java decompiler. It's user defined, you can give whatever name you want, and you need to choose the zip file. See, my computer, media, software, and the development. We have the JD Eclipse here. Okay, open. Click OK and expand this. You can see the plugin here. Just click and click next. So now we are installing the Java Decompiler plugin. It might take a while, so you need to wait for some time. So then you need to click next and accept the terms and condition and click finish. So it will take a while, and you will get a pop-up like saying you are trying to install the unauthorized plugin, but you don't have to worry about it. You can just install it anyway. So once it is done, you need to restart your Eclipse. Just click restart now. Just wait for a minute. Here we go. We are ready to go. Okay, so but we are not finished yet. So that is one another thing which we need to done. So go to Windows and go to Preference and search for File Association. Here you need to provide class files. It has to be opened by class file viewer or the new install plugin. So I just highlighted a class here and I'm going to make the JD class file viewer as a default and do the same. Okay, apply and close. Now we are ready. Let's see. This is going to be magic. Just click comparator. See, now we got a plain Java file, right? So the previous one, it's just a class file. It's a compiled one, and this is on a decompiled one. You can see all the methods which is available under the comparator interfaces. Okay, let's try Runnable. See, under the Runnable, you can have only one method, which is nothing but our run method. So this is a functional interface, right? Okay, so this is going to be the end of this particular video. So in the next video, we are jumping into the actual functional interfaces. So we are going to talk about what is functional interfaces and what are the topics which we are going to cover and what are the interfaces we are going to cover. Everything we are going to discuss in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. Let's talk about functional interface. So what is a functional interface? Okay, so how we can describe a functional interface? So basically, a functional interface is a plain interface which contains only one abstract method. Okay, so whatever the interface which you are having it, if it has only one abstract method, that can be called as a functional interface. And next one, as I said, they can have only one functionality to exhibit. The reason we are naming it as a functional interface, if I am creating a functional interface, that particular interface belongs to one single functionality. That that particular interface is dedicated for that particular single implement. I mean a simple what you can say, simple operation or a single operation. So what is the important thing of functional interface? Lambda expressions. So the lambda expression can be used to represent the instance of a functional interface. We will see in the simple examples. It will be easy to understand. So these are the some existing functional interfaces. We have seen runnable and comparator and comparable and action listener. All of them are functional existing functional interfaces. Okay, so can we have some other methods in a functional interface? You can't have method declarations, but you can have a default method with the explanation and the static method with the explanations. Okay, I'll I'll write a simple example to show you how the functional interface look like. Okay, and next important thing, what is the pillars of Java 8? Okay, there are four functional interfaces. Those are the core for Java 8. The first one is the consumer and predicate, and the next one the function and the supplier. Okay, so these are the core of Java 8 functional interfaces. Okay, we have talked a lot about how the interface looks like and what are the functional interface. Let's create a simple interface to see how looks like. As I said, it's just a simple Java interface. Okay, let me create a new Java file. Let's call it let's call it a test interface. Finish. Okay, so I forgot to say, if it is an interface and it is a functional interface, you need to annotate that particular interface as functional interface. Correct? So I got a compilation error. What is it? Just highlight invalid functional interface annotation. The test interface is not a functional interface. Since I made this particular interface as a functional interface, it is expecting a at least, I mean, it is expecting a single abstract method. Okay, so let's create one. Let me create a public void add. Okay, let's see. So we got an error here. Okay, so that's my bad. It is an interface, not a class. See, now the error is gone, right? So when you specify any Java class as a functional interface, it has to have one abstract method. Okay, so can we have a default method as we mentioned in the PPT? What else we can have it inside the functional interface? We can have a default methods. Default or string say hi and return hi. See, we can have a default method, and also we can have a static method also. Static boolean, we can call it as a is true, so we can return true. Okay, so this is how the functional interface looks like. So the basic thing is we can have a default and the static methods. Does the functional interface annotation is necessary? If you're not providing the functional interface, will it not work? It's not like that. Functional interface is an optional. Okay, even if you're not, if you comment out functional interface, still it works. Okay, but what will happen? It's become a normal interface. You can have multiple method declaration. Okay, because if it's a functional interface, you need to have only one. Okay, let me uncomment it and we'll see what happened. See, now I'm getting an exception. The reason is I have two abstract methods here, right? So you need to have only one method. So remove this. So this is how the functional interface will work. I mean, it will be looks like it can have default method, static boolean along with the single abstract method. Okay. So with this we are comes to the end of this particular video. So the next video we will discuss about the 4 pillars of Java 8 interfaces. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to start with the first pillar which we discussed, consumer. Okay, so before that we are going to work with a lot of hands-on code here. So we need to have a repository like some DTOs, so where we can fetch some information or doing some operations that some objects. So we need to have some DTOs. So what I did is I created a DTOs here. You can call this an offline repository as well. Instead of DB, we are using some DTOs. I have a Java file. It's a DTO. The DTO name called person. It has name, height, salary, and gender, and kids and hobbies. So this is the DTO which you are going to use to do the hands-on. Okay, and I have another class called person repository, which will return the some list of persons. We have 6 persons here, so this particular method will return all the person information. For example, normally we will fetch the information from the database. Instead of database, I'm using an offline repository here. Okay. Okay, let's start with consumer interface. Let me create a new package. Package under features, I'm going to use the consumer. Finish. So under consumer, I'm going to create a new class, which will consumer example. You need to make sure you have a main method in the class. So because we are going to execute the class and we'll see the output, right? Okay, finish it. So now we have our brand new class ready. Okay, so what are we going to do? So as I said, we are going to create a simple example how the consumer is going to work. I mean how it will work. Okay, so let's write a simple example. Consumer, and let accept string. I can have a consumer1 is equal to, we need to import the consumer first. Okay, let me keep it as a null here. Okay, so here you can only use the wrapper class. You cannot use the primitive here because that is the collection basics, right? For generics, you always use the wrapper class like string, integer, double, the collection operators, not the primitive one. Okay, so consumer, it's a functional interface, right? Yes, it is a functional interface. Let's open the consumer and see what are the methods are available inside the consumer interface. Okay, just click control and click on the consumer. Our Java Decompiler will open the interface. As I said, see, this is the functional interface. Compiler version 8. So what is the single abstract method is accept. It will accept the input parameter as a consumer input. So there is a method which will accept one parameter. That is a abstract method. And we have another method also with the default and then. Okay. So as of now, we know consumer is a functional interface and it has two methods in it. One is accept and the second is and then. Okay. Let's try to implement that. Let's click again. See, consumer, and it will accept a parameter, type parameter. Okay, so I'm going to, let me close this one, consumer and the parameter here. Okay, so we know that how the Lambda implementation will work, right? So the input parameters and the token and the body explanation, right? Okay, let's have yes here. That is the input. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to print that sys out here. Or I can make it as a uppercase. See, now this is what we are talking about in the PPT. The Lambda instance, I mean the functional interface, which will help us to store the the Lambda expression in their functional interface instances. Right? So see, con1 is my consumer interface instance. Here, our Lambda explanation. Okay, how it will work? So I need to pass a data to my consumer. Okay, so how are you going to do that? Con1 dot. So what is the method? Accept. This is the default method which you are going to use it. Okay, so what is the input parameter you're going to pass? I'm going to pass Java 8. Save it. Okay, now we are going to run this. Run as Java application. See, I got the outcome and which will convert it to a uppercase and it printed here. Okay, so is there any other way which we can modify this particular code? Yes, we can do that. Just copy and paste it here and make it as a con2. Since I have only one line of explanation here, why do I need the open and close curly parenthesis here? Actually, we don't need it. When you have a multiple lines of explanation, you can keep it. So I'm going to remove them. Still, it will work. Let's try the same here. We'll see whether the outcome are same. So this is going to be a consumer 2. Now run this. See, Java 8 and both are same. As we discussed in consumer, we have a one abstract method and another default method which will and then. So and then method which will accept consumer as an input. Okay. So how are we going to implement that? Okay, I have a con1 and con2. So let's modify code a little bit. The first one is Java 8 and second one is features. So or else I can keep it as a Java 8. So what I'm going to do is the consumer one is making my Java 8 as upper class and the bottom one is making as a lower class, right? To see the difference. Let's run this and we'll see the difference. Okay. So now what we are going to do is let's comment these two. So what we are going to do is let's try to use the and then method. So and then method which will accept a consumer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a consumer one dot. So here you can see and then method and then will accept a consumer which is con2 here and accept here is the input data. So I'm going to use the Java 8 here. So can you assume the outcome of it? What will happen? The first thing, the first consumer will execute and it will return the data. Like the first outcome will be Java 8 in capital letter. And then the consumer 2 will be execute and it will return the Java 8 in lowercase. Let's see the outcome. Run as Java application. See, the consumer one got executed and then the second consumer, that is called and then method. Okay, you can have so many methods, not only two consumers. You can have more than two, or how many consumer you want. It's up to you. You can have as many as consumers, and you can keep using the and then method. And make sure you're passing a consumer to the parameter. Okay, so we are came to the end of this particular video. In the next video, we are going to use the DTO which we created person, and we'll try to retrieve this information with the help of consumers. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So what we are going to discuss here now, so we know how the consumer will work. So now we are going to use our person DTO and person repository, I mean the offline repository, to fetch the information with the help of consumer. Okay, let me create a new class here. Enter the consumer. So consumer person example. So you need to have a main method to execute the class. Consumer, finish it. So now we have a class. So now what we are going to do, I'm going to create a 3 consumer interfaces which will accept the student and it will do some operation. Okay, so let me create a consumer one. I'm going to create as a static because I'm going to use it inside the main method. Static consumer. So what is the parameter here? Here we are going to use the person, and this is going to be my consumer 1. Right. So how we are going to define in Lambda function? So the input parameter is math p hyphen implementation. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just printing that information. Okay. And here you don't need that open close parenthesis because it's just simple single parameter, right? But it's always good to have the brackets. Okay, so this particular consumer will accept person DTO and it will print the entire data. Okay, let me create a second interface. I'm sorry, second consumer. Static consumer and person DTO and this is going to be consumer 2. So what we're going to do is I'm retrieving some information from the DTO and I'm modifying it. Okay, always P and the explanation, the token and the explanation. So since I'm going to use a single line, I don't need the open and close parenthesis. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the name from DTO and I'm making it as an uppercase. So that is what the consumer 2 will do. And the third consumer, static consumer person and C3. So I need to know the hobbies. Okay, get hobbies. See, basically what is happening here. So what the P is defining. Okay, the input parameter is a type of the consumer. So this particular P is an instance of the particular person DTO. So when you refer P, it will refer the person DTO. Okay, so what we are going to do now. So now I'm going to print this particular detail. Okay, how are we going to do that? But before that, I need to have all the student information. Correct? Let me get the student information here. So list of not a student persons, sorry, person, mm, person list. Just implement the list. So we can get the information from the person repository dot get all persons. So this particular list has all the the person information. Got it? So now what we are going to do? So I'm going to create a new method. Okay, because I cannot write everything under the main method because it looks like a clumsy. Okay, so I'm going to have a new method which will print all the student details. But before that, let's execute all these consumers. Okay, so let me create. But before that, we need to have a method to return single person information, right? So what we can do is go to person repository and write a new method, public static person get person. So we can have the person here. Return. So get person method will return a single person information. So instead of get all person, for now we just comment this one out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the first consumer c1 dot consumer1 dot come on accept, and it will accept the student detour, right? So I'm getting the student information from person repository dot get person. Okay, let's run this and we'll see the outcome. Run this because I'm using the consumer one and it's printing all the the specific student information which we retrieved from the method. I'll keep it here so it will be easy to see. Okay, so John 165 height and salary is $2,000 and male, all those information. Okay, let's try to use the second consumer c2 dot accept. It's again it'll accept the same information, person DTO. Now run this and we'll see. So what it is going to do, it's going to print all the the person information with a capital letter John, right? So What next? Let's miss everything. Okay, let's. Okay, that's good. So now I'm going to use the consumer 3. 3 dot accept. It will accept the person DTO. So the person, the C3 is a consumer 3. It will accept person DTO and it will print the hobbies. Okay, let's run this and see. See, the first one is consumer 1, second one is the consumer 2, third one is the consumer 3, which will return the person information. Person hobbies. Okay, so let's try the same with the AND method, right? We know how to use each and everything is in a separator. So what I'm going to do is C1 dot and then C2 dot and then C3. Sorry, C3. See, we reduced these three lines into one. Okay, let's run this and we'll see whether we'll get the same response back. Just run this. We are not getting anything here. Okay, problem is we have to pass the parameter, right? So accept, pass the person. Now run this. We got the same result. See, whatever we achieved in these three lines, we can do the same with a single line. So the C1 will execute and then C2 will execute and then C3 will execute. It's kind of sequential execution. Okay. So with this we come to the end of this particular video. We are going to continue the same example in the next video and we'll elaborate and explore something else. Okay. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back. So how are we going to explore further into this? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these consumers into the in some methods. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a new method here. Okay, static void, I'll have a method print name and hobbies. So what it is going to do is it's going to retrieve all the student information and it will print each and every student information details, the name and the hobbies. So in this particular person list, I'll have all the person list. Okay, so how are we going to iterate the list and retrieve the information? So we are not going to use traditional for loop. We are going to use the Java 8 for each method. Okay, we are going to see for each in a separate video, but for now, I'm just going to tell you how it is going to be implemented. Okay, so person list dot for each. So here what we are going to do is the for each method. If you see the for each method, it accepts the consumer as a input. Okay, if you want to know what is the for each, just click Control and click for each. See, for each method which will accept a consumer input. Okay, so now the for each method every time it will iterate a student information. So I have a consumer here which will print the name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that C1 dot accept okay, let's use only C1. We don't need to use the accept here because this for each will return the student DTO. Okay, so I'm going to call this method. Let's comment this one. Let's call the print name and hobbies. Okay, let me run this. See what is happening here. It will iterate each and everything and it will give us the all student, I mean all person informations. I could have named it as a student. I keep coming as a student. Okay, so this is a straightforward one. So what we are going to do is, I want to use the consumer one and consumer two. We can do that. C1 dot, and then we can use the C2. Just run this. You can see everything. See, person is the person detail and the consumer two, which will change the case to uppercase and will print. So both will work now. Okay, can we have conditions here? I don't want to print all the student, I mean a person information. I just want to a specific information about a particular person. We can do that. Let me create a new method here. Anyway, we need this person list. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to keep it as on the class level variable. So I need static so I can access all the method. Okay, let's create another method. Static print with condition. So I'm going to iterate the same person list dot for each. So it looks at the consumer, right? So we have consumer 1, 2, 3. But before that, I want to do some conditional here. I want to filter the information. So what we can do is we can define a body here. So for each yes, or you can use a P. And here you can provide the explanation here, because for each this is the each and every student information. Every time we retrieved a student here. Iterate student. So what I'm gonna do is, before printing all the information, I'm doing a check here. If person dot get gender dot equals male, I want to print only the person who has gender as male. And I can use another condition also if you want. So p dot get height greater than or equal to, you can give this a 130, right? 140. And then you can do the C1. We use C1 and C2, right? Here we can use C2 dot and then C3. And it will accept person, right? See this one for loop and it iterating each student here. So this particular piece indicates a person here, and I'm checking whether gender is male and the person height is greater than or equal to 140. Then print the C2. C2 is nothing but it will print your name in uppercase, and C3 is nothing but it will print the hobbies of the person. Okay, let's run this and see what is the outcome. Let's see. Person name Angel. Okay, why it is returning the female as? Okay, we have to modify the method, right? We didn't call this method till now. So I'm going to comment this method and call this one print with the condition. Let's run this. See, now I got only two information, I mean two person information, because John and Dean both are male personalities which has the height of greater than 140. If you want, you can open the person repository and you can see them. Where is John here? John height is 165 and Dean height is 140. So what is the condition which we used here? Greater than or equal to 140. Right? So this is how you need to use the consumer. Okay, so you can try with your own consumer. You can create your own consumer and you can try them. Okay, so in the next video we are going to discuss about consumer again, but that is a by consumer. Okay, let's meet each other next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we discussed a lot about consumer and how we are going to use the consumer and everything, right? So let's open the consumer and see. So as we discussed, consumer method is a functional interface and it has a accept method and it will takes a single parameter. And we have a default method which is nothing but and then method, right? Because we have seen a consider person example, see, and then everything we have seen, right? Okay, but have you noticed what is the return type of accept? Void. That means your consumer functional interface. Okay, it will not return any data. It's just a void. Okay, it will process some data and it will do some operation. That's all. It won't return anything. That is the important thing which we missed in the. We should have covered it in the beginning, but anyway, just make sure consumer will not return any return data. Okay. Okay. So now what we are going to do? Okay, we discussed about consumer. So similar to consumer, we have another consumer which is by consumer. Okay, that is pretty much similar to consumer only, but the simple difference is the by consumer it will accept two parameters. Okay, and again by consumer it's part of a consumer and it won't return any data. Okay, let's create a simple example and see how the by consumer is going to work. Okay, let's create a new class. So I'm going to name it as a by consumer example. By consumer example. I need a main method. Okay, finish it. Okay, okay. So let's discuss how the by consumer method looks like. Okay, let's copy paste the consumer. Or consumer example. Okay, this is the syntax of consumer. Okay, let's check the by consumer. By consumer. So by consumer. So as we said, it will accept two parameters. So we can say string or better we can use integer. And the second parameter also integer. So consumer, we can come on this one. Consumer 1. Okay. So we are going to apply some body here. So as I said, as we discussed earlier, the lambda expression, the first close and open brackets indicates the input parameter. Here we have two input parameters, which is nothing but by consumer of integer, and another one is also an integer. So let's name it as a comma b. So this particular a belongs to this integer and this particular b belongs to this particular integer. Okay, so and the token, what is the operation which you are going to do? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just simply add these two numbers and I'll display the data. Okay, just put a sysfo here. So and print a plus b. Just give us a name here. Add. So now this is how by consumer syntax looks like. Let's open the by consumer interface and see what are the methods are available. Like consumer, it has its own methods, right? Let's open and see. See, by consumer, it's again a part of consumer. It will has the same accept method and then method. The functionality is same. Accept will going to be accept two parameters and then method is using the multiple conditions. I mean multiple consumer check. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is let's try to pass some inputs to the consumer and see what is the outcome of it. So consumer1 dot accept 10 and the second parameter is 20. We all know that. So what is going to be outcome of this? So because 10 plus 20 is equal to 30. So let's see it in the output window. Just right click and run this. Okay, what is happening here? Okay, so this is the problem. We need to provide in the open and close brackets. Just run it again. See, now you got the proper data, right? So the by consumer, it's similar to consumer. The only difference is it will accept multiple parameters. Either it's a by consumer or whatever the functional interface may be, consumer or predicate or function. Everything has a by function. I mean to say everything has a multiple parameter functional interface as well. For example, if it is a consumer, it has by consumer. In case if it's a predicate, it has a by predicate. In case of it is function, it has a by function. We are going to discuss everything in upcoming videos. Okay, let's try with some other examples. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a to list here. Okay, list of integer. So list 1 equal sorry array list integer. Sorry, we can please arrays dot as list. So new integer of 10. Copy. So let's have three parameters here. So implement the import the eclipse list. So now we have a list one which has a three elements in it. Okay, let's create another list 2. So we can have only 2 here. So basically I'm going to write another by consumer which will take 2 lists as an input, and it will check whether both lists contain the same number of elements, I mean the size. Okay, so I'm going to create a by consumer here. By consumer which will accept the list of integer. Both of them are same, list of integer, and this is going to be consumer number 2 equal. So what is the functionality which you are going to provide here? So I'm going to provide two input parameters L1 and L2. Like L1 belongs to this, but the first parameter, L2 belongs to the second parameter. And the body, the token. And we are going to give some explanations to the body. So what we are going to do? I'm going to check whether the list 1 and list 2 contain same number of elements. Basically, I'm going to check the size of the list. So write a condition if L1 dot size L1 dot size equal to L2 dot size, then this is for return true. Got it? Okay. Else, so what I want to do, false. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm passing these two lists to a consumer which will check whether the both list contains same number of elements. Okay, let's try to pass some data to the consumer too. Consumer do dot accept list 1 and list 2. So now let's run this and see what is going to be our computer. Before running this particular example, let's check what is the probable outcome, because I know the first list contains 3 elements and second list contains only 2 elements, so obviously it's going to return the false, right? Okay, let's run this and see. run as Java application. See, it's written the false, right? Okay, so now we know how the BiConsumer will work with the help of the lambdas and also the method which we used, accept method, because we know that there is another method and then. So how we are going to do that? How we are going to use the and then method? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment everything here. Let's write a simple operation. I mean, a kind of business logic. So the case I'm going to write now, I'm going to have a three consumers. The first consumer is going to do the add operation. Second, subtract, and third is going to be multiply the data. Okay. So we can simply use this as well. Okay, just copy and paste it here and name it as a add consumer. So this is remain the same. So let's copy this and paste it again. So the first one is add consumer, second one is subtraction consumer, and third one is multiplication consumer. So here add subtraction and here it's going to be multiplication. Okay, so here minus and here the multiplication. Okay, so how we are going to run this in a straightforward way? I'm going to run this consumer dot accept. I'm going to pass two parameters 10 and 20. We know that the outcome is going to be 30. Let's run this. See, I got 30. Okay, let's use subconsumer, or I can write a, let's call all of them. So I'm going to use the subconsumer and multiply consumer. Okay, let's run this. See, the add returned 30 because 10 plus 20 is 30. Subtraction 10 minus 20 is a minus 10. And the multiplication 10 into 20 is equal to 200. Okay, just see the implementation, what we have done here. We run three lines. Each one indicates which consumer is going to be execute. We can make it simpler. Just comment everything. This is where the and then methods comes into place because it sequentially run the consumer which we are passing. Okay, first one what I'm going to do is add customer dot and then and another customer sorry consumer, so sub consumer and another consumer, and then so here is multi consumer, and then we need to accept the parameter we need to pass the same 10 and 20. I'm going to pass it here. See, the implementation is how simple is that? Okay, let's run this. See, we got the same data, but the implementation is more efficient, right? Okay, so we know that how we are going to use the BiConsumer and what are the ways we can handle it. There are a few things which you need to keep in mind. Just make sure you are passing two input data, okay, and processing the two inputs, and it won't return anything. Okay. Okay. So in the next video, we are going to continue the BiConsumer example, but we are going to use our person repository. I mean, we are going to use our DTO to do the operations. Okay. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome back. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the BiConsumer again, but we are going to use our person repository. Okay. So let's create a new class file BiConsumer person example. So I need to have a main method here. Okay. So let's create a method to print the person information like your name and hobbies and all, right? So static void print person details. So here what we are going to do is we are going to create a multiple consumers here by consumers. Okay, let me create a BiConsumer here. BiConsumer, the first parameter is going to be name maybe, so string, and second hobbies is a list of string, right? So we can provide a list of string. So the first parameter is my name, second parameter is my list of hobbies. So here person consumer. So the implementation is going to be the first two parameters, uh, name, comma, hobbies. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to print the information, right? So name, place, and hobbies. Okay. So what is wrong here? Why are you saying error? Okay, I need to import the list. So if you want to import, you can simply use shortcut Control Shift O. Okay. So now I have a person consumer ready, which will accept two inputs and it will print the data. Okay. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to retrieve all the person information. So I need to have a list of persons here. Person, list of person list equal. So we are going to retrieve the information from person repository, right? Person repository dot get all persons. So now we have a list of person list, a list of persons. Okay. So what we are going to do is we are going to iterate the information, iterate this particular list, and we are using the consumer to print the data, right? So let's do that. So person list dot, we are going to use the for each method, for each, and person, the lambda expression. So here what we're gonna do is we are going to use that person consumer. See, person consumer dot accept. The first parameter is going to be name, right? So person dot get name, and the second parameter is gonna be hobbies, the list of hobbies. So person dot get hobbies, right? So just look at the code. It's very simple, right? So what basically we are doing, I'm just trying to iterate each and every person information, and I'm using the consumer to print the data. See here, you don't have any implementation or any method body definitions and all, because everything is here. You are just make use of this person consumer. So whenever you are trying to pass some string or list of string, you can use this particular consumer. Okay, let's call this method and we'll see. Okay, so let's run this, right? Like run as Java application. See the name of the person and the hobbies of the particular personality. So we got those information in a proper way. Okay, so you can try some your own exercise also. So you can get familiar with those all those things. So we can try something else also. Let's create another consumer. We can try the and method also. I mean and then method. So the first one is going to be string and second is going to be a double. Why I'm going to use the double here? The reason is I'm going to print the person name and his salary, or his or her salary. So here salary consumer. So the first input is going to be mm, name, and second input is going to be salary. So we are going to do the same thing here. So it's not going to print and print name salary. Okay, so now if you see this particular line number, person listed for each person consumer dot accept, and it will get these two parameters, which is nothing but the person consumer. Let's try to modify, or let's create it new. I'm trying to iterate again for each. Let me come on this one. So let me come on this one. So the for each method will accept consumer person. So the first what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the person consumer and pass the relevant information dot accept. But we are trying to use the and then method, right? So will it work or not? Okay. So if you see here, and then consumer, person consumer, or salary consumer. See, you're not able to get those information here in the reference. Do you identify why it is not able to identify this particular consumer here? Because normally when you use the and then method, it will be able to find out the another consumer. If you take a look at the previous example, see the consumer, add consumer, and then sub consumer. This and then method will be able to identify sub consumer and also multiple consumer. But in this case here, it is not accepting it. The problem is, it's a very simple thing, okay? This particular Pi consumer, it takes two different parameters. And this particular Pi consumer, it is taking two different kind of types of data as input. So both are different. So though both are Pi consumer, but both of them taking different kind of data set. So we cannot use the and then here. Got it? So what you can do is, you can still use the same thing. Except let's try to iterate again. Accept, and we're gonna use a person dot get name and person dot get hobbies. So how I'm going to use the salary consumer here, right? You might have the same question in your mind. So what we can do is, it's just a straightforward logic. So I don't want to blindly print everything. Okay, I want to put some condition over it. So what you can do is just open a body here, okay, and keep it your person consumer inside, correct, and close it. And then you can use a salary consumer here. Salary consumer dot accept, it accept a string and a double. So person dot get name, person dot get name, and the second parameter person dot get salary, right? Person dot get salary. See, now it will work. What is happening here? Okay, so the first consumer accept two parameters, one is string, another is a list. So this is indicate the first one, and this is the second one. Now let's run this. Just run this. See, you can see the person and the hobbies and the person name with the salary. So you can try these things also. If you want to use the and then method, you can still do that. But what you're gonna do, just make sure you'll have the same kind of consumer, same data set of, I mean, input types. So then your consumer, the for each method and then method will be able to identify there is another consumer which holds the same kind of data. Okay. With this, we are came to the end of the particular video. So in the next video, what we are going to discuss, we are again going to discuss about the another important the functional interface, which is nothing but the predicate. Okay. Let's see each other in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome back. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the another important functional interface, which is nothing but predicate. Okay. So let's create a new class file so where we can explore how the predicate will work and what is predicate and all, right? Let's create a new class here and name it as a predicate example, and we need to have a main method in order to execute the class. Okay, let's talk about predicate. What is predicate? Okay, predicate is another functional interface which will always return the boolean as a result. Okay, the consumer, it doesn't have any output type, it will not return any data, but in the case of predicate it will always return the boolean as a return type. Let's create a simple predicate and we'll see what predicate contains. Let's open the predicate. Okay, predicate is under java.util function. Before we implement something here, let's open the predicate and see what are the methods. See, as I said, it is a functional interface again. It has a one abstract method which is nothing but boolean, test, and a input parameter, right? So it is written in the boolean data, the input data, and it is going to be written. Either it is going to return a true or a false. And it does have some default methods and negate or. Okay, so basically the predicate, it's replacing our if conditions. It's not exactly a replace condition, it can be alternate. So if you see here, you can use the and method in the predicate, you can use the or method, and also you can use a negate method. So and method, we all know that if both conditions are satisfied, it will return true, right? And or condition, either one of them is true, it will return a true. What is negate? Negate, it will always return the opposite of the result. For example, if your particular predicate it returns true, so what the negate will do is it will return as a false, opposite to that. It will reverse your output and will send back as a response. Okay, let's implement that and we'll see. So predicate, as we all know, we have seen that it will accept one input parameter, right? So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use an integer. So we can, okay, I need to check a particular number whether it's less than or 50 or something like that. Okay, so less than. So here the input method, or sorry, input parameter a, and since we have only one parameter, we don't need the brackets. A and the method body a greater than or equal to 50. That's all. See, this is pretty much simple statement. I'm going to pass a data to a predicate method which will return true or false. Here the condition is the input data is greater than or 50. Okay, so whenever you use this kind of conditions, make sure you're providing inside open and close parentheses, or else it will mess up the data. Okay, so now I know how to write a predicate, but how to test that? Let's pass some data and test it out. Okay, so as I said, it always return boolean, right? So we need to store the data in the boolean or result equal. So less than, so the abstract method which you are going to use, test method. So I'm going to pass, for example, okay, let me pass 55. So we know that it has to return true because 55 is greater than 50. Okay, let's see result. Okay, let me run this and see what's gonna be the outcome. See, it is written true because 55 is greater than 50. If you try to modify the input parameters like 15, it has written the false. So this is how the predicate will work, correct? Okay, let's uh, add some more predicate method and we'll explore how the and or and negate methods are working. Okay, so now I have a method which will check whether it's a less than. I said it's a less than, but I put it a greater than here. So let me put it a less than. Okay, so just copy and paste it, and here it's greater than. I'm going to check whether the input method is greater than or equal to 100. And we can have a one more method. Okay, let's copy paste it. Predicate equal to. So a is equal to 0. So now what we are going to do is we are going to test all of them. But what we used to do, just greater than. Let's execute normally and we'll see what is the outcome of it. So what I'm going to do is greater than dot test. I'm going to pass 150. Of course, it has to be true because 150 is greater than 100. Just run this. See, now you can see the true here, right? So just greater than. So let's copy paste and we'll try to implement all of them. Greater than, and this is going to be a less than, and this is going to be equal. Okay, so let's greater than, and it is going to be less than, and this is going to be equal to. So equal to 0, let's pass 0 here, and less than 150, and passing 50. Okay, let's run this. See, the greater than is true, so just check that out. Greater than test 150. 150 is greater than 100, so it is true, right? And less than, we are passing 150. 150 is not less than 100, so it is a false. Good. So equal, I'm passing 0. So the condition is whether the parameter is equal to 0. So it is written the true. But we don't have to do these many steps. Okay. So what we can do is let me comment these things, or I'll copy. One second. I'll copy these things. I'll put it in the bottom. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is less than dot, and then see here it is able to identify equal to, greater than, less than. But in the previous example by consumer, it is not able to identify whether those consumer belongs to that the same category, because both are different. But here everything is a predicate integer type, so it will identify easily all of them belongs to the same kind of data set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check less than and greater than dot and equal to. So, and we need to pass the test data. So what I'm going to pass is 150. So the 150 is we are passing to the all the method. So 150 is less than. So here it's a false, and here it is a true, and here it is a false again, right? So what will happen here? It will return the false. Let's try. Result is false. The reason is we are using uncondition. We all know that uncondition will it has to be satisfied. The right side, left side, both has to be written true. So then only it will return true, correct? So let's try or I can say it's a result 1 and result 1. Let's copy paste it, and I need it as result 2 here. So I'm just checking. I don't want all of them. So I'm just checking less than or greater than dot test. So what I'm doing is result 2. I'm passing 150 to less than and the greater than predications. So 150 here, it will check the less than. So 150 is less than 50, it is a false. Okay, fine. And greater than. 150 is greater than 100. So true. So the first one is returning false and second one is returning true. So since we are using OR condition, either one, if it is written a true, the outcome is going to be true. That is the basic logic, right? So let's run this. See, the OR returns true and the AND condition returns false because two condition is getting false. Correct? So there is another method as we discussed that negate method, right? So we can use the same code. We'll see the outcome. So I'm going to use as a result 3 here, and this is going to be result 3. So and this is going to be result 3. Okay. So we all know that because we just executed this particular method, this particular piece of code will return true, right? So as we discussed, what the negate will do. Okay, I'm going to use a negate here. Negate dot test. See, less than dot or greater than dot negate, and the input data is 150. So I'm using the same thing, but additionally I used a negate. Now let's run this. We'll see the result. Run this. See, false. The same condition is written true here and it returns false here. So why it is happening? Because of the negate. The negate, what it will do, right? It will reverse the output. If it is written true, it send as a false. If it is a false, it send as a true. That is the functionality of negate. Okay. So we are came to the end of this particular video. In the next video, we are going to continue the predicate, but we are going to use our person repository. I mean our person informations, right? So we are going to use that repository to apply the same functionality. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to continue the predicate example here, but we are going to use our person DTO. So let's create a new class and we can name it as a predicate person example, and we need a main method here. So the first thing what we are going to do is let's create some predication in the class level variables so we can use it in all the methods, right? So I'm going to keep it as static predicate and person. So here I'm going to use predicate 1 or p1. So what is happening here? Import predicate from function, and you need to import the person as well. Okay, so now the person. So what is the condition here? Person dot get height greater than or equal to 140. So whenever we are going to use the P1 predication, it will iterate the data whoever has the height greater than 140, right? So let's have another predication here. So predication 2 and person dot okay, what we can do is get gender dot equals male. So the second predication, what it will do, it will filter the persons who are all male. Correct? So let's write our implementation. I mean what you can say. Let's try to call the person details and we'll process them. Okay, so I need to have a list of persons here. Person list. And I'm going to do all the information from person repository dot get all persons. So we are good to go. So now what we are going to do is I'm going to use the stream API to filter the data. Okay, for now I'm going I'll go ahead and write the implementation because the stream and the filter and the collect, everything we are going to see detailed in the upcoming videos. For now, just try to understand that and we'll cover it later. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to iterate the person list. Normally we use for each, right? But here we are going to use stream because for each will accept consumer, but our stream we have a filter which will accept predicate, right? So let's person list dot stream dot filter. So filter will accept. So what is the filter? Just click the filter and see. Filter will expect the predicate, correct? So we need to pass a predication here. We can pass either P1 or P2. It's up to us. So what we can do is instead of doing that, we can try something different. Okay, let's try that. So I'm going to pass the predication P1 here. Okay. Okay, let's do it in a separate line so it will be easy to understand. So I pass the P1. Okay, and then we need to, even if you put a semicolon here, you won't see any errors, but it is not going to return anything, correct? We need to collect the outcome as a list or set or based on your need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to collect all the list into collect. So I'm going to use a collector collectors dot to list method. Okay, if you just look at the code, the person list, this we are using stream to iterate the data, and I'm filtering the P1 indicator. Okay, so the P1 indicator, P1 predication, which will return the employees, the person who has a height of more than 140. Okay, so and I'm collecting all the information as a list, correct? So let's, okay, so we need to print the data and see what is the outcome of it, correct? So now we are going to use the for each method to print the data. So person list dot for each. So person hyphen, we can open a bracket, a body here, and we'll test it out. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use, let's take a condition here. If p1 dot test and person. So that is the input parameter, right? If it is true, then Cisco print the person. Got it? So let's run this. Okay, let's, if you see the height of the retrieved information, 165, 158, 140. Because in the original repository we have a 6 persons, right? But here filtered 140, 150, only 3 employees, and John, Angel, and Dean. And here we have a 2 male employees and 1 female employees. So here we can do another check as well. I verified p1.test, right? So the same way you can do p1 dot and p2.test. So now what will happen? So it will retrieve all the employees, persons who has more than 140 as a height, and the second filter, it will filter only the male employees. So obviously we'll get only 2 persons as outcome, right? Just save it and try to run it now. See, initially it was 3, now it is filtered into 2. So all of them are male employees who has a height of more than 140 centimeter, right? So this is how the predicate will work. So you can use or, it's totally up to you. Okay, so we are going to continue the same predicate example in the next video, and we'll meet each other next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we discussed about the predicate and the consumer so far, right? So let's combine the predicate and the consumer. We'll write a small use case. Okay, let's create a new example class file. Sorry. So consumer predicate example, and we're going to have a main method here. Okay, done. So let's start. Let's discuss what is the use case which you are going to achieve here. So let's create a few predications, and we'll create a few consumers as well. Okay, so predication, we can use the same one which we created, predication person, these height and the gender check. Okay, and we can have one by consumer which can print the person's name and the hobbies, right? And we can have another consumer which will do the testing. For example, what I'm trying to say is we are going to explore everything in a single class, right? Okay, let's start. So let me write a, okay, let's copy the predication from the previous examples. So I'm going to keep these two predications in our example. Okay, so and we can have the another consumer example. So what we can use this particular consumer example. So copy that as well. So now we have a one predication, sorry, two predication and one consumer. So and we'll write another consumer which will check the predication 1 and 2, and then it will do some operations. Okay, let me create a normal consumer here, consumer of person. So person consumer. Okay, we can put it at a hobbies consumer. Okay, hobbies consumer, the person consumer. So what the data is going to be person, and we are going to open up a body. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to check the condition 1 and 2, which is nothing but the p1 dot and p2 dot test person. Okay, if the p1 and p2 returns true, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to print this particular by consumer information, or if both are true, I'm going to print, or I'm going to call this particular consumer. Okay, so hobbies consumer that accept, the first parameter is person dot get name, which we already seen in the previous example. So the second parameter is equal to person dot get hobbies, right? So now we have two predicate and one by consumer and one another consumer. So far we have a consumer, predicate, everything, whatever we need. So we have everything in place, right? So okay, the reason is we need to provide a static here. Okay, so this particular person consumer, I'm passing it a for each, because for each, if you open the for each, you can see the implementation. the for each method will accept the consumer as the input. Okay, so a person consumer is a consumer which will do some operation in it. The p1.p2, because it has a predication in it, it will check the person height is greater than 140 and the person is a male. If both are returns true, then it will print the person name and the hobby. Okay, so let's run this and see what is the outcome of it. Great, right? John and Dean, both of them are greater than 140 centimeter height and male persons. So all those things, it's printed here. So this is how you need to use the predication and the consumer and by consumer and all together. Okay, that is the advantage of the functional interfaces. So you can mix and collapse them, and based on your requirement you can modify your own predication, or you can use your own predication and consumer your own implementations, right? So we came to the end of this particular video. We are going to discuss something else in the next video, which is pretty much relevant to the predicate. Okay, we'll see each in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So as per the previous tutorial, we discussed about the predicate and the by consumer as well. The similar way we can use the by predicate also, because we know that the consumer which will take single parameter, the by consumer will take multiple parameters, but the interface methods pretty much are same. If you take a look at the predicate, right, you have test and method, negate or or method, right? The same thing which is available in the by predicate also. Okay, so let me do one thing. uh, as I said, predicate by predicate will take two parameters as an input. So here I have one particular functionality and another functionality here. I'm going to implement both of them in a single predication with the help of by predicate. So I'm going to use by predicate. The first parameter is, so what is the first parameter here? So I'm checking the height. So height is integer, right? So integer, and the male is a string. Okay, so if you want to check, or you can call it as a p3 here. Let's open the by predicate and see what is the difference between the predicate and by predicate. See, you don't see much difference here. It's pretty much the same. You have an method and you have a negate method, you have a or method. Okay, so only difference is the by predicate will accept two parameters and the predication accept only one, like consumer. Okay, let's implement. So I need to pass two parameters here. The first one is integer is going to be height, and the second parameter is going to be gender. Okay, so what I'm going to do is the method body, I'm going to check whether height greater than or equal to 140 and gender dot equals of male, right? So looks good, right? So just take a look at the previous outcome. As a response, we got John and Dean. We modified a simple predicate here. If we use this particular predicate, we need to get the same outcome, right? Okay, so let's modify this particular code. I'm going to comment this one. So I'm going to modify if p3 dot test, and we need to pass two parameters. The one is person dot get height, and the second parameter is the gender of the person. Okay, so person, if the person, so what there here, okay. Okay, we missed this one. Okay, so now We implemented the same, but even effective way here. I don't have multiple consumers here. I have only one consumer which will do the same, the P1 and P2, right? Let's run this and see the outcome. And this is the previous outcome. Okay, let's run this. You will get the same outcome as a response. So what basically the understanding is, the consumer and by consumer, it's a siblings, and the predicate and by predicate, it's siblings. So both of them have the same method interfaces available. I mean, same methods available under the each functional interface. Because for example, consumer has the accept method and then method. Similar way, by consumer also has a and then method and the accept method. Predicate has test and or negate. By predicate has the same. Okay. So with this we came to the end of this particular video. We'll see each in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in this video we are going to discuss about functional interface. Okay, so all of them are functional interface, but this particular interface name itself is called as a function. Okay, before we are jumping into that, what is function and what are the methods are available, let's open the Oracle doc and we'll see what is function. Okay, let's open the Oracle doc. Here, where is the function? You can go to the Oracle site and you can find out the documentation here, and there you can find out function. See? Okay, so interface function, it has a two inputs. Okay, T which is belongs to the input function and R is the return type. Okay, so basically what we are trying to see here, the function which will take two inputs and one is the input parameter and another one is the output parameter. Even though it has two parameter, technically it's just a single parameter, because the second parameter is indicating that what type of data it is going to be written, right? Okay, so let's see. So first of all, what is a function? Function means I have a class. Within the class I have some functions. Within the function I have some implementation. Okay, if you want to call the particular method, you need to create an object for the class, and with a reference you need to call that. But in Java 8 it has been enhanced a lot. Okay, so what you can do is you can write a function and you can assign the implementation to a variable, and you can pass the variable as a method parameter or class variables, something like that. Okay, this particular thing is not possible before Java 8. Okay, so let's create a simple program to see how function is going to work. Okay, let's create a new class. So the method name is function example. I need to have a main method, so just click finish. Okay, so now we have a class ready. So let's create a function. Okay, so static function. Okay, function and a java dot util dot function. See, it is asking for two parameters. The first one is the input. Okay, for here I'm going to pass it as string, and what will be the outcome of it? Okay, I wanted outcome as a string or integer also. Okay, let's do string here, and function 1 equal to, so the single parameter, which for example we can name it as some name. So what is the implementation for that? So I'm going to update or concatenate something with the, or else for now what we can do is we can simply format the input variable to uppercases. So what I'm going to do is name dot to uppercase. Okay, so now just take a look at it. This is a implementation. Okay, I have an input parameter and I'm converting the input data into a uppercase data. Okay, and I'm returning that. So f1 will hold the implementation. So you can now use the f1 variable to access this implementation. Okay, let's try it out. Let's put it in the syswo, sys out. Okay, result. So I'm going to use the f1 dot apply. And what is the string? I'm going to pass it as a Java. Okay, before that, let's jump into the function interface and see what are the methods are available. Okay, here apply. This is the method which we are going to call, and this is the input parameter. Okay, and this is the return type. Okay, basically apply accept one parameter, and this particular R indicates what kind of return type. And I have a compose, and we have and then, and we have identity. Okay, let's see compose and then bit later. Okay, so let's go by apply first. Okay, so I have the program ready. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to run the program. Run as Java application. See, I got the data back with the uppercase. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the another function interface. So what we are going to do is the first thing, it modified the data into uppercase, and second, I'm just adding some data into or concatenating into the some existing data. Okay, so let's copy paste that and just name it as a f2 and name, or you can say okay, name that uppercase dot concat and features, basically Java features. Okay, so let me run the same like this. Result f2 dot apply. Okay, so this is result 1 and this is gonna be result 2. Let's run this and we'll see. See, the result 1 is Java and result 2 is Java with a capital letter, and then the features has been added. Why it is in capital letter? The thing is, the first thing, I'm updating my input to uppercase and then I'm concatenating it. Okay, okay, so let's apply and then. Okay, for now I'm going to comment out these two lines. Okay, so now I'm going to use this f1 dot and then f2 dot apply and the string which we are trying to convert, which is nothing but Java. So let's assume, okay, what is going to be the output for this. Okay, I have f1 and then and f2, and I'm applying this particular string to these particular functionalities. So the way it will work, it will execute f1, okay, and then it will move on to f2. Okay, so for example here, f1 change this particular literal into a uppercase, and then that uppercase data will pass to the and then method, and then the f2 concatenate that uppercase data into this particular feature. Okay, so Java in a capital letter and feature. Okay, let's run this and see what is going to happen. Save it first, just run it. See, Java features. Okay, so the f1 is processed and then it move on to f2. So the processed data will move to f2. From that data, we are concatenating that particular feature which we indicates here. Okay, okay, let's try compose now. System. Okay, let me put this so So, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use f1 dot compose f2 dot apply, and the input data is Java. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some literal here to differentiate. And then result, and here this is compose result. Okay, so let's think about the compose, how it is gonna work. Okay, the first thing, and then it will go step by step. It will execute order by order. F1, F2. If you have F3, it will apply F3. Then it's going to the apply. Okay, let's think about the compose here. So what is gonna F1 dot compose? Basically, when you're using compose, the first parameter, the first function will not going to be executed. So the parameterized function, I mean the data, I mean the input which we are passing to the compose, which will process first. In this case, F2 will process, and then the processed data will pass on to F1, and then it will execute the result. Okay, so let's see. So f1.compose.f2. So first thing, what is f2? F2 is modifying a literal into a, or updating the particular literal with the features. The feature is added here, and then f1 compose that f2. Let's try run it. Okay, let me put it a colon here so it will be pretty clear to see. Just run this. See what happened now. Okay, so what basically is happening, right? The first thing, this particular f2, this is taking this particular feature. Okay, this is the data, and this particular feature I am moving to pass to f1. F1, it has the data of Java, so Java space features, and the entire thing will be updated to uppercase because our f1 is modifying the data to uppercase. Okay, so we came to the end of this particular video, and the next video we are going to continue with the function example. And thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to continue with the functional interface. So here we are going to see function. So I'm going to create a new example or new class file to work with our person repository. Okay, let's create another class, function person example, and we need to have a main method. Just okay. So okay, let's try something like that. We haven't tried this, right? Static function and string, because we tried only string and string. Let's try string and integer. Let's see how it's gonna work. So f1 is equal to name. So it's gonna return name dot length. So you can do something like this also. So f1 dot apply. I'm going to put this as Java features. Let's run this and see. Yeah, that's pretty clear. So the reason why I'm putting like this, in the previous example we have seen only string and string. So I'm just trying to say it can be anything. This is going to be input, and this is going to be return type of the data. Type of the return data. So that is why I put a different integer here. I mean data type. Okay, let's jump into our person example. Because we have a person repo, we can retrieve the data from person repository, and we'll try to use the function. Okay, so we all know that the function is taking one parameter. The one is the input data, and the another one is the type of the return data. So I need to have a static function, and the first one is going to be a list of persons. So I'm going to use the list here, and second is going to be map of the person name and the salary of the person. Okay, so map, so what we're going to use is name is string and salary is double, right? Okay, so I'm going to name this f2 here. Let's import util list in alls. Okay, so let me maximize that. So the input data is going to be a person list. Got it? So let's implement it here. So basically what we need a different type of map of string and double. So let's define a variable here inside. So map is equal to new hash map. Hash map. Gotcha. Okay. Let me put the same type. Okay. So we are good to go. So it needs to return some data. Okay, let's return empty for now, or null. Return null. So now we have the thing ready. So we are going to process the data now. So the first thing, we need to have a list of data, and I'm passing the data into this particular function, and then I'm processing it. Okay, first thing, let's iterate the list. Okay, the person list dot for each, sorry, for each. So here person, and let's open a body here, and we'll check. Or we can simply map it like map dot put person dot get name, and what else we need, person dot get salary. That's all, we are good to go. So instead of null, let's return the map. Okay, let me comment this one out. So I'm going to call the f2 function. So what I'm going to do is, now I need to have a list of person. That is the first important thing. So list of person list equal to, so we have a repository where we can pull the information dot get all person. Okay, so now we have a list ready. Now we can use the f2 dot apply the list of person. So what we can do is list of persons, right? So sorry, it's apply. So it will return list of, oh sorry, it's written the map which contains the person name and the salary. Let's take that. So, and I'm gonna print the data result map. Okay, let's run this and we'll see what is the output of it. See, I have Angel, Alan, John, Nancy, Hopper, and Jean. It looks like all the employees with their salary. Okay, let's try to enhance this particular this function. Okay, because I'm just doing straightforward logic here. I can check maybe the person, the height is greater than or less than, or male or female. Basically what I'm saying is we are trying to use some consumer in the function. So let's, what I can do is I'm going to copy these two particular predicate or you can, if you want, you can use consumer also based on your unit. I'm just trying to text it out. So we have a predication 1 and the predication 2. The predication 1 is checking the person height is greater than or equal to 140 and is a male, that is a P2. Okay, so here I'm just directly iterating the data and put them into a map. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a simple condition here. If P1 dot and P2 dot test person. So what we are doing now, we are just simply modify the program. So the map will contains only the employee's name and the salary who has the height of greater than 140 and the male employees or male persons. So let's run this and see the difference now. John 2000 and Dean 5700. Initially it was 6% detail, now it filtered to 2%. Okay, that is a major importance of the function. Okay, so it's not exactly you need to use only predication. You can use the consumer, you can use the by predicate, you can use whatever the interface if you need based on your requirement. Okay, so in the next video we are going to discuss about function, but we are going to use a by function. We all know that we have seen consumer and the by consumer and the predicate and by predicate. It's pretty much the same like those function and by function. Okay, okay, let's meet each other in the next video. So thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So as I said, we are going to discuss about the by function in this particular video. So let's create a new class. So by function example, and then to have a main method in order to execute the method or the class. Okay, before we are jumping into by function, let's open the Oracle document. I'll see how the by function will work. Okay, so let's go back and look for by function here. See, basically the by function interface taking 3 parameters, but basically 2 of them are input and 1 of them is the type of written data. So the T is going to be the first argument and U is going to be the second argument, or is the return type. So basically the by function accepts 2 input parameters. Got it? And just try to read out what is a function interface. This is pretty much similar like a function interface. Okay, and another important thing, it extends function. Okay, so you can use the functionalities of function interface. Okay, let's try it out. Let me create a simple example here. Static by function. See, it's taking 3 arguments. The first 2 is input arguments and the third one is the return type. So the first one is string and second argument is string and the return type is gonna be string. So this is going to be by function 1. Okay, my bad, string. Okay, so A, comma B both are input parameters. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to concatenate these 2 variables. I'm going to put a simple space here. Okay, let's try to execute that. Okay, so it has the 2 inputs which are string and return type also string. So let me run this or execute them or apply some data. So what I'm gonna do is result equivalent by function 1 dot apply. The first data is gonna be Java and second parameter is going to be features. It has to be in double quotes. Okay, now it looks pretty good, right? Let's execute the program and see. See, the result is Java features. So this is how the by function is going to work. Okay, what I'm gonna do now, let's use our person repository and let's try something different. Okay, we are going to apply pretty much the same thing which we done earlier in the function, like this. Okay, let's create another by function. So by function, the first parameter is going to be a list of persons, list of person, and the second parameter is going to be a consumer or predicate. It's up to our need. Okay, I'm going to keep it as a predicate, predicate of person, and the third parameter is going to be a map. We can use the same thing here. Copy in, paste it. So by function 2. So import util list and a function predicate. That's all. So the first parameter is going to be list of persons, and second parameter is going to be the predicate. Let me open a body. Before that, let me close it. So by function it always return some data, right? Here it's going to be this particular map. So for now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it as written as a null, so we can modify it a bit later. Let's do the implementation. Okay, so what we are going to do now, so like our previous example, let's use our predications also here. Let's copy the predication, Control C, and just keep them here so we can make use of it. So I'm going to use this by function which including our predicate and populating this particular map. So I'm going to populate the same map which we did the previous example, and this with the help of by function. Okay, so let's iterate the list of persons. List of, before that I need to have a map, so where I can add them or put them into a map. Then list of persons, I'm going to iterate them with the help of for each and person, the token, and open a body. So here we need to, you don't have to do anything here, just copy paste the previous thing. It's pretty much the same thing. So return the map. Right? So it looks straightforward. So I have a by function will accept three parameters. One is a list of person, and second is a predication, and third is my output type of the data. Got it? So let's try to run this. So in order to run this, I need to have the list of persons. So I think I can copy the entire thing. It's not a big deal. I'm just saving your time. So let's comment this particular line and then we can put them together here. So I'm going to use the BF2, or sorry, it has to be by function 2. So let's copy this by function dot to apply, and person here there is an error. Correct? So the reason is we need to pass two parameters. I need to pass the predication as well. Okay? So I already used two predications here, which are already there. Okay? So in order to execute this particular example, let me remove one of that. So I'm going to use the p1 dot test. Okay? Because I'm going to take the another predicate as a input parameter. So I'm going to pass the p2 predicate as the second parameter. Okay, so here p1 dot, instead of p2 I'm going to use a predicate because predicate just holds the p2 here. Okay, so and predicate dot test, correct? So it's up to you. Okay, now I have a p1 which is I declared in the class level, and I have another predicate which came through as the input, and I'm testing with that against the person. I'm checking whether the height of the person is greater than or equal to 140 and he's a male person, and then I'm putting them into a map. Okay, let's run this and we'll see the output, because we need to get the same kind of response, right? Let's run the previous example and see. John 2000 and 5700. Okay, so I'm going to get this, we need to get the same output, but here we use the by function. Okay, so let me run this to make sure we are getting the same. See, it's pretty much the same thing. It's pretty the same thing. Okay, so it's just based on your need, based on your requirement. You need to choose whether you need to go for by function or a function or a consumer or predicate. See, basically what I'm trying to say is, if you want to process some implementation and you don't want to return any data, you can simply go for consumer and by consumer. Okay, and if you want to test or if you want to validate some data, you can use the predicate, which will return the boolean. So you can process the data and return true or false, and that will taken care of predicate. So the same way you can use it by predicate based on your need. Okay, but the other scenario, function is mainly focused for returning some data, right? So in that particular scenario, you can use the function interface. The function interface which will allow us to return some data. Okay, the function which will take one parameter and the by function will take two parameters. Okay, always the last parameter is going to be the type of the written data. Okay, so we came to end of this particular video. We'll see each other in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the unary operator and the binary operator. Let's talk about the unary operator first. Okay, let's go back to the Oracle document and we'll see where is the unary operator. See, the unary operator which takes one input data and one output data. Okay, so basically when you're using the unary operator, you're going to pass one input. The type of the return, the return type will be the same. If you're passing string as an input, your output has to be a string. If you're passing an integer, your output has to be a integer. Okay, see here. And there's another thing. The unary operators, they are extending functions. So obviously you can use the function methods like and then and compose and all, right? Okay, let's go ahead and write a simple example how the unary operator is going to work. Okay, let's create a new class file, unary binary example, and I need to have a main method in order to execute this particular class. Okay, let's create a simple binary operator. Static unary operator, and it's taking one parameter. For now I'm gonna use string, so the return type is going to be string only. So u1 or unary operator 1 equaled, so input data is gonna be a I can pass it as a name, and the implementation is going to be name dot to uppercase, so it is a return type is string. Okay, let's run this and we'll see how this thing is going to work. So reset 1, so I'm going to use unary operator 1 dot apply, the input is going to be a string Java 8. Save as. Just run this example and see this is the outcome of it. Okay, okay, let's try another unary operator. Let's name it as a unary operator number 2. So but here I have a integer. So do you understand why there is? Because the integer method does not have, the integer wrapper class does not have the two uppercase stuff. So it's not going to be name. For example, you can keep it as a. So whatever the input parameter passed to this particular implementation, I am going to add 10 into that. So for example, if I pass 10 to this particular method, it has to be return 20 as the output parameter with the integer data type. Okay, let me copy this and put them into the next line, and let me use unary operator 2, and you'll have an error because I'm passing string here, but we need to pass an integer data here. So I'm gonna put as a 20 here. Let's run this. See, result 1 is Java 8, which is string, the input is string, so output is string. Result 2 is an integer, the input is an integer, and the outcome also as an integer. So this is where we need to use the unary operator. Unary operator is always used to maintain the scenario, like wherever you're passing one kind of data, and if you want to return the same kind of data, you can go for unary operators. Okay, so this is a simple example of unary operator. Let's try the binary also. Before we are going to do binary operator, let's see what the binary operator is and what is the parameters and what is the external class. Before that, you can, if you want to know more about unary operator, just go to unary operator, and there you can see it extends the function. So what does it mean? When it is extend to the function method, when you are using unary operator or binary operator, you can make use of the compose and then methods, right? Okay, let's try before I'm going to the documentation, and I'm gonna open the binary operator here. Where is the binary operator? Just open the binary operator. So here, see, the binary operator takes same kind of input and extends by function. Okay, so the unary operator extends the function, but the the binary operator, it extends by function. So when you are extending by function, you can make use of and then and the compose methods also, right? Okay, let's try a simple example, and you need to see what is the binary operator and what are the default methods it contains. Okay, so binary operator, it has only two methods. One is max by and another one is min by. Basically, when you are passing two inputs, because it's extending the by function, right? So you can pass two parameters, right? So when you want to find out what is the max by for the given two inputs, you can go for the max by method. If you want to find out the min by, you can go for min by method. Okay, as I said, since it's inherited from the by function, you can use the and then method, right? So let's create, because may just do understand one thing. If you want to use the binary operator, you need to have a comparator. Okay, let's go ahead and create a simple comparator, or else let's try with a traditional flow. Okay, so I'm gonna comment out this. Okay, so let's create a simple example. The scenario is I'm going to pass two input parameters. I'm checking which one is a bigger one or smaller one. Okay, let's try with the max y first. So in order to do that, you need to have a binary operator, and here we are going to handle with the integer and binary operator 1 equal. So here I'm going to use a binary operator. This is the syntax of it. Okay, so binary operator dot max by. See, when you go for max by, it is expecting a comparator. Okay, so let's create a comparator here. Okay, so max by. So the first thing, what is the input of it? Let open a close brackets, put it here. So a comma b is the input parameter. Okay, so and the token, the first thing, a greater than b. Okay, if a greater than b, that means it's 1. Okay, else. So what here I'm gonna do is, if a equal to b, what does it mean? That is 0, or else it's gonna be a minus 1, right? Let's format them to see the clear definition. If you want to format something, just highlight them or select them, or Control Shift F, it will select it. Let me put it in the next line so it will be clear to see. Okay, let me put it here. Okay, so now I have the binary operator ready in my place, and this is my comparator. Okay, the traditional way of applying comparator. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to try this. mm, Binary operator result 1. So binary operator 1 dot apply. So two parameters, 10 or 12 or 15. Let's run this and see what is going to return. Basically I'm trying to look for the max by, so obviously it has written 15, right? Let's try that. See that the result is 15, so it looks pretty good. It's promising, right? Let's add something. Let's make this a is a bigger. Let's run this and see what's gonna be the outcome. See, it's picking up properly, 1 not 2, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to enhance the same program with our lambda expressions. Let me create a comparator here. Static comparator. So comparator, I'm going to use the integer here anyway. Integer comparator equal. So the input parameter is a comma b. So we all know that the syntax for this compare, because this is the first thing which we discuss as part of Java 8 Java 8, right? So a dot compare to b. So I am going to use the same here, bo1. So I'm going to make it as a bo2 equal binary operator dot, I'm going to use a max by here. See, the max by is expecting a comparator, so I have a comparator comp. It's pretty clear, right? Let me run this. So binary operator result, can mark it as 2 here, just for to see properly. So bo2 dot apply. So here let me put the same output here, sorry, input data, so to see the difference. Okay, save it and run this now. See, both of them turn the same result. The implementation, maybe it's little bit different, but this is the best way to implement. I mean, this is an efficient way. We don't have to do all those things because we have the existing thing in place which will take care of these things, right? Okay, so let's try min by also. Control C, result 3. Okay, so I'm going to use this, and I'm going to use the min by here. So instead of binary operator 2, I'm going to use the 3. So let's use 3 here. So binary operator result 3, and this is going to be the min by, or you can binary operator max by. So me put it here also, and here is the min by. Okay, let's run this. See, binary out max by 102, max by 102, and min by 15. So this is pretty simple. Basically, you just need to try your own exercise to understand this clearly. Okay. So with this, we came to end of this particular video. We will see each excuse me. We'll see each other next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss another functional interface, which is supplier. Okay, let's go and see what supplier is it. So supplier here. Supplier means the name itself, you can understand the meaning. Supply, it supplies some kind of data. It supplies something. Okay. So here is the method. T is the type of result supplied by the supplier. So basically, this particular supplier interface will not take any input data. Okay, it will only return the data. Okay, so where do you need to use these kind of scenarios? Basically, what you're trying to do is in your code, you're trying to pull some information and you're put in a cache. Or if you want to write a DB connection, okay, you don't have to every time write a new method, right? Just write a one single method and make it as a supplier. Whenever you need, just call the supplier and get the connection. Okay, so basically, when you need some data and we don't need any input information and you need to get the some data, so those kind of scenarios you can go for supplier method. So, I mean supplier functional interface. So it has a method, get method, which will obviously return the this particular return type, right? So the one parameter which we are passing to this particular interface to saying or indicating that this is going to be my return type of data. Correct? Okay, let's go ahead and create a simple example and we'll explore that. Let's create a new class, supplier example, and I need to have a main method in order to execute this particular class. Okay, let's try simple method. Let me open the person repository. Sorry, I need to open the person repository. So person repository, I have two methods. One is for get all the person, one is for get a single person. Okay, so you remember, right? We always call this method whenever we need to get the list of persons. Correct? So we can use, because we are not, it's not expecting any input parameter, right? So these kind of scenarios you can make use of supplier. Correct? Let me do one thing. Okay, let me open this one. So here supplier example. So this is what we are doing so far. So I'm getting the list of person with the help of this. Okay, so in order to do the same thing, we can go for supplier. Let's static supplier. Sorry, supplier. So it will taking one parameter, which is nothing but it indicating to the particular, indicating to our code to saying that this is going to be my return type. So for now, I'm going to use the person. Okay, so supplier one world. So there is no input, right? So no input data. So I'm going to use the person repository dot get person, right? So now you don't need this method anymore. So you can keep this particular supplier into a global class where you can access anywhere. Just simply access the class and get the supplier. Through the supplier you can get the data. So let me remove this one. So how we are going to get the data from the supplier? There is a method called get, right? So let me put, sorry, sysform and here is the result. So supplier 1 dot get, it's not gonna export any input parameters. Let's run this and we'll see what is gonna be happen. See, it is returning the one person information because the supplier which will only supply one person information. So this is a person. Now I need to use the another method which is nothing but a list of persons. So how we can do that? We can simply do that. Just make this another supplier, and here instead of person we need to have a list of person. That's all. And here we'll end up with an error because it's just a single, so I need to get all persons, right? So now what I'm gonna do is, let me comment this out. Now we can try to execute the second one, right? So this which is system.out.println. So how are we going to do that? Because I have a list of data, I need to print all of them. So how are we going to do that? Just simple, just use a get method, right? So the result is plus s1 dot, sorry, here it's going to be s2 dot get. Save it and try to execute now. Now you can see all person details, all of them, right? So this is where the important need of suppliers. Okay, so from here we came to end of this particular video. uh, in the next topic what I want to discuss about, right, it is going to be something different, which is nothing, it is going to be a bit new for you. Okay, so do one thing, just practice everything, because if you just try to code now and if you move on to something else, when you come back to this, it's a little bit, it's not easy to go ahead and do the coding. You need to have a hands-on. Okay. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about some interesting topic which we call as a method reference. Okay, so what is method reference and why do we need that? Basically Java provides a new feature called method reference in Java 8. Okay, basically those are used to refer a method of functional interface. Okay, and it is a compact and easy form of lambda expression, right? You can simply say it as a shortcut for the lambda expression, right? So each time when you use a lambda expression to just referring a method, you can replace the lambda expression with a method reference. Let me show you how we are going to achieve that, and we'll discuss more. Okay, but before that let me tell you there are different types of method reference. So let's see what are the types of it. The first one is reference to a static method, and the second one reference to an instance method, and third one reference to a constructor. Okay, so let's see a simple example how the method reference look like. Okay, let me open a Eclipse and let me create a new file. Okay, I'm going to create a new class file. I don't want to keep it here. And a future method ref, and my class name is going to be method reference example. Reference example. So I need to have a main method. Just click it and finish. Okay. Okay. Let's see in a simple example. Okay, so how the static method reference is going to work. Okay, for example, I have a method reference example. There is a class here, so I'm going to create a static method here. Okay, so I'm going to create a okay, public static. I can have a int compare, right? So I can have a two input here, integer x comma integer y, right? Okay, so then we'll do the return and do the comparison. Integer dot come on. Okay, so integer dot compare and your two variables. Okay, so now I have a static method. So normally how we are going to call this method, just using a class name or the instance of a class, right? So let's try the traditional way of it. Okay, so since it's a static method, I can call using the class name dot compare, and I can pass 10 and 20. Simple, right? Let me print this out. Let's run this. See, we got a response back, right? Don't worry about what kind of result are, because we all know that what is compare is going to work. If x is greater than y or y is greater than x, or if both are equal, we know it is belongs to -1 or 1, or if it is equal, it is a 0, right? Okay, so let's try to do the same thing with the help of the method reference. How we can do that, right? So this is a comparator, right? So let's use a comparator here. Comparator comparator is equal to, this is where the tricky part. So as I said before that, let me tell you the syntax. Okay, so basically the syntax for a method reference, the first thing is class name and the method name. Come on. Okay, so the class name indicates what is the class name, and the method name is going to be indicate which method we are going to use inside this particular class name, and you need to provide two colons there. So that is a token. Okay, let's try to implement that. Comparator. So what is our class name? Method reference, right? Method reference example and two colons and the method name. Got it? Okay. So here method of is error. The method of does not define compare. Okay. So we need to provide the comparator type integer. Okay. Now it looks good. Let's try to run this one. This one. So this is going to be result 2, and this is going to be result 1. So here comparator dot compare, pass the same two parameters, so you can see what exactly the both results gonna be. So you can double check it, right? Just run it. See, the result 1 is -1, result 2 is -2. See there. So that's the difference. Okay, so this is our traditional way of doing that, and this with the help of method reference. Okay, so We will continue this same method reference the next video, but we are going to use the lambda expression over there. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So let's continue the method reference example. So I'm going to create a new class file, method reference example 1. Just finish it. So here we are going to use the lambda expressions. Okay, so let's try something similar which we tried already. Okay, let's create a function which will hold us variable or a name. So we'll convert them into uppercase or lowercase. So uppercase and lowercase, it's pretty much easier for us. So we are going to do that. Okay, so let's create a function. We all know that function will accept two parameters. One is input parameter, another is a return type. So I'm gonna use a string here. So my response type as also a string. So function1 equal. So the way we normally do, this is the way, name dot to upper class. Okay, but what we are trying to achieve here, we are going to use the method reference, right? So name is nothing but it's a string data, and uppercase is under a method string class. Okay, so to see that, just press your control and click to uppercase. It will open our string.class method. And what is the class name here? It's a string. So as for our syntax, my class name is going to be string and my method name is going to be to uppercase, right? So let's try to implement that. Okay, so this is a traditional one. I mean, the previous way which we do. Let's try to run this. Okay, so lambda expression result. So I'm gonna pass something like Java 8. So just run this and see the output. It's going to be capital letter Java 8, right? Okay, let's try to modify this. So what I'm gonna do is start. I think this up to this is pretty much the same. Okay, I'm going to make F1 as F2. So what is our syntax? Class name and the method name. What is our class here? Name is a string, right? So it's a string class. And what is the method name which you are going to use? To upper. Right? Simple, right? Okay, let's see that. Execute them and see method reference. So here I'm going to pass the F2. Just execute them. See, we got the same result, right? So we can, it's a detailed explanation, and this is the shortcut of it. Okay, so the way we are using the lambda expression, we can combine lambda expression and functional interface and method reference all together. It's clubbing everything together based on your requirement. So your code will be looks more precise and clear and easy to understand, right? Okay, let's try something else. So now what I'm gonna do is, in what scenarios it is difficult to handle, or we should, I mean, it is not easy to handle, or we are not able to. Okay, because let's see, this is going to return a string, right? So we make use of string class and we utilize the method. Let's create a predicate, right? So what the predicate which we are going to use? Predicate, and we have a percentage, right? Person is gonna be predicate 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to normal condition, like the person who has a height more than 140 centimeter height. Get height greater than or equal to 140. Okay, so how do you going to handle this in a method reference? Will that be easy to do that? It is easy, but not like this. We have to make it a different way. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a method to return this particular result. Okay, so we all know that predicate is going to return a boolean, right? Let's create a boolean method which will return the exact outcome. Okay, so let me create one static boolean height check. Correct. So here return. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to use a makers of p1 or no, we need to pass the person here, right? Person per. So here person dot get height greater than or equal to 140. So this will return a true or a false, right? So let's try to implement the method reference here, right? So here, let me make it as a P2, I mean predication 2. So we know the syntax, the class name. What is the class name? Method reference example. Method reference example. And the token. And what is the method name here? Height check. See? We got it solved, right? Okay, let's try to execute them and see the outcome of it. Okay, let me so the first one is okay, we already executed that. Let's try the method reference example with the predication, right? So predicate result, or else we can simply do predicate one result. So predicate one dot test, right? Test, and we need to pass the person, right? So we know that we have a person repository. There is a method which will return a single person. Okay, so we're gonna make use of it. Person repository dot get a person, right? It will return a person. So let's go ahead and see the person is the height is 165, so it will return a true, right? Okay, let me run this. Just run it. See, it's true, correct? So what we are going to do is we are going to use the we are going to run the second predicate which will use the instance reference, right? Let me run this. Let me add another one and predication 2 result and here p2 dot test. So let me run it again. See, both times we got the same result. So this is the way which we need to use, or which we replace the lambda expression with the method reference. Got it, right? Okay, let's try something different. Okay, I have a person here and I'm just passing the 140 directly in the method, but I wanted to get it from the runtime, or I need to pass it as a method. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is let's create another method which will accept a person and integer height, right? So here instead of 140 you can use height, so the height can be runtime defined. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a p3 here. So p3, again I'm going to use the height check with param, right? So height check with param, I'm going to use the height param here. So what is the error here? Method does not defined. not applicable here. One sec. Okay, so what happening here? So why I'm getting error here? Do you know that the predicate will accept only one input, right? Okay, so it got worked. But here we have a two input parameters. So what is going to happen? We need to use the by predicate. So when you use a by predicate, you need to pass two parameters. One is the person TTO and the another one is the height of the person. Correct? So P3, let me run the P3 here, or add another one here, and I'm going to make it as a predicate 3 result. So P3 dot test. I'm I have a person here, and I'm checking is the person height is more than 145 because I'm passing the height runtime here. Correct? So let's save it and execute it and see what is the outcome. It's cool, right? See the way it's everything gives the same result, but the way we are handling is different. Because we thought uh, our previous was in Java, it's make efficient with the help of Java 8. The Java 8 it's make even better with the Lambda, but with the method reference we are making even better. I mean making shortcuts of Lambda expressions with the help of method reference, right? Okay, so with this we came to end of this video. We'll see the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So let's talk about variables or local variables. So we all know about variables and local variables and what we are going to discuss here. Because when we talk about the lambda, okay, lambda is kind of anonymous functions, right? Because even inside the lambda function we can define or declare a variables, right? So how it is going to be differentiate difference between the normal local variable and how it is going to work with the local variable and other things, right? So let's take a look at it. The first thing, lambdas are allowed to use the local variables in case if I have a local variable and if I'm writing another line with the lambdas expression, I can use the local variable. But one important thing is you're not allowed to modify. Okay, that functionality is called as effective final. I'll tell you what is effective final later, okay? So when we're not allowed to modify the local variable inside the lambda function, obviously it's the effective way of programming when we go for the concurrency operations, because there is no other way you will be able to modify the variable again and again, right? And then in the class level variable, or you can call them as an instance variable, those are allowed to modify inside the lambda expressions. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, effectively final. So what does that mean? Because inside the lambda expression I'm not going to define anything in as a final, or out in the local variable I'm not defining the variable as a final variable. But still inside the lambda expression you cannot use a local variable. That particular concept is called as a effectively final, even though it is not declared as a final. Okay, let's open a simple program and we'll see how this particular thing looks like. Let me open a IDE. Okay, let me open JDeveloper. Sorry, Eclipse. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a new class here. So I can call them as a lambda lambda local variable. So I need to have a main method. Okay, so before we jump into what is local variable, I mean the entire concept, let's refresh what is local variable. Okay, this is a method. Okay, so if any variable, if you declare inside the method, for example in I is equal to 0, this particular variable is belongs to, sorry, int I is equal to 0, so this particular variable belongs to this particular method, so it is local to this method, we cannot use it outside. So this is called as a local variable. Okay, and if you define something outside of the class, like string x is equal to hello, okay, this is under class level, or you can say instance level. So this is a class level variable or instance variable. Okay, let's apply our restrictions or see how the restrictions with the lambda. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a variable here, like okay, I have a local variable here, and I'm going to write a lambda expression here. So I'm going to create a consumer, so integer, so c1 volt. Okay, so my variable name is going to be I, and I'm going to print this out. Value is I. Have you noticed it is keep saying error message, right? Because the reason is lambda expression parameter I, right? We cannot use this, or you cannot name the same I again, because we already defined the I in the local variable, right? So what you can do is you can give some different names, that will work, but you cannot have the I again. But since I make a change here, I modified the input variable to j, but I'm not getting any error, but still I'm able to use the I here. That means I'm not allowed to use the same variable name here, but I can use the value. But the second rule is you're not allowed to modify it. Okay, let's just simply run this and see. Okay, so c1 dot accept, let me pass 15. Okay, let's run this, run as Java application. See, why the value is 0? Because my kept the value 0 here only, right? Okay, so I didn't use this particular value at all. So what I'm gonna do is, let me make just a value 10. Okay, so let's run this. So it is working. We haven't done much anything. Okay, so let's open a body here. So I just opened a body. What I'm gonna do is I'm trying to modify the value. For example, I have I is equal to 10, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to modify, or you can simply try to increment the value. Okay, so let's do that. I plus plus. See what happened here? Local variable I defined an enclosing scope must be final or effective final. This is called effective final. This particular I'm not declared the variable as a final, but still I'm not able to modify the value inside the lambda expression. This concept called is effectively final. Okay, so we know that I can use a local variable, but I cannot modify the data, right? So if you want, what you can do is maybe we can modify something like this. So because I never use the 15 here, right, or the 10, so I have a 10 here, so you can simply put an operation here like I plus that incoming data. So now you can run the data, run the program. See, now you got the data. Value is 25 because the 15 is I passed for the consumer and 10 is from my local variable. Okay, that is the first thumb rule. Okay, so next thing, the second rule, or the second important rule is, as I said, the class level variable are allowed to modify. Okay, let me create another variable here, like I'm going to create a static variable because I'm going to use the variable inside the static method, right? So static int, I'm going to use a k. So I'm keeping it as a 0 now. Okay, so let's print that value. So print k. So run this, you can see k is 0. Okay, so we haven't do anything. Let's try to modify the value of k inside the lambda expression. So k is equal to 25, so, or 15. So initially my k value is 15, 0. So now I updated to 15, but now we're not getting any errors here because it's not a local variable. I'm using an instance variable or the class level variable. Let's run this now. Initially my output was k is equal to 0 and my value is 25. Let's run this again and see. See, now the value got updated. I'm able to update the class level variables inside the lambda expression. You're allowed to do that. Just keep two things in your mind. Local variables can be used inside lambda expression, but not allowed to modify them. The other scenario, the class level variables we are allowed to use inside the lambda expression, and also we are allowed to edit them or update them. Okay, so we came to end of this particular video. We'll see each other in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are jumping into the real concept. I mean to say the important topic, stream. So what is stream actually, and why it was a lot of talk about around streams? Okay, so basically stream is nothing but it's a sequence of data elements. Like in a list we have a number of personalities and number of names or number of different structures, right? So that is sequence of data. Okay, and the important thing about streams, you can perform sequential or also a parallel way, because if you're doing it in a traditional way of programming, if you want to do a parallel operation, you need to handle a lot of complicated stuff with the threads. Okay, so everything has to be taken care of parallel streams. Okay, and when you're using streams, it will not support in-text based access to the list or the collection. Okay, and lazy access supporter, because we are going to use lot of intermediate terminal methods. Okay, and it's obvious the streams are specially designed for lambdas. Okay, and streams API, we talk about stream, and now we are going to talk about streams API. So streams can be defined as a sequence of data elements, because stream is the elements of data. I mean to say the sequence of elements, right? So if you have a list of data, okay, you can retrieve the information with the help of aggregated operations. Okay, and who provide the data? It can be from collection or arrays. Okay, and another thing is streams don't change the original data structure. It just derive the data based on our need, or based on the we have a pipeline methods, right? So those will help us to retrieve the data based on the need and based on the type. Okay, and as I said earlier, there are a lot of intermediate operations which will support us to do the lazy executor. Okay, and the simple example, as I mentioned in the PPT, see the list of numbers, how we are going to create a stream. I have a list of numbers, and I'm converting my list of members into a stream and returning them as a list. That is the explanation which I mentioned in the API. But let's create a simple example and see how the stream is looks like. Okay, let me open Eclipse. I'm gonna create a new class here, so I can keep it as let me create a new package, stream or streams. So simple stream example. So I need to have a main method here. Just keep it main method. Okay. So basically, let's talk about how our simple streams look like. Okay, we are talking about a lot about streams and what is a stream and how it is going to looks like. Okay, let me create a simple stream here. So let me create a list of streams or stream of data. So the way we need to do that, just create a stream and type of data. I'm going to use the integer here and stream one. But I'm going to use the inbuilt method which is under the stream. So we have a method called stream.off method which will help us to create a stream of data. So I'm going to create a stream of integer data, right? So I'm going to use a stream.off method and you can provide the information here. Okay, so this is a simple example of how the streams looks like. Okay, so how are we going to um, iterate those elements and view all the data? Okay, so we can use the for each method. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to iterate the data using the for each method. So I'm going to print all of them. So print B. Okay, let's run this and see. Let's right click, run as Java application. See, you should be able to see all the data, right? But in a traditional way of programming, what you need to do, you need to create a for loop and you need to set the maximum number of amount which you want to create, and you need to loop everything to create the list of numbers, right? Here it's simple. There are other ways to do that also. We can use the arrays also. So let's try to create a stream with the help of array. So I'm going to use the stream here and I'm going to name this as stream2. So now I'm not going to use a direct implementation of stream.off. I'm going to use the array elements. So stream.off and here new integer. It's taking a while. New integer, and I'm going to create an array of elements. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and right. So this one is I'm directly using the collection, and here I'm using the arrays. Let's do the same thing here. So I'm going to use the S2 here. Let's run this and see. Let me put the SOP here to differentiate that. Run this now. See, these are all come from the stream of S1 and these are comes from the streams of S2, right? So there are a lot of other ways to do that. Okay, let's create some valid scenario. Like we have a person repository, right? So let's pull all the information from the person repository and we'll work with them with the help of streams. So I'm going to comment out everything here. So let's create. Okay, so what is the use case here? So I need to get all the student information, and out of it I need to get out a map which will contains a name and hobbies of the person, right? Let's do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a map of string and list of string which will holds the hobbies, right? String. So person app. Just import the list and map. The first thing we need is a list of students. Sorry, list of persons. So I'm going to get those information from person repository dot get all persons. So I have the list of person information. So I need to iterate them. With the help of stream, I'm going to iterate them and then filter out the specific person information, right? So here, just use the stream API and dot collect. You can use the collect method, which will help us to conf I mean transform one kind of data to another kind of data. And now I have a list of persons. I'm retrieving the specific information from them, and I'm gonna put it into a map. Okay. So in order to do that, we need to have a collectors as a which collector we are going to use, because the collector under collector we have a lot of types available, like to list or to a map, and here I'm going to convert them as a to map. So when you're using a to map, you need to provide the key and the value pair, right? So what is going to be key? The key is going to be the student name. I'm going to use a method reference here. Person and get name. Right? What is going to be the value? The value is going to be the hobbies. So get hobbies. See, it's made simple. Life made simple. I have the person map, and here I am pulling all the information. You can simply put it like this to map. So I mean retrieving the information from person repository. So the first step, I iterate all persons and stream of persons. Okay, so each and every stream of person will be collected as a map, and everything put together into a single map and returned back to us a person map. Let's print the person map and we'll see the data. Person map, person map. Just run this and see the outcome of it. See the data. Person name is Angel and the hobbies, and Alan and the hobbies, right? But in a traditional way of programming, this is not this much easier. We need to create a for loop. Inside the for loop, we need to put on all the conditions, right? Okay, so I created some kind of code here which will help us to transform one kind of data to another kind of data. Okay, but can we do any kind of filtering operation here? I want to uh, retrieve the specific person information, like what we used to do, right? The person who has a height of more than greater than 140. We can do that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is let me create a simple predicate here. Predicate. So person predicate 1 is equal person, and the condition which I'm going to check is person dot get height is greater than or equal to 140. Greater than or equal to 140. So how are we going to filter this particular information from this particular list? I mean into in the map. Okay, so I collected all the person information, and I had created a list of, I mean a stream of persons, and I collected all of them into a map. Okay, but before that, you can, before collecting the data, you can filter the data. So under the stream, you can use the method called filter, which will accept a predicate. Correct? When you try to put a filter here, see here, it is accept a predicate. We have created a predicate here, so just pass on the predicate. That's all. The previous result, which will return 6% information, but when I run this, I'm gonna get only the person who has more, I mean the height is greater than of 140. See, initially I got 6 results, now I got only 2. Okay, so can we do only one filter here? It's not like that. We can do the multiple. conditions also, I mean multiple filter also. So let me create another predication p2. So I'm gonna check get gender dot equals male. So I'm going to do the same thing here. So the filter 1 and the filter 2, you can put both of them into a single by predicate also, it's up to you. Okay, now let me run this. So what is the outcome here? I got only two person information, John and Dean. There is no female person details here because I filter the only the male personalities, right? So we'll came to end of this particular video. In the next video, we are going to continue the same example with little deeper way. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. Let's continue the same example here. Okay, so I have a map which will contains a person name and the hobbies. Okay, so we got to know that we can transform one kind of data to another kind of data with the help of the streams and the filter method and the collect method, right? Let's try to create another kind of data. What I'm gonna do is let's create another map or list. Which one we can do that? Okay, let's take out the hobbies of each and every person, right? We can do that, right? Okay, so the outcome is gonna be a list of string, correct? So list of string, and it is gonna be person hobbies. So again, I'm gonna need the person repository to get all this information. Dot get all persons, and we are going to use a stream here. Dot. So we are going to use the map to transform a data. Okay. So so the data which you are trying to retrieve is the hobbies. Okay, and keep that in mind. Map is not a hash map. It's a map. It's used for transforming one kind of data to another kind of data. So what I need here, I need the hobbies of person. So I'm going to use the method reference here, person dot get hobbies. Okay, and so as I said, I'm going to collect them as a collect as to list. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is here, so what is the error message here? So stream map. Okay, so because I'm trying to get the information from a list. Okay, so inside the person, it's a already a list. Let's open the person and see. See, it's already a list of string. Okay, so what I'm trying to retrieve is I'm trying to retrieve list of hobbies, right? So in order to do that, I'm trying to retrieve the information as a string, a list of string from inside a list of string. So what I'm gonna do is not only map. So once you transform the data, you need to convert them as a flat map. So flat map. So what is the type which you're going to use? It's a stream of data, right? So use a stream here. See, now the error got resolved. So what is going to happen here? List of persons, and here it is a stream of persons, and here the transformation part. Okay, the in the first place here it will not come as a direct list of string. It will come as a stream of data. So here stream of, so we can simply mention like, yeah, like this, list of string. This is how it will come. So I'm converting this stream into a flat, okay, flat stream. So here it is going to be a stream of string. Got it? And here the final conversion part, when which kind of data, what collection we need to return. Collection to be returned. Okay, let me run this and see how the results looks like. Person hobbies list. Person hobbies. Let me run this. This is the first person map. Have you noticed something strange here? There are a lot of duplications because each and every person has a different kind of hobbies, but some of them has the same hobbies. Like someone is playing tennis and the other person also is playing. So what I am trying to achieve here, I need to have a list of unique hobbies. Okay, for example, I have a 10 persons, so I want to know what are the hobbies. I mean, they're using or they're doing it actually. So I don't want everything. I want every distinct hobbies. So what I'm going to do here? So as we discussed in the previous method, we can use a filter. The same way we have a predefined method which is available called as a distinct method. So once the data is transformed, you can use the distinct method to see the unique outcome. Okay, run this and you can see them. See now, cricket, swimming, tennis. So all the hobbies included here. So the duplication will be removed, right? So there are a lot of other ways to do that. Okay, so just try with some samples and get some hands-on into it. Because if you're trying to some coding and you're doing something else and you're doing and you just leaving as it is now, it's not going to help. Okay, just do some workaround. I mean, workaround in the sense means do some other process like what we did here. I did tried retrieve information as a map of string and list of string in that, like the name and the hobbies, list of hobbies. The same way you can try something else also. Okay, so in the next video we are going to continue about the stream, but we're going to talk about what exactly is difference between the streams and the collections. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to talk about the collections and the streams and what are the difference between those. Okay, so there are lot of difference between collection and streams, but the core is the below. When you talk about the collection, you can read a collection and you can write. That means you can add an element, you can update a collection, you can add, delete, update, remove. But in the streams, you can only read the data. You can iterate the data. The way you can iterate it might be different, but streams can only read the data. So collections is eagerly evaluated because it is possible for in-text based also, but in streams it is not possible because it's lazily evaluated. The reason is once the data is iterated, we are doing some intermediate methods to convert the data or transform a data into different set of data, or we are putting some filter. Everything is possible in under the streams. Okay, and collection is all about the data, but streams is not like that. It's about how we are going to work with the data, the computation on a data. Okay, and collection is iterated over the iterator, but streams it's using internal iteration, the help of for each method. The another important thing, and we never thought about it, when you have a collection, for example, if you have a list of data, you can iterate over and over and over again. But in the streams, once the data is started streamed, you cannot do it again. We can see that in a simple example how those things is going to work. Okay, let's create a simple example to see how the collection and streams are exactly differentiate. Open Eclipse. So I'm going to create a new class here. So stream, this is collection example, and I need to have a main method. Okay, good. So let's create a simple array list and we'll iterate them. So I'm going to create a list of string, so names, so import the list. So here new array list, so you can add the elements into it. So new array list. Okay, so I'm going to add some of names into it. Name.add John. So let me copy paste it. Add an Nancy. So how we are going to iterate in this particular list? Our traditional method. We are going to use the for method, string name names. So the traditional way of iterating data with the help of iterator, iterate each and every element. I'm going to print them also. This is dot, and I'm going to print the name. Just run this. See, you can see the data here. Correct? Okay, let's create a stream of names and we'll see how we are going to iterate them. So what I'm going to do is here I'm going to create a stream of names. So stream of string rem stream equal to import the stream. So you can use the stream.off method, or else we already have a list here, so we can directly convert them into a list. Names dot by adding the stream method. Now we have the stream of string data is ready. So how are we going to iterate this? As I said, it's going to use the internal iterator operation. The method is for each method. So stream dot for each. So we're going to print the data. So I need to have a CISO here. Okay, I'm using lesson here. Okay, so let me run this. What is the problem here? So it's just a B. Save it and run it now. You could see the same data, but see how effectively the stream has been handled the data. I need to create a for loop here, and I need to use the external iterator here. So it will iterate each and every element and it will print the data. And here we have an internal iterator which is nothing but for each method, because always the internal method is faster. Okay, and what else we discussed? Okay, we discussed about iterating the data. Let me try it out again. So once, if it is a collection, you can iterate it a number of times. So here you can mention as or I can do that iteration 1, here I can put as iteration 2. So let's see the outcome. Run this. See, iteration 1, iteration 2. So we are able to iterate the data the number of times, n number of times, right? Can you do the same thing here? Okay, let me try to iterate them again. Let's see what happened. See, illegal state exception. Stream has already been operated upon or a closed stream. Okay, so once the stream is opened and it is processed, that means we cannot use the stream again. So it can be used only once. Okay, that is the main purpose. So we know that we cannot iterate them again. Okay, let's go through another important method, like we can debug the streams in an easier way. Okay, there is some method called peek. Under the stream we can use the peek method, which will help us to show the data, each and every, I mean all the details about the data which is handling by the particular iterator. Okay, let's see that. So let me try to create another variable here. So I'm going to create a list of string which will return the person list or person name list. So we have a person repository where we can get all the person information. Dot get all persons, and I'm going to use a streams here. Correct, stream, and I'm going to use the map method to transform the data. So dot map. So the data which I'm trying to retrieve is get name from the person. So the person, I'm going to use a method reference here. Get name. Import the person. Get name. Okay, and then I'm going to collect them. So what is there here? Person repository dot get all persons. I'm opening this stream and I'm mapping the person and the names. Then I'm going to collect. Collect. So I'm going to use a collector here to specify which type of collector I'm going to collect. I'm going to use a list. So I need to use to list. Got it? So looks very simple, right? This is just iterating my repository and iterating all the persons and retrieving all the names from that particular list of persons. Okay, so let's try to use the peek here. So whenever it streams the person, I want to print the data. So what I'm going to do is, once the stream is opened, I'm going to use the peek method. Peek will accept a consumer. Okay, so peek open, and here you need to provide what we are going to do. So we are going to print the data or person. That's all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out these things to see the clear output. Okay, let's run this and see the outcome. See, there is something else also getting printed here. What is that? Okay, this one. Save it and run it again. See, I have the person name here, but I haven't printed yet. I mean, I haven't put any CISO to print the data. But what eventually happening is, whenever you mentioned a peak, that means a debug element. Okay, that will take in care of the explanation which you're giving inside the peak operations. You can provide whatever. You don't have to print all this information. If you want, you can just provide whatever the information you need, or you can just put a hobbies and run this. You can get the proper information. Okay, so for now I'm going to keep it as a all personal information. So can we add something else also here? Do we need to use only one peak here? No. Like filter, we can use multiple peaks here. So I want to print the information here. And also once the data is converted into a list of string or stream of string, then I want to do a peek to see what are the names inside in it. Because let's run it again. So here I have all the information. Once the data transformed, then I want to do the same operation. Peek of. Let me use the method reference here. System dot out is a class and println. You can simply put system dot out println. You can do the same thing like this also. Okay, so save it and run it again. See, now we got all the information. This is the first peak and this is the second peak. So when you're working with a lot of data, if you want to know what are the data is passing to each and every steps, you can use the peak to know the data. Okay, so we came to end of this particular video. So we are going to see about the stream APIs in the next tutorial, and what are the important stream operations are available, and how we are going to retrieve the data, and how we are going to transform the data into one type to another type. Whatever we have seen so far, those are all very pretty much basic stuff. Okay, we'll see each other in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we have discussed a lot about stream, right? So let's talk about the stream API operations. Okay, so what are the operations are available under the stream, right? So the first one which we are going to discuss about map. So when I say map, it's not the hash map which we are discussing. I mean, which we seen from the java.util.map package. Okay, this map is specifically for, excuse me, transforming one kind of data to another kind of data. For example, if my input contains a list of integer or a list of string, I can use the map and return back as a list of integers or whatever the type which we are expecting. Basically, it is for converting one type of data to another type of data. Okay, so the second, it is not the map collection. This is different. Okay, this is the operation which we use for transforming object to different kind of object. Okay, let's take a look at it in a simple example and how we are going to use the map. Let's create a new class. So I'm going to create a new class like what we can say, like, okay, stream map example, and I need to have a main method. Finish it. Okay, the first thing, as we discussed already, the map is used for converting one type of data to another type of data. Okay, let me create a list of string. List of string which will contain fruits. Import the item list. Arrays.asList. Okay, so arrays.asList. So you can provide the information. For example, I'm going to give apple and orange and banana, and we'll have one more thing, pineapple. Okay, so I have a list of string which contains the fruit names, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm trying to use the map against this particular list, and I'm retrieving list of integer. The list of integers is nothing but the length of each and every fruit. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, let's do that. Fruits dot stream. Okay, so under the stream we have a method called map. Map will take a function. So what we are going to do is, I'm going to use the length of the string, each and every string. Okay, so length is nothing but it's under a string class, right? So string, I'm going to use a method reference here, string, and the method is length. And then, so here I have the transformation, right? So I'm going to collect the mesa list. So we can use the collect method to collect which kind of data we need. So inside the collect we need to use the collectors. Collectors. So the collectors which contains all kind of data. So I'm going to return as a to list. If you want to know what is there inside the collector, just control and click the collector, and we have decompiler in place. It will show you what are the things available under the collectors. See, you have a lot of methods here. To list, to set, join, joining, mapping. So what we used to here is a length, right? Okay, you can look for length. Check. I'm not able to see it here, but obviously it's a method under the string. Sorry. If you want to see the length, whether it comes under string class, just open the string and you can look for length here. Just control O and search for the method name length. This is the method. So this is the method which we are using it right now. So instead of the string dot length, we can simply use like this. Okay, I'm going to call it as a list. Okay, so I have a list of fruits and I'm trying to retrieve the list of integer, which is nothing but the length of each and every fruit. Okay, so now I want to print them. So this is a list, right? Either you can use dot for each here, or let me show you that. Okay, it's a list of integer, right? So fruit length, fruit fruit h. So here we are going to retrieve as an integer, correct? Control S. Now let's run this. Print out length list is equal to fruit length. Okay, let's run this and see what is the outcome of it. Run as Java application. So here in GTH, so we got the outcome, right? So the apple is length is 5, orange 6, banana 6, and pineapple is 9. So looks good, right? Okay, let's, as I said, since it's a list, right, we can try something else also. We don't have to print the data like this. We can try something different also. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, because this is a list data, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use for each here. For each system dot out. Anyway, it's just a string, right? So we can use the method reference here. So I'm gonna count this one out and I'm gonna run it again. See, we got the similar data, correct? 5 6 6 6 9. See, basically what I did is I created a list of integer and I retrieve it using this particular variable, which is nothing but fruit length, and then I printed the fruit length. The other way around, we just retrieve the list and then we can directly use dot for each method and we can print the data. This is the alternate way you can do that, but the appropriate way is like this. Okay, so in the next video we are going to continue the same map example, but we are going to use our person repository detail. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we're gonna continue the stream map here. So I'm not gonna use this one, so I'm gonna delete it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is let's create a method. Okay, so what is the use case here? So we have a person repository which contains the list of persons. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to retrieve all the person names and I'm converting the person name into uppercase letters. Okay, let's try that. Okay, let's create a method, static method, because I'm going to use that method inside the static scope. Static list of string. So the method name is going to be to upper transform, and so the parameters for this is list of person, list of persons. Okay, so it has written something, right? Return. So what we are going to do is we are going to use a map to transform our data into a different kind of data. Here I have a list of persons. I'm going to process all of them and return the list of string which contains the person names with a capital letter. So this is a list which I'm going to use it stream dot. So I'm going to use the map. So what is the first thing? So the first thing is we need to retrieve the name from the person. So person, and what is the data we are going to use? Get name, right? Okay, so now one is done. Now I have a list of person. From the list of person I'm used a map here. So I got the person and the name. I got the person name here. Okay, so I'm going to use another map which will convert the data into uppercase. So the uppercase comes under string class. So to upper, and then we need to collect the data as a list. So it is whatever we discussed earlier. So we are going to use the collectors. You can use this collectors dot to list. Got it, right? So here we'll have the list of stream, and here we have the list stream of person, and here stream of string, and then we'll collect them into a list. Okay, let's call this method and see the response or the outcome. Okay, I'm gonna call a method system.out.println, so to uppercase result. To uppercase result. So the method I'm going to use is to upper transform. What is the input we need to pass? The person list which is available in the person repository dot get all. Okay, we are good to go, right? Save it. Let's run this and see. Let's clear the console, run it again. See, you got all the person names, all of them are in capital letter. Okay, so we converted list of person into a list of string. We can try something else. We can try to retrieve the same thing and return as a set also. Okay, so how we can do that? Can you just copy that, paste it here to upper transform set. So the operation is going to be the same, but instead of list I'm going to return the set. So we're going to use the set here. Got it? Okay, let's print this and see what is the outcome. Just copy paste that and uppercase set result. Okay, so let's clear the console and run it again and see the outcome. See, uppercase result John, Angel, D, Nancy, Harper, and the same result here, but this is a set. Here I'm returning as a list, and here I'm returning as a set. That's what I'm saying. So if you want to know what are the methods which we can collect, I mean not methods, what kind of data. So you can simply go to the collectors and you can look for the methods which you want. Just Control O. I'm gonna check for two set. See, I have two set and two list. If you want to know all of them, just click Control O and just type 2O. See, two list, two set, two map, and two concurrent map. There are a lot of other things available which we can use it based on your need. Okay, so with this we came to end of this particular video. In the next video we are going to continue with the stream map, but we are going to use the flat map in the next tutorial. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to talk about the flat map here. Okay, so before we jump into flat map program, let's talk about what is flat map. Flat map is pretty much same as map. It will transform one type of data to another type of data. But one important thing about the flat map, it will apply a particular functionality to all the elements which is available into the collection. So basically the flat map is used to flatten the stream of collection. Yeah, and then so applying one-to-many transformation to the elements. As I said, if you apply one particular functionality, it can be applicable for all the elements inside the collection. Okay, so when we see the real-time example, we can understand clearly. So basically what will happen, so I'm just flattening the data, the transformation happened, the flatten happened. So what next? So the next thing is the result will be created as a new stream. The flattened data it has been returned to us as a new stream. Okay, so let's go ahead and see in a simple example. Let's open your Eclipse, and I'm gonna create a new class file, stream flat example, and I need to or flat map have a main method and finish it. Okay, so what's the test case? We can do that. Okay, I can have a two different kind of list. Okay, so one is odd number, another one is a even number. So I'm going to flatten those result into a single. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a list of integers. So here we can have odd numbers. So it a list that is dot as list. So odd numbers I can give it as 1, 3, 5, 7. So we can have the create another list which is nothing but even number. So even number which is nothing but 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, let's have 4 numbers. So I am going to create another list. Okay, which is nothing but list of integers. Okay, so list of list. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine both as a single result. I mean single list. So odd number and even number. Okay, so let me print this list of list and we'll see how the data looks like. So before flatten plus so list of list. Okay, so I have two lists, which is one is odd number, another one is list number. I'm combined both into one single list and I'm printing the data. Okay, let's run this. run as Java application. See, this is how the flatten data before flatten. So I have a list. Inside I have a two list. Okay. So how we are going to flatten this particular data? Okay. So using flat map. Let's see that. So let's copy paste. Anyway, I'm going to run the same thing, right? The flatten which will return all these elements into a single list. That is why it's called as a flatten list. So let's create a list of integer uh, flatten list. Okay, so the data which I'm going to use, right? So odd and the even number combining together and returning a single list which contain all the data, right? So what we are going to do is here, we know this is a list of combined data. I'm going to use the stream against it. Stream dot. So we are going to use a map or flat map. I'm going to flatten the data here. So I'm going to use the flat map. So flat map. So what we are going to do? We are going to convert the list into a stream. Okay. So list dot stream. So here what happened? Inside the flat map, I'm converting a list of integer into the list of integer into list of stream, right? And then I'm going to collect them into a list dot to list. Okay. Okay, it looks straightforward, right? Let's print the data and see the result before and after. Okay, let's run this. See, have you seen the difference here? Before flatten, I have a list. Inside I have those two results. This is not a flattened data, but take a look at here. All of them flatten into a single list. These kind of places we can make use of the flat map. Okay, so in the next video we are going to discuss about the flat map, and we are going to use our person repository, and we are performing these operations. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to continue the flat map example here. So here we are going to use our person repository details. Okay, let's open the person repository, and we have a person, right? Take a look at the details. I have name, height and salary and the gender and the kids, and there is another list inside my there is a list inside my person TTO. Okay, so for example, I want to take out all the hobbies. Here I have a cricket, swimming, tennis, and some of them common into all the persons, right? So I want to take out all the hobbies as a single list. So if you want to, I have thousands of employees, they have a different kind of hobbies. I want to filter out what kind of distinct hobbies we have. Okay, let's do that using a flat map. So I'm going to create a new method. It's going to return a list of string, right? List of string, and here hobbies. Okay, so what is going to be the input for this is list of person, right? List of persons list. Input the person. Okay, now we need to return the data here. So we are going to use the person list dot stream, and then we are going to use the map. Why? Because I'm not going to directly flatten the data, because first thing I need to retrieve the hobbies, because hobbies, which is nothing but a list of data inside my person. So the first thing I'm retrieving the data, then I am converting into a flat map. Okay, so let's retrieve it with the help of map person, and what is the method name? Get hobbies, right? Get hobbies. So now we got the hobbies. Now we can transform into a flat map. So flat map is comes under list. So list of stream. If you want to know, just click the list. So inside the list, you can, if you want to look for a specific method inside a class, you can use Control O and you can look for it. And remove extends collection. So it must be inside the collection. So Control O, yeah, here we have a stream here. So I'm converting my list into a stream. So flat map and list which is nothing but the get hobbies list. So I'm converting them into a stream. Once the data is added into the stream, then you can collect the data. So how are you going to collect the data? With the help of collect and collectors dot to list. That's all. Just take a look at the data here. Here the list of stream, I mean list of person in the stream, and from the stream I'm retrieving list of persons. Inside the persons we have hobbies. Here list of hobbies, and then I'm converting them into a flat map, which is nothing but put all the hobbies inside a single list. So the get hobbies, which is nothing but a list of data, that particular list of data is here, converting them into a stream. Once the data collected into a stream, we can collect them using collect method, and with the help of collector we can retrieve whatever we want, like to list or to set or to map. It's up to us. Okay, so we return the data here, right? Let's try to run this and see how the data look like. I'm going to print them. So hobbies result. So I'm going to call the hobbies here, hobbies, and list of person which is available in the person repository dot get all persons. Okay, so now I have a method called hobbies. I'm passing the list of persons, and here we are transforming the data into a another type, which is nothing but list of string. Let me run this and see what is the outcome of it. See, cricket, swimming, tennis, driving, music, football. But if you notice something, there are a lot of duplications here. Okay, so how we are going to remove the duplicates or sorting the data? Okay, so we are going to discuss about, I think what I mean to say is we are going to talk about sorting and filtering the distinct data. Okay, and how we are going to I mean to say putting in a separate order, ascending order or descending order or custom sort. So we are going to see everything in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So as I said, we are going to discuss about the methods, which is nothing but sorting methods or removing the duplications. Okay, so let's create another method which will return the distinct hobbies. I don't want the duplicates. Okay, so let's copy the method. It's not very complicated thing. It's simple. Hobbies. We can call them as a distinct hobbies. The one other thing. Once the data is flattened, then you can use the another method called distinct. The name itself, we know that what is distinct, removing the duplications, right? Okay, we got the distinct list here. So hobbies result with duplicates, and I'm going to add another one without duplicates. Distinct hobbies. Okay, let's run this. Let's see Have you seen the difference here? With duplicates, without duplicates. So without duplicate we have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 elements. But with the duplication there are a lot. Okay. Okay, so let's try some other scenarios. I have the data ready. I don't want not only the distinct, I want to sorted them also. That is similar to the distinct also. Distinct. You can once the data is flat, then you can use a method called sorted, which will take care of the sorting. Okay. So map and flatten the data and sorted the data and removed the duplications and collected them as a list. Okay. Now let's run this and see whether this particular data has been sorted. Initially here, cricket, swimming, tennis, driving, music, football, right? Well, let's see the change. Just run it again. See now, there's a change. Cricket, driving, football, music, swimming, tennis. Everything has been sorted. Okay? Okay. So is there anything else we can do? Yes, we can do that. Because there are something like custom sorts. Because person is a DTO, right? The DTO I have a lot of elements. So I wanted to sort out a particular result into a some specific kind of elements like person name or based on sorting based on the height or based on the salary or based on the number of kids, right? So let's do that. But before that, uh, there is another method called count. So what is count? Okay, I have a list of hobbies, right? So since we have only 6 elements here, it's easy for us to just read out and we can count them. But when we have the humorous number of hobbies and we want to know how many total hobbies which we are referring so far in our system. So you can use the count method to get those information. Okay, so how are we going to do that? So I'm going to create another method, static long and count of hobbies. Count of hobbies. Or if you want, you can do the count of kids also. How many total kids that you can do that. So count of hobbies, the input is going to be the same list of persons. So return. So what we are going to do is I'm going to use the person list here and dot stream. Before we directly use the flat map, we need to collect the map first because the map will retrieve the list of hobbies. So map, so person and get hobbies. Got it? Then we can use the flat map. Flat map. So list, and I'm converting them into a stream. So once data is put it into stream, then you can use the distinct, and then you don't need to collect as a collection because it's just we are going to return only the primitive data type, right? So we can use the count method which will return the total count. Okay, so take a look at it. Person list.stream, and then I'm using a map to retrieve the hobbies and using flat map to flatten the hobbies into a single list, and I'm removing the duplicates and I'm making a count of it. Okay, so let's print that and see. So hobbies count. So count of hobbies, and this is going to be, let's run this and see the hobbies count is 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, pretty simple, right? Okay, so in the next video we're gonna continue the flat map, but we are going to talk about the custom sort example which I already told you. Okay, let's meet each other in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So let's talk about the custom sort example. The sort method which we used here, it will to the normal sorting. But since we have a person DTO, it has a different kind of elements in it. So I want to sort based on some elements here. So how are we going to do that? Okay, let's try that. Let me create a new class or name it as a stream custom sort example. And I need to have a main method here. Finish it. Okay, so let's try straightforward. Okay, so sort by name. The first thing I'm going to sort by name. Okay, so first I need to retrieve the list of person information which is available in the person repository dot get. Since it's returning the list, I can directly use the stream here, right? Stream, and then we are going to use the sort, because when you look for the sort, right, there are two types of method available. First one is sorter, that is a normal one. Second one is the another method which will takes a comparator as a input. Okay, in the comparator you can provide your own type of filter data. I mean, which element you need to sort based on it. Okay, so, okay, I'm gonna use the second one, sorted. So we are going to use the comparator. Comparator dot second comparator dot comparing, and we need to specify which parameter you're gonna use to sort that. So we need to retrieve it from the person DTO, right? Person and get name. See? So person repository, I'm streaming the data and sorting it based on the get name. Okay, so I can directly print the data here. As I said, I can directly do that here. Dot for each. It's a string, right? Anyway, so I'm gonna use system dot out println. Correct? Let's run this and see how it's interesting, right? Let's see the outcome. We see Alan, Angel, Dean, Harper, John, and Nancy. The data is sorted based on the name, right? This is pretty simple, right? Because if you want to handle the same scenario in our traditional way, we need to write our own comparator. We have to write a custom comparator, and we need to create our own logics into that, and then we need to apply the comparator here. Okay, but here everything has been simplified. Okay, so let me try sort by height. You don't have to do anything. Just copy the previous one which we already done, and instead of get name, you are going to use the get height. Okay, so sort by height. Let's run this and see. See, sort by height. Now the name order has been changed because the sorting is based on the height. 100, 110, 25, 30, 140, 158, 165. Right? So this is pretty simple, right? But there are scenarios we need to sort in a reverse order. I can use the same thing here. Okay, I want to sort the person names, but on reverse sort. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Reverse sort by name. Okay, so person repository get name and the person that get name. This is the comparator, right? Once the compositor is defined here, if you want to use the descending order or the reverse order, just use dot. There is a method called reversed. That's all. You don't have to do any other things. Just run this and you can see the difference. Okay, let me maximize this one to see the input. Here is a sort by name: Alan, Andrew, Dean, Harper, John, Nancy. If it is descending order, it has to be in the reverse order, right? See, Nancy, John, Harper, Dean, Angel, and Alan. Right? So how simple is that? This is one of the most important advantage of using the function I mean functional programming in Java 8. Okay. Okay, so with this we came to end of this particular video. So in the next video we're going to discuss about the another operation under the streams, which is nothing but the filter. Because so far we discussed we are transforming the data and we are processing it, that's all. But in the next tutorial what we're going to see is using the filter how we are going to control the data. Okay, we'll see each other next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to discuss about the filter now. Okay, so we are discussed about um the stream, flat, map and everything, right? So as part of it we are going to talk about the filter, which is nothing but it's again going to work with the data. Okay, so far what we have seen is it will only transform the data and return the data or using comparator, sorting and taking the counts or getting the distinct value. All those things we have seen so far. Okay, this one is modifying the data. The sense means restricting the data. It's not exactly modifying, it's restrict the data flow. Okay, let's create a simple example and I'll show you how filter is working. Let's create a new example. So stream filter example. So I'm gonna create a main method as well. Just click OK. Okay, so let me tell you the filter is a operation which will help us to restrict the data or put some condition over it and then return the data. Okay, I'm just writing a simple example here. I'm just going to have a list of names here. Okay, list of one second, list of string which holds the names. Okay, import the util list and I'm going to have a arrays dot as list. So I'm going to have a multiple names here. So Sam, Anderson, and Peter, and what else? Okay, Nancy. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to restrict this particular list. Okay, I just need the names whoever has the length more than or 3 or 4. Okay, so let's do that. So the first thing, let's create a stream of string, and we all know how to do that, right? So we have the list, right? So use the list and create a stream. It's straightforward. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to check the condition now. All names dot all name. Okay, so it's already a stream. So all names dot filter. Okay, so here I'm gonna check a condition. Okay, for example, my string s dot length is greater than 3. I mean minimum 3. Okay, so I'm going to have another set of stream here and modified list or updated list. Okay, so this is contains all the names and this particular list contains only the names length is greater than 3. Okay, now I'm going to print the data from updated list. For each system dot out println. Okay, so let me run this now and see the output. So you got only 3 because only these 3 names contains the length of greater than 3. If you put greater than or equal to 3, we will get the Sam as well. Even Sam is run it again. See, That is how it's work. So basically what we are trying to understand here, the filter functionality, it's help us to restrict the data, which data we need to consider, which data we need to omit. Okay, but here it's, I have a list and I'm converting list into a stream and then I'm creating another stream. Do we need to all those things? Is there any other way to do it even better? It is possible. You don't have to do all those things. Just use the names dot stream dot filter ns dot length greater than 3 dot collect, and I'm going to return as a list collector dot to list, right? So this is a list. I'm going to do a for each here, system dot out println. Okay, so these three lines, whatever I did here, I just did in the single line. It's up to us, because what I'm trying, I have a list of string and then I'm converting into a stream and then I'm creating another list to store the updated value and then I'm printing it. Same thing I'm doing it here, but I'm not creating any new list. Okay, so names, which is nothing but the list, and I'm creating a stream. I'm going to filter the stream with this particular condition. So this particular condition will return set of list or set of names. So I'm going to collect all those data into a to list and then I'm printing the data. Okay, okay, let's try to use the same with our person repository. Okay, let's see how it's going to work. So I'm going to create a, or else we can directly get the information from person repository. Person repository dot get all persons. I'm going to, so what is the condition which you are going to use? We always use the two conditions, right? Get height greater than 140 or male employee, right? Let's try one condition here. So person repository dot get all persons dot stream, and I'm going to create a filter here, filter which will check the person height, person get height greater than or equal to 140. Okay, and then I'm going to collect them as a list. I can simply copy this collector to list, right? So I'm going to print the same. Basically you can retrieve all those information as a list and you can extract the list and see the data, or you can directly do this. You can use that. So whatever I did here, it is equal to the following thing. So list of string L1 is equal to, see, it's the same. So list of string, what I'm doing it here, okay, sorry, it's list of person, right? I'm not retrieving any specific data, I'm retrieving the direct data. So list of person, both are same. Okay, so once we got the list, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna dot L1 dot for each, and I'll do the same thing here. Both are similar. Okay, so just know that, and if you're we are trying for just a hands-on, right? So I'm just make it a direct dot for each. So I'm going to comment this one. If you want, you can explore that also. Okay, so now I'm going to run this and see what is going to be the outcome. Run this. See, the person John, all of them height is greater than 140 or greater than or equal to 140. Okay, is there any other way to enhance this program even better? Correct, we can do that. So whatever we did, the filter, it always expect a predicate. Okay, I can show you that. So dot, see, the filter is always expecting a predicate, right? So we can create a predicate and we can directly pass it here. Okay, is there a, if I want to check the only return the male persons, right? I can do like this also. I can, it doesn't mean we hit only one filter. You can use the filter as many as you want. So I'm going to copy paste here, but I'm going to change the condition, get gender dot equals male, right? What is happening here? Okay, so now if I'm running this code, initially we got three, right? Let's, because one of them are female employee, right? Angel is a female employee. If I run the program, female has to be omitted. See, we got only male employees, whoever has a height of greater than 140. So is there any other way we can improve? Yeah, still we can do that, right? These are predicate. So what we can do is we can create a predicate here. Static predicate. So predicate person, predicate 1 equal. We can do the same here. So we got the predicate 1. So you can simply remove all this code and you can simply say predicate 1. That's all. It remains the same. So I'm going to do the same thing for the next condition also. I'm going to keep it as a name as a P2. Let's copy this thing, Control X and Control V here. So I'm gonna use the P2 here. Okay, let's run this and we'll see the outcome. See, we got the same result, right? Is there any other way still we can improve? Yes, we can do that. Because why do I need to use two filter? Because both are accepting a predicate. You can simply use P1 dot and P2, right? And you can comment this one. And let's run this and say this. See? Same result, right? So there are a lot of ways to improve your programming with the help of the filter functionality or using map or flat map. So the next one which we are going to discuss about, which is similar to this kind of operation, which is reduce. Okay, let's talk about in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this tutorial we're going to discuss about reduce. Okay, let me create a new class file before we explain what is reduce. Stream reduce example, and I'm going to have a main method also and creating a class. Okay, so what is reduce? That's the first question comes to your mind, right? Reduce means it's it's basically working with the data and come up with a summarized solution. Okay, I have a 10 numbers in my list. I'm sum of every numbers will return a data back. For example, 1 to 5, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 is equal to some data, right? So doing all those process, returning everything into a single data. Okay, so basically the system that reduce is a general purpose method for generating your custom reduction operation. Okay, the operation which you are going to provide inside the reduce, it's user defined. You can check whatever conditions you want. When you go and see the simple example, you should be able to understand in a clear way. Okay, so basically the method performs a reduction. Okay, reduction on the elements of the stream. In stream we have a number of elements. The functionality which you are going to provide, it is going to apply to the each and every elements and give us a accumulation data. I mean, simply you can say the accumulation function. I have a list of data, it has a lot of elements in it, and I have a function which will apply to all the elements and return back a accumulated data. Okay, let's let me show you a simple example with a reduce. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a list of integer values here. Okay, list of integer, and my list of integers, and I'm gonna import the list integer. Okay, so I need to have a arrays dot as list. So I'm gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is my list. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here, I want to know all the sum of these elements. 1 plus 2 plus 3 is, and 4 plus 5. What is the result? 1 plus 2, 3, 3 plus 3, 6, 3, 6 plus 4, 10, 10 plus 5, 15. That is the result, right? So I want to get the 15, the sum of the all elements. These are all existing functionalities, okay, existing methods which we can make use of it. And the upcoming example we will see our custom thing. Okay, so I want to sum, right? Int sum is equal to list of integer dot stream dot stream dot, 1 second. So open the stream dot, so I'm going to convert everything into int, so map to int. Okay, and my value is going to be any data and the token and data. So I'm going to get all this. These are all existing, so it is not custom defined. So we are going to make use of the existing sum method. Okay, let's print them. Sum result. Okay, let's just run this and see the see the outcome. Says 15, right? These are all existing methods, correct? So the same way, is there anything else? Yeah, we can, for example, if you have so many elements, even you can get the counter. I mean count also. I think you can do that. So I'm gonna do the same thing here. Dot count. This will give us the list of elements which has it. Okay, run this now and see. See, the sum of the elements is 15. The total number of elements is 5. These are all existing method. Okay, so let's try something different, like custom custom radius. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the same thing. I have a list of integers. I'm going to make use of them. So what I want to do is I want to multiply each and every element. For example, 1 into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into 4, and 4 into 5. How we are going to do that? With the help of reduce. So what I'm going to do is list of integers dot stream, and the function which you are going to use is reduce. And here, if you open the reduce, right, you could see three methods, right? One is the binary operator, and second one is it accept integer param and the binary operator, and another one is the param and the by function. Okay, so we are going to use the by function here. So how are we going to do that? Or function, actually, not a by function. So this itself has 3. So the first parameter is going to be what is your starting value. Okay, since it is going to be multiply, I'm going to use, because I'm going to convert, multiply each and every elements. Okay, the starting value is going to be 1. So, and here I need to provide what kind of function I'm going to perform, and these are my parameters, a comma b, right? these are my input parameters, and the body, what is the explanations here, what I'm gonna do, a into b. So basically what is happening here, when I run this, it will return the multiplication of each and every numbers. 1 into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into 4, and 4 into 5. 1 into 2, 2 into 3, 6, 6 into 4, 24, 24 into 5. My god, it's big. Okay, let's do that. So I'm going to print that out. So result of multiplication. Okay, so let's run this. So the result is 150, sorry 120, but let's open the calculator and we'll do it manually once to make sure we got the proper result. 1 into 2 and 2 into 3 and 3 into 4 and 4 into 5. So we got 120. So that is the exact number. So the reason why we are not providing an initial value as a 0 here, because if we are performing multiplication, if you provide 0, everything is going to be 0, because 0 into everything is a 0, right? So let's try the same thing for the addition operation or sum operation. But before that, try to understand what this particular functionality is doing, how it is working. This is always going to be the first input. The way it works, the first time, the first input is 1, which is our starting point. 1 into the first element in the list. 1 into 1 equal to 1. Okay, and the 1 is going to be passed as the next element. So what is the next element in our list? 2. So 1 is equal to 2 is equal to 2. So now the 2 is the next element, is passed as the initial value. 2 into 1 into 2, 1, 2, 2 into 3. So what is going to be the result? 2 into 3, 6, right? So next element is going to be 6. 6 into 4. So what is the value is going to be? 24. And 1, 2, 3. And the next value is going to be 24 into 5. So the value is going to be 120, right? Let's open the calculator and see once again. 24 into 5, yeah, 120. 24 into 5, 120. Correct. See, this is how it's working. This is the starting value. This is the starting value, and it takes the first element from the list. So the result is going to be again the next starting value here, 1. So then 1 into 2, 2. 2 is going to be the next starting value. Then it's taking the next element from the list. So 2 into 3 and 6 into 4 and 24 into 5. So this is how this particular functionality will work. Let's try the same thing for addition also. It will be interesting. So list of I'm going to, instead of multiplication, I'm going to use the addition now. Okay, so list of addition. Let's run this. So now we got the data as, I mean the addition of the 5 members is 16. Does it looks correct? I don't think so. Let's do the manual calculation. Calci 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. So what is the value? 15. But how come I'm getting 16? That is where we need to concentrate clearly, because when you are using addition operation, you should not use the starting value as a 1. You need to use 0. Now run this. It is the proper value, 15. Okay, so this is how we need to work with the reduce. Just make sure how the reduce functionality is working. Okay, just try with some hands-on. So we'll see, even explore further in the next tutorial. So we are going to continue with the reduce again, but the next video we are going to use our person repository, our own data. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to continue the reduce operation. Reduce operation here. I'm going to create a new class So stream reduce example 1. I need to have a main method. So before we start coding, let's discuss about the use case what you are going to try now. So what I'm going to do is I have a list of persons, right? So I want to retrieve all the names of the person, okay, and I'm concording each and every name. Concatenate the first name with the second name and second name with another name and the third name with the fourth. I mean to say all the names is comes under as a next value. Like for example, I have a 1, 2, 3 in the list, right? So the outcome it has to be 1, 2, 3. Everything combined is a single data. Okay, I think let me show you in the real example so that will be easy to understand. Okay, so first thing I'm trying to retrieve the person list from the repository, get all persons, and I'm going to use the stream, open the stream dot stream, and then so we are going to work with a name, right? That means map of name. So the DTO is person and get name. So import the person, so you can get the reference here, name. And then let's take the we have only unique names, right? So we don't need to use the distinct or something else. So we can directly go for reduce. So reduce, we are going to use the same function. So what is going to be of my beginning value? I mean the start value. In this case, is a concatenation, right? I don't have to provide any value. I can give some empty string here, right? And then what is your functionality here? I mean your functionality. What you are defining here? What this particular function has to do with all the elements? Okay. So what are the inputs here? A, comma B. These are the two inputs, right? So what is the explanation? So I'm going to concat a dot concat with a B. Got it? Okay, so let's print them here itself. Okay, it comes as a single value, right? So this will return a string. So string names. Okay, and then print the name so we can see how the concatenation performed. Names or names. Let's run this and see how the reduce functionality is making things easier. See, John, Angel, Dean, Nancy, Harper, Alan. If you want, we can give it a space here and then again. So everything, we don't need the space here anyway. It's concatenation each and every value, right? So John, Angel, Dean, Nancy, Harper, Alan. Everything combined as a single value. Correct? So basically what happened here, this is my entire name, list of all the names here, right? So this particular function is going to be applied for each and every function and will perform this concatenation operation, correct? And another thing, reduce method. So reduce method is it will take three methods. I mean it has a three methods, reduce, one with the param and one with binary parameter and one with the param and one with the binary by function. There'll be another one, I can show you that, and one with the binary operator. Okay, so we tried the by function. Okay, to make things clear, so what I'm gonna do is let's keep this thing into a method. So I'm going to return as a method. If you want to extract the entire thing as a method, what you can do is just go to refactor and extract a method. Okay, so here combine names, that's a method name. Okay, see now whatever we did, it becomes a method, so we can call them here. Okay, so the next thing what we can do is, in my person, who's the highest tallest person, so the maximum height, right? So how are we going to filter out the highest or tallest person? Okay, so let me create a method static. So it's going to be written a person, right? Person get tallest person. Okay, so let's code here. So the first thing we need the list of persons, which is nothing but our friend repository, which contains that. Into that, before that dot stream, then I'm going to use reduce. So we're gonna use the by function here. I mean direct. One second, let me see what the method available here. So we're gonna use reduce binary operator. What I'm going to do is one method explanation, right? So we can use the binary operator here, which is nothing but a single function. There is no in starting value. Okay, so I'll have two inputs. One is x comma y. Okay, so what is the body function for that? I'm going to check x dot get. What is happening here? I'm not able to refer here. Let me reflag it again. Reduce. So I'm going to use another open close bracket here. So x comma y, and the function which I'm going to apply for everything, x dot get height greater than y dot get height. So if the first condition satisfied, I need to run x, or else y. These are inline conditions. Okay, so the reason is it is expecting a return type, right? So let me return this. Okay, see what is the error here? Cannot convert from optional person to person. Okay, so whenever you use reduce, right, which will always return as an optional of data. Okay, so optional, it's one of the another greatest thing in a functional interface. Okay, so we'll talk about a lot about optional in the later videos. So for now I'm going to code here, like, so it's not, it is expecting a optional person, correct? So optional, nothing is optional. Let me give you a high level overview of optional. Optional is the functionality, the interface which will help us to work with a null pointer check. It will take care of the null check, and also it will take care of the empty. Both it will handle in the option. Okay, so this will turn an optional person, right? So let's call this method and see how this method returning the data. If you want, you can open the get all persons. You can find out who has the greatest height here. Tallest person should be 165, right? John, right? Let's see how the code is return the data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the get tallest person. Okay, so okay, we got the get tallest person, and we need to print the data, right? Let me print that also. This tallest person is, okay, so let's run this. See, the tallest person is John 165. As we seen in the repository, he is the tallest person, correct? So it returned properly. Let's open the method and see how it is working. Initially we had a starting and end value, right? But here I don't have any starting and end value. I have only the parameters, function parameters, right? So in this particular scenario, you don't need the initial value because I'm going to work with the elements which is there in my particular list. Okay, I'm not going to do any sum operation, I'm not going to do any multiplication operation, I'm not going to do any concat operations. I'm just comparing my data. The first time x and y. What will happen here? Let me open the person. The first time John and Angel will come. Okay, so it will check which one is bigger, x or y. So x is bigger, right? So it will return John. Then John becomes the next initial value, and then John with the Dean. Again x, and one Nancy 130, again 165. Okay, so if anywhere else, is there any other person has height more than 165, then y becomes the bigger value. Then we got a different data in that case. Okay, so the same one which we discussed here, right? Similar way it will work, but the only thing is we don't have any initial value here. The starting position, correct? You might be wondering why my data is printing like that, because our method is returning the data as an optional person. So what we can do is optional person tallest person is equal to, and you can call the method here, and then if you want to get the data from a optional, you can simply use dot get method. That's all. So now run this. You can see the plain data, person name John 165 and all the information. Okay, so reduce, it's a kind of little bit of making us confused state, but the only thing is you need to do, try with the multiple examples and try with the different scenarios, get to know the reduce. Okay, so with this we came to end of this particular video. We'll see each other in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So far we discussed filter, map, reduce, and some additional details, right? So what we are going to do now, we are combine everything together and we are going to try a simple example. So basically this example is for containing map, filter, and reduce. Okay, so let me create another class. So let me name it as stream map filter reduce example. So and I need the main method. Okay, so what is the use case we need to take? Okay, so we are going to use the reduce, right? So let's open the person repository, okay, and see the data. Okay, so if you take a look at the person detail, right, we have a name, height, and the salary, and we have a kids, number of kids for each and every person. Okay, the use case which we are trying to do now, so I want to know the number of kids, I mean the total kids. For example, if I have a 6 persons here, 2 plus 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10, and 12. Okay, so when I write an example, it has to return the total number of kids. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so let me create a predicate from the beginning because I'm going to filter out some data. So I'm going to use our normal data, static predicate, the one which we always use to check the height and also the gender. Okay, so this is gonna return the person. So this is going to be the filter one. Or else we can simply copy paste from some other previous examples. Just copy paste this. This time consuming. Okay, so now let's start. So basically we need the list of persons. So it is available in the person repository. Dot get all persons. So there's a list of persons. And then I'm going to open the stream. And then for now I'm not going to use any conditions. Let's directly map the data. So I'm going to use a map to get the kids for each and every person. So person and get kids, and then I'm going to use the reduce method. So we all know that reduce, if you apply some functionality, it will apply to the entire function to the all the elements which is there in the list, right? So basically what I'm trying to do is, let's have an initial value because we are going to sum the number of kids, right? So the initial value has to be 0, right? And then you can simply use the integer because the sum is under the integer, right? So integer, and the method is sum. Okay, then so this will return the data as an integer, right? So let me retrieve the data in int kids count, and then let's print the data, number of kids. So kids count. Okay, so let's run this and we'll see what is gonna be the outcome. Run as Java application. Okay, so the number of kids is 12. We already counted that in the person repository. Okay, so it's just a straightforward mapping, right? So let me put some condition over it. Let me put the filter one dot filter, because I want to filter only the person who has a height of more than 140, and then getting the count of those person kids count. Okay, so I'm going to apply p1 here. So the p1 way, because it's static context, right? So we need to provide static here. Okay, so now run this. We'll see the different amount of data, I mean a number of kids. See, the number of kids is 6. Okay, we have a two predications, right? We can use p1 dot and p2 as well. So this will even further the data, filter the data. Let's try now. Now it is number only the kids count is 4 who has a height of greater than 140 or and male personality. Okay, so just take a look at this particular line, reduce dot 0 comma integer, and we directly used the method reference. But how we can achieve this with the previous one, the model which we tried here, right? Like this, we can do that also. So we can give it a try. Okay, just comment this particular line and then dot reduce initial value is 0 and provide the two input data x comma y, and what is the explanation is gonna be, I mean the method body, the operation. So I'm going to use the x plus y. Alright, so that's all. So let's run the code and we'll see whether it is returning the same outcome. The initial output was 4, right? Let's run this and see. See, it's still the same thing. It's up to us how we are going to use that method reference, or you can use the same model which you used in the previous example. Okay, so with this we came to end of this particular video. So in the next video we are going to discuss about the min by and the max by. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So what we are going to discuss in this particular video. So we're going to discuss about the max by and the min by, which we discussed in the comparator examples, right? So what I'm going to do is, let's take in a use case example. So what I want to do is, I have a list of persons and I want to get the tallest person in this particular list and also the shortest person in the particular list. Let's do that. So I'm going to create a new class here. So it's gonna stream min max by example. So I need to have a main method here. So I added a main also. So let's do that. Let me create a simple method which will return the tallest person. Okay. So let's write a method static person get tallest person. Okay. So for now I'm going to return null. So we can modify the data later. Okay. So first of all we need to retrieve the information from the repository. So the person repository dot get all the person information. Okay. Then we are going to open the stream. So what we are going to do, so I'm trying to retrieve the max, I mean the tallest person in the particular group. So I'm not going to do any filter here because we can use the max by operator from the collectors. So I'm going to collect the data dot collect. So I'm going to use the collector here, collector dot max by. 1 second. COLLEC collectors, right? Yep, collectors dot max by. So have you just take a look at it. Max by is expecting a comparator, and we know how to use the comparator. Okay, because we discussed in the previous examples, right? So I'm going to use the comparator here. Comparator dot 1 second. Comparator dot comparing. The function is going to be, so which function? I'm going to retrieve the person information based on the height, right? So person and get height. Okay, so here the list of persons and here list of the stream of persons, and then I'm collecting the data and I'm using a collector.maxby, which will help us to get the tallest person, because maxby is always look for the tallest person or the maximum number of the maximum number. Okay, so maxby will always accept a comparator. So here I'm going to use a comparator at comparing. So what is the condition here? So what is the parameter? From the person I'm going to use the height. Okay, let's return the same thing. Comment out and we can return this particular. Okay, 1 second. Return or okay, but if you take a look at it, still I'm getting an exception, right? Just see the error message. Change method return type to be optional person, because when you're using collectors or max by or comparator, it will always return the optional. Okay, so instead of person, because as I said earlier, optional is the biggest thing which is comes in Java 8. We will discuss about a lot in a separate section, but for now I'm going to use the optional. So now there will be gone. Got it? So we know that how to get the data from the optional. We can use the dot get. Okay, let me print that. tallest person. Get tallest person. And I need to use the get method to retrieve the data. Okay, so let's run this method and see the outcome. See, the tallest person is John, who has a height of 165. Let's open the repository and we can verify that manually once. 165 here, but all of them are below 165, so he is the tallest person. So I'm going to create another method which will return the shortest person. So obviously it has to return 110, but let's verify from the code. Okay, so it's not much changes in your code. Second, just copy the method, just change the method name, get shortest person. Here instead of max by, we're going to use a min by. That is the only change. So I'm going to print the data here. So instead of tallest person, I'm going to use the shortest person and get shortest person dot get. Okay, let's run this. Run this. See, the tallest person is John and the shortest person is Alan, and the height is 110, which we already seen in the repository. Okay, is there any other things which we need to take in care in this particular example? Yes, we do. Just open the person repository and see all of them are unique value. So what will happen if I have a two persons with has same height? Let me create another person here, P7. So instead of John, I'm going to use Campbell, or okay, Campbell, and the height is 65, and just modify some other data, male, and you can remove just okay. So now let's open the code and just run the method again and see what is the outcome of it. John, run it again. You're always getting one value, correct? But in the repository we have a two persons which has the same height, correct? So how are we going to handle those kind of scenarios? Okay, there is a way to handle that also. Let's do that. I'm going to create another method, static. So it is going to return list of persons, right? List of person, get or filter multiple data or multiple persons. Okay, so the first what let me return something, or else it will keep saying error, so we can return the data later. So first I need to have a list of persons. I need a list so I can store the data here. Person list equal to new array list, new array list. Okay, got it. Okay, then so now what we are going to do, we are going to retrieve the max by, I mean to say the tallest person. So we can simply use this particular method, right? It will return the get tallest person, right? So from here what you can do is, so it's gonna return the optional of person, max height. Okay, so you can use get tallest person, so which will return the tallest person in the group. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to check whether this particular person is exist, or we may get null also, right? So we can do a validation here, person equaled. So I'm checking max height. If it's an optional data, I mean optional type, there is a method called is present which will take care of the null and the empty check. Okay, we will discuss everything about the option in a later point, but for now, max height dot is present. If present, then person dot, sorry, if present, max height dot get, or else just a null. And then I'm gonna put a simple null check. If null not equal to person. So this is the place we are going to retrieve the exact list. Okay, we are going to use the stream and the filter to retrieve the data. Okay, so what I'm going to do is person repository dot get all persons, right? So then open the stream, and then we need to filter the data, because I'm going to check, I have a the tallest person in my group. I'm going to check each and every member in the same group. Is any of the person's height is matched with the maximum height? If both are matched, I'll add it into the list. Okay, so I'm going to check. So person here, so person dot get height equal to the person dot get height. That means there is some other person here. It has to be person. So the person from this particular loop checking whether is there any person which has the same height. Correct? So get height, and then so once the predication is done, then we will collect the data, and we are going to collect the data as a list here. So we all know how to collect the data with the help of collectors dot toList, right? Done. So we can return the data as a person list. So this person list contains all the person list which has the same height. Control C and return the list here. Okay, just take a look at the code again. The first thing, I have a empty list which I'm going to use it for store the person list. I mean person details, and I'm checking who has the maximum height, and I'm storing it to in a variable, and I'm checking whether the height or the person is present. If present, get the data, or else return null, and I'm checking null. If null, we're not going to do anything. If not null, then only we are processing. So I'm getting the data from the repository and open the stream and filter the data based on this condition, which is nothing but the data from the list. The height is equal to the max of the tallest guy in the group, and then I'm collecting the data as a list, and I'm returning back to the same collection. Okay, so let me print that. System.out.println. So tallest group. So filter by multiple persons. So let me run this and see what is going to be the outcome of it. So now I have two details. First one is John, and second one is, what is the problem here? We are supposed to get the two persons, right? Because we have a two persons. Let me open the person. I mean person repository. 165 and 165. What else is here? 2. Okay, did I save it? Okay, let's save it again. We open it. Okay, everything looks same. Tallest person. Why you are getting only one? Let's fill it out. We need to find out why it is not returning this second data. Okay, let me open the person repository. Okay, this is a problem. So I created a new person, but I forgot to add it into the list when I'm returning it. Okay, let's go back and run it again. Run as a Java application. See, we are good to go. Now we got two person. The first one is John and second is Campbell, who has the same height. Okay, so let's, with this we came to end of this particular video, and the next video we're going to talk about something called limit. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So what is limit? From the name itself we can understand limit is basically to filter out a specific data for a range of data. I have a 10 elements. I don't want to print all of them. I just want to print up to number 5 or up to number 6. So limiting your data flow with help of the limit operation. Okay, let's create a new example. Stream limit example. And then I have a main method. Let's create that. Okay. Okay. Let's create a simple list. So let me create a list which will contains some string data in it. We can call for UI fruits. Oh, okay. And arrays dot as list. Let's have a multiple. Okay, let me create a few fruits here. For example, apple, and second one is orange, and second one is grapes, that one is banana, and fourth one is pineapple, which is my favorite. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to print these data, but I don't want to print all of them. I just want to print only the two elements, right? So how are you going to do that? With the help of the limit functionality or limit operation. So just open the fruits and open the stream. Under the stream we have a method called limit. It will take a long input parameter as a input, or a long input, okay, which is meant nothing but what is the size which you are trying to limit it. Let me put 2 here, and then let me put for each here, and let me print the data. System dot out println. Okay, so let's run this and see how the data is flow here. See, apple and orange, 0 1 2. When you put 0 and 2, it starts from 0 and up to 2, which is nothing but before 2. I mean 0 and 1, correct? So let's try some other example. Let's create a list of integers. Integers. So arrays dot as list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's try to use the addition operation, right, or sum operation. Like I want to sum all the numbers, but I don't want to sum all of them. I want to skip between only these 3 data. For example, 0 1 2 3, right? So only the first 4 elements I want to do the operation. I want to skip the rest of them. So how are we do that? With the help of stream. Let's open the stream now. Integers dot stream, and then dot limit method. So what is the data? I'm going to print it up to 4, and then let's apply some functionality for each and every element. We all know that the addition operation, the initial value is 0, and the input parameter is x comma y, sorry, x comma y, and the operation I'm going to perform is x plus y. We all know that how it's going to work, right? Okay, so what's going to be the output? So limit 4, right? Then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it will take up to this data. So 1 plus 2, 3, 3 plus 3 is equal to 6, and 6 plus 4 is equal to 10. So we are expecting a 10 here. And let me print the data also here. Okay, I'm not going to, okay, anyway, it's going to return the integer, right? Because I reduced the value, correct? Reduce will return the data. So let's print int sum. So let me print the data. Sum of limit. Sum. So let's execute the program and see. See, this is what we expected. Sum of limit is equal to 10. If you want to provide only 2, so 0, 1, 2. So it will take only 1 and 2. 1 plus 2 is equal to 3. Let's run it again and see whether we got 3. See, we got the data, right? So this is how we need to make use of the limit operation. Okay, we tried limit. So limit means I'm gonna give the range of, the range number. So my particular process will take only up to that particular range. For example, 2 means it's 0, 1, 2. But if I want to ignore first two elements and process the rest of them, how are we going to do that? Like limit, we have another operation called skip. Okay, let's try that too. Let's copy this. We can copy the entire thing here. So, and instead of sum, I'm going to use the skip here. The name is skip. So here, instead of limit, I'm going to use the skip. When I skip 2, what will happen? It will skip the 0, 1, 2. It will ignore the first two elements. So what is the rest of the elements? 3, 4 and 5, 6, right? So 3 plus 4, 7, and 7 plus 5 is equal to 12, and 12 plus 6 is equal to 18. So altogether we are expecting a result of 18, right? So sum of skip here. And let's run this. See? Sum of the skip. Okay, sorry. I need to print this and then again. See, this is what we are expecting, right? So you can modify the data also. Instead of skipping 2, you can skip up to 5. And let's see what will happen if I provide 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 6 will come. See, got it. Okay, when I provide 6, when I provide 5, it will take the first 4 elements because the count is start from 0, right? Okay, so with this we came to end of this particular video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to talk about the another important operation, which is nothing but all match or any match. Okay, so all match means it is simple, it's all unconditioned, right? For example, if I have a 10 elements, I'm checking some condition which will applicable for all the elements. That means everything has to be satisfied. That is a all match. If any means it's our simple or condition like that. So any one of the condition or any one of the elements matching for the functionality, that is becomes the true. Okay, so let's talk about the all match first. Okay, so let me create a new file here. So stream all or any match example. Okay, let me have a main method here. Okay, before we are jumping into that, what is all match? All matches comes under stream, right? Let's open the stream. Dot. 1 second. Okay, before that, let me create a simple list, or let me take any list here. I can take this one. list of fruits. Let's open the stream here. Fruits dot stream dot all match. The reason I'm trying to show you all match is a method which will accept a predication as a input. Okay, so let's open the all match method. Just control and click all match, and you should be able to see the method defined. See, it will accept a predicate. Okay, so what is the predicate which you are going to use? Okay, so let me write a predication here. Static predicate. We have an integer here. Predicate 1 is equal to number dot length. Okay, not length. Okay, and I have a string, right, to check the string length. So I think I need to use a by predicate because I need to return the data also, right? So by predicate string and return the integer. What is the error here? Okay, the condition greater than, for example, I'm checking all the elements is length is greater than 2. Function with a string integer. So what I'm turning it here. Okay, these are all not okay. I don't want to use by predicate and all. Let me just simply use the predicate method. Okay, so the predicate will accept a string parameter and check whether the length is greater than 2. Okay, so I'm going to use this predicator here, p1. Okay, so we all know that predication is going to be written a Boolean data, right, as outcome. So let's put some data here. Length check. So let's run this and see what is the outcome of it. See, true, because all the elements in the list has a length of greater than 2. Let's try 7. Let's run it again. See, it's a false. Not all of them has a length of 7, right? Only few elements like pineapple has a length of greater than 7. Okay, so this is the way we need to use the all match. But let's try any match here, or else I can copy paste it. Length check all match. And the same scenario, length get any match. So I'm going to use the any match here. Even any match is also take the predication as a input. See, all match returning the false and any match returning the true. So what basically it's trying to indicate us, all match, it's just our simple if condition which contain all the and elements. If all the conditions are satisfied, that will return true. That is all match. Any match is like our if condition inside the OR method. If any one of them is returning true, so that becomes true. Any one has to match. Okay. Let's work with our person repository. How it is going to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a predicate. Static predicate person predicate to person dot get height is equal to greater than or equal to 140. Got it? Okay, let me do that. So what I'm going to do is person repository dot get all persons dot stream dot all match, and the predication which I'm going to use is p2. Okay, and let me print that system. So person all match. Let's run this. So basically what I'm trying here, I'm checking all the persons has a height of greater than 140. Obviously we know that it is not, so it has written the false. Let's try. See, as we expected, it is returning the false. Okay, let me do the same thing for any match. Person any match. Any match, and run this. Any match, of course it will return true because any one person has a height of greater than 140. That means it's true. Correct? Okay. So as I said earlier, we can use multiple filters, multiple predicators. So I can create another predicator, and which always we do dot get gender dot equals male. So if you want to know, or if you want to use another predication also, we are good to use it here, p2 dot and p3. Is that simple? Let's run it again. See, true. Okay, so with this we came to end of this particular video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. Similar to all match and any match, we have another kind of operation which is nothing but find any or find first. Okay, so find any method, from the name itself we can understand that if any match found, or if it is find first. So what is the find first element? Which is the first element which is satisfied the particular conditions. Okay, let me create a new class, stream find any first example. So let's keep a main method here. Okay, let's keep the our predication here. Anyway, we are going to use it. Okay, so what we are going to do, the first thing, I'm going to, okay, let me create a separate method, static find first, or let's try find any, static void. Okay, so what I'm going to check now, the person height is greater than 40. Okay, because there are multiple person has 140, right, the height of 140. So I'm going to check this particular condition, whether is there any any person matching this particular height. Okay, let's do that. So I'm going to person repository dot get all persons, and then I'm going to open the stream, and then I'm going to use a filter condition. Filter will always accept the predication, right? So I'm gonna use the predication 2 here, p2, and dot find any, sorry, dot find any. If you take a look at the find any method, what it is returning, it is return an optional of person. Okay, so find any method will return option of person. I need to return person here, right? person, but the thing is we are going to use the optional of person. So you can directly return this. Okay, let's try to execute this method and we'll see. So find any result, find any, and it's optional, right? So we need to use the get method to get the exact data and run it now. Run as Java application. So find any. Yeah, we got the result. The name is 165. So it's obviously satisfying our first condition. So it picked the find any. So it will return some random data which satisfying our condition. Correct? Let's do the same thing for find first. Find first. So here I'm going to use the predicate 3, which is nothing but checking the male person. Okay, let's open the get all person and see what is the first male person. Okay, let's search for female person. We have 3 females, right? Let's see which is going to be done. So let's run this and okay, let's print that also. Find first result and run it again. See, the first female employee is Angel. Just if you want to make sure, just open the get all persons. Angel is the first female person in the list. Okay, so what will happen if I do male? John has to come, right? Let's check that too. So we're expecting John as the outcome here. See, we got the John because John is the first occurrence of the particular combination. Okay, if you want to write even better code, what you can do is, because we are not checked any is present or not null conditions here, right? So we can simply try this. We can retrieve this find any here. So find any is going to the optional of person, right? So find any, so I'm going to check find any dot is present, then find any dot get, or else no record, or else simply return null. What is happening here? Cannot convert string to boolean. Okay, so what we can simply do, we can copy this and we can write it here. If find any is present, then print it. So find any dot get. Similar way you can do the for find first also. Find first dot get. Okay, now let's run this. We'll get the same result, right? Okay, so let's try something which is not a 200. So we'll get only the find first result, because find any will not fetch any record with this particular criteria. If you want to print something there is no data found, you can put a else condition here, like else no record found. You do the same here also. Just run it now, and then you can see the first one is for no record found, and second one is the find first. The person is John. Okay, so this is how you need to make use of the find first method and the find any method. Okay, so the find method, the find any and the find first, it is going to be written the optional of the object which you are looking for. For example, here it's a person. Okay, with this we came to end of this particular video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So what are we going to discuss today? Under this stream we have few important factory methods available. Okay, let's see what are those methods. The first one is stream.iterate, and the second one is stream.generate, and the third one is stream.off. Okay, so the first two, the iterate and generate, it's both are similar, right? So what could be the difference? So the stream.iterate, which will returns infinite sequential order stream. So when you are using iterate, it will return us a sequence of ordered stream. Okay, when you use generate, it will return unordered stream. Even dot generate also, it returns a infinite unordered stream. So what the streams dot off, it is also going to return a sequential ordered stream with the specified values. Okay, the first two methods, both of them returns infinite, but in the stream.off method it won't return an infinite sequential stream. Okay, the reason is it will take us the element which we are given as an input. Okay, let's open a simple example and we'll see how this looks like and how it is going to work. Okay, before we directly jump into that example, let's open the Oracle doc and will see what is these three methods. See here under stream we have a generate and iterate, and there's another method of these three methods which we are going to discuss now. So let's open iterate and see how this looks like. So this is the iterate method, right? So what is the iterate method and what is the input parameters for that? So the iterate method will accept two input data. The first one is the seed value and second one is the unary operator. So the initial value and there will be another unary operator. So we have discussed about one unary operator and other binary operators, right? So the T is initial value and F is the unary operator. Okay, let's talk about generate. What it's going to do? Generate, it's going to take only one element, only one input, which is nothing but as a supplier. Okay, we all know that supplier which will not accept any input data. Okay, it will supply some kind of data or some kind of stream data. Okay, so let's check the off method here. Let me go back, and where is the off method? Okay, here. Generate. Okay, where is the off method here? Here. The off method, see here, returns a sequential stream of containing single element. So whatever the elements which you are passing, it's going to run as a single element. Okay, T, which is nothing but the streamed elements, and the returns single sequential stream. Okay, let's take a look at the simple example. Let's start with the iterate. Okay, so iterate, what will happen? So iterate will take two inputs, which is one initial value and the unary operator. Okay, let me open the IDE. Let me create a new class file. I'm gonna name it stream. Factory method example. So I need to have a main method in order to execute the class. Okay, Let's start now. So first one we are going to discuss about is the iterate method, right? So iterate, we know that two input elements. One is the seed, and the second one is the unary operator. So before we are jumping into the direct example, let's create a unary operator. Static. Let's have a unary operator. So unary operator which will return shall take the integer. So I'm going to have a add method here. So a method input parameter and the operation. So I'm going to add 5 with each and every element. Okay. So this is my unary operator. So let's create a iterate method now. So I'm going to create a stream of integer. So stream1 equal to, so import the stream. So the method will take two parameters, stream dot iterate. See, the iterate shows us two parameters. First one is the initial value and second one is the unary operator. Okay, so I'm going to perform add operation. So the initial value has to be 0. If it is a multiplication, you can keep it as a 1. It's up to our need. So here what you can do is you can directly provide the unary operator, right? Either you can do like this or else you can directly provide the same thing here. Both will work. Okay, let's keep it as a add. So let me print the data inside the stream. S1 dot for each. So I'm going to use the system out. We can use the method reference. Okay. Okay, so now we have the stream ready in place. Let's execute the class and see what is going to be the outcome of it. Just run as Java application. Can you see what is happening here? As I mentioned in the beginning, this iterate method which will return the infinite stream, right? So iterate which will return infinite sequential ordered stream. So it will keep going. So let's stop it. Okay, so how we are going to improve that? Because when it is returning the infinite of a stream, your memory will be loaded and you will get the memory issue or heap issue. So how to limit the data? Okay, so we can make use of the limit method. Okay, let's use limit. So I'm going to limit with the 10. Okay, let's run it again and see. See, now it's pretty clear, right? 0, 5, 10, everything has been added 5. 0 plus 5, 5 plus 5, and 10 plus 5, 15 plus 5, 20 plus 5. So that is how it will work. Alright, okay, let's create another example. Okay, let's create a generate now. So we all know that generate method which will take a single input which is nothing but a supplier, correct? Okay, so let's create a supplier, or let's do it directly. Stream of, let me make it as a double, and stream2 is equal to stream dot generate. See, generate will accept a supplier. So what method we can use? You can use random. Under math we have a random, right? So you can use a random, or else you can insert the new random, you can use next integer. Okay, for now let me stick with the math. Under the math, what is the method we are going to use? Random method. So our stream2 is ready, but again it's going to be written a infinite unordered stream, right? Because it's a generate method, so we need to limit the data. So with the 10, so and Let's print the data again. Okay, I'm gonna use the S2 here. Okay, let's run it again and see the outcome. See, now we got another set of data which is nothing but 10 random values. All of them are double. Okay, so what I need to do in case if I want to generate a integer sequence, okay, we can try that also. So we can directly use a stream dot generate. So the supplier are gonna be new random. So under the new random we have a method called nextInt, right? So we can make use of a nextInt which will return the integer stream. Okay, so again I'm going to limit the data with a 10, and let's print them also. System dot out println. See how easy it could be. So whatever I have done it here, I did it in a single line. It's all about how we are writing our code, right? Okay, let me comment these two to see the clear picture of the third output. Let's run it again. See, now we got integer data. These are all integer random. Those are all not sequence, right? Because when you're using generate method, it will return a unordered stream, right? Okay, good. So let's move on to off method. Okay, so let's try. So stream of, I'm gonna use a string here. String stream s3 equal stream dot off method. See, off method will take a single data or it will take a multiple stream of the data. Okay, so I'm going to use some values here, like let me put 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, and let's print them also. Okay, so what this off method is doing, just look at the reference ones. Returns sequential ordered string with the values specified. Okay, if you want to open this Oracle doc also, you can verify that. So returns a sequential ordered stream whose elements are the specified value, which is nothing but these values. Okay, so returns new stream, and the input value is going to be elements of the new stream. Okay, let's run this. I'll comment this one out, run it again. See, so it's written as a new stream. Okay, the new string is not a big deal. The elements which were provided, those things returned as a new stream. But mostly we will use the generate under iterate method in the most of the scenarios. Okay, so there are other methods as I should you see here, iterate, of methods, and we already seen peak and reduce and map. We have seen map right already, so we have seen map and flat map, and there are a lot of things you can check yourself, like double stream or map to double, map to int, or map to object. There are a lot of things are available, so you can try it out them also. Okay, so in the next video we're going to talk about the a unique stream, which is nothing but the numeric stream. So how are we going to work with the numeric stream? Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we're gonna discuss about the numeric streams here. Okay, so what basically is a numeric stream? Okay, numeric stream is nothing but these are all belongs to primitive type reference. Okay, let's, if you want to take a deep look into it, under the numeric stream we have three different types of streams, which is nothing but int stream, which belongs to primitive int, and long stream, which belongs to primitive long, and the double stream, which belongs to primitive double. So what does that mean? Okay, let's take in a simple example and see what is int stream. Okay, I'm going to create a simple example So let me create a new class, name it as a stream or numeric stream example. So and I'm going to have a main method here. Let's create a simple example. Let me create a list of integers. Come on, integer and list L1 is equal to arrays dot. Let me import the list first. Arrays dot as list, and let me provide some data here. 5, 6, 7. Okay, something like that. Okay, the list. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is here, I want to perform an operation. So at the end of the operation, I want the sum of the all the numbers in my list. We all know that how to do that. We can simply make use of the stream and the reduce method. Okay, let's create a new method like static calculate. It has to return an integer, right? Static int calculate sum, and it will accept this as an input. It will accept the integer list as an input here. Okay, so it has returned some integer, right? So I'm gonna open the stream l1.stream, and then I'm going to use the reduce method. So just take a look at it. Reduce method, which will take as a two parameters. Either it has to be a initial value, which is nothing but a seed value, and the unary operator or a binary operator. Okay, so let me keep it as a 0 as my initial, and I'm going to create it's a binary operator, right? Okay, let me create a binary operator here. Static binary operator, so which will turn the so I'm gonna keep as an integer. So binary operator, so the input parameters, for example x comma y, and the body. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna multiply x, or summing x plus y. Okay, let's use a operator here. So we used l1.stream and reduce. So reduce will accept two parameter. One is the seed value, which is nothing but the initial value, and the second value is going to be the operator, binary operator. Either you can do like this, or if you want, you can directly keep the expression here itself. Both will work. Okay. For now, let's keep it as a simple. So I'm going to keep it as a BO. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to call the method and see what is the outcome of it. What is the sum of the all the elements. So method I'm going to call is calculate sum. And I'm going to pass the L1. Got it? So I want to print the output. So the total is okay, and I'm gonna run this now. Just right click and run it. Total is 46. Okay, it looks pretty simple and straightforward, right? So what is wrong in it? There is nothing wrong in it, but you can improvise this particular scenario, because what basically is happening is you're opening a stream and you're using the reduce function to do the multiplication. Okay, we all know that integer is a wrapper class of primitive int. So whenever you do any operation under the integer, so what basically is happening is it will convert a integer, a wrapper class integer, to int primitive type, which is nothing but the unboxing event. So that will take a place and that will take some time. But when you're directly went to int stream, we can reduce that particular conversion part. Okay, let's see how we are going to do that. So I'm going to create another method, static int calculate sum with stream. So I'm going to accept the same input parameters here. Okay, or I'm not going to use any Eclipse here. Okay, let's keep it as a. Okay, or what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a int stream here. So the way we need to create an int stream is int stream. So stream int stream is equal to int. So I'm going to use the factory method int stream dot range. There are two methods, range and range closed. I'll explain later in the next video what is the range and what is the range closed. So I'm providing some data here. So let's start from 1. So what basically happening is the int stream dot range closed method, it will accept two parameters. It will create the data range between 1 to 6. Nothing. It's like from and to, or where it starts and where it ends. It has to start from 1, ends with 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The same thing I created as a stream here. So I'm going to pass this int stream to this method. Okay. So I'm going to call the method here int stream. So I'm going to pass the int stream. Alright. So I need to return the data here. Return int stream. The method we can use as sum. That is a method which can help us to do the operation here. Okay, let's run the method and we'll see the outcome. So okay, I need to print the data. So total using stream. Let's run it again. You got the data, right? So the total using stream is 21. So okay, let's keep the same thing here and we'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 and 6. Let's run it again. See, both returns the same data, but int stream is effective. The reason is we are using direct primitive streams. So the conversion, the boxing operation will not happen. Unboxing the wrapper integer to int primitive type. Okay. In the next video, we're going to continue the streams, numeric streams, and the factory methods. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So far we discussed about the numeric stream and why we are using numeric stream instead of the direct stream. And now we are going to discuss about some factory methods under the stream. I mean to say the numeric streams. Let me create a new class. So numeric stream. So range, or we can simply say factory method example. So I need to keep it as a main method here. I need to. Okay. So let's create a range of data first, or let me copy paste it here. I'm gonna do this here. Copy the stream here. So what is the range closed method exactly is doing? As I said, range closed method which will accept two parameters. Okay, 1 to 6, or it up to your requirement, okay, or your need. So what basically we can do is, the first thing you need to know, when I do the in-stream dot range, I'm getting two types of ranges, right? Let me show you that. See, there is one range and another one is a range closed. Okay, if you see the input parameter difference, range will int start inclusive, and second one is start inclusive and end inclusive, but both are accepting same kind of parameter. What could be the difference? Correct. Let me create another int stream and I'll show you what exactly both of them doing. So I'm gonna name it as the first one as an int stream 1, and I'm going to keep it as a int stream 2. Okay, so here I'm gonna name it as a int stream 2. Okay. Okay, let me print the int stream 1. Sorry, int stream dot for each system dot out println. Okay, let's run this. Right click, run as Java example. So the data is 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, let me put a simple break here. Differentiate. So I'm going to do the same thing with the list, in stream 2, and print the data. Okay, let me maximize this. Okay, so I need to use a range instead of range close here. Okay, let me run it again. Maximize the console. Have you seen the difference here? It starts with 1 2 3 4 5 and 6, and it's again start with 1 2 3 4 5, but 6 is missing. So what is happening? Correct. So when you use the range closed method, the closed element, which is nothing but 6, including the 6, but when you use the range, it will take before the last closed number. So if it is 6 here, it will take up to 1 to 5 until 6, not 6. But here it will take up to 6 including the 6. Okay, that is a difference. Or you can simply put it a simple way: when you are using range close, the start and the elements both will be there in your stream. Okay, but when you use the range in your stream, you'll have the start and the end minus 1. Okay, that is the exact difference between the range closed and the range method. Okay, let me create some other stream here. Like we created a in stream, right? Let's create a long stream also. Long stream. So dot, I'm gonna use the range closed. So 1 to 50. So I'm gonna print the data also for each. Let's copy this thing and paste it here. So this is nothing but this is a range closed stream which contains the data 1 to 50. That means including 50. Okay, let's run this and see. Okay, you can see that. Let me keep that console here, or like this. Okay, see now you can see, right? Or I can do another thing. Let me comment these two sysouts and then I'll run it. See, you got the data from 1 to 50, correct? All of them are long. Got the difference right now. Okay, so I can apply the same thing for, let's do one thing. Let's modify this and see. Run it again. You won't see the 50 here. You can see up to 49. Okay, so let me create another stream which is nothing but the double stream. So I have a long stream here. So how I'm going to create a double stream? You don't have to do much thing. Okay, you can simply use a long stream and you can convert them as double stream. That's all, which will work. But all of them are here double stream. How do we know this is a double stream? Because the pointer, that is a double, right? So this is how we need to. And if you want to keep that as a stream also, you can simply keep that like double stream, double stream. Yeah, you can do like this. That's all. That is pretty simple. Okay, so this is how you need to work with a stream with the like numeric or numeric under in stream, long stream, or a double stream. Okay, the next method we are going to discuss about there are some aggregations methods, functions are available to make our work easier. Let's discuss in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone. So welcome back. So let's keep going with the numeric stream. Let me create a new example. I mean a new class file like numeric stream. We can simply say we can say factory methods, or you can say as an aggregation methods also. And numeric stream method example 1. Keep a main method here, finish. Okay, so the first thing what we need a stream of data. Okay, let me copy from here. So performing an operation like kind of I want to sum the value from 1 to 50. These are all very difficult in the traditional model, but from Java 8 this is pretty easier for us. We can make use of the aggregation method like sum, max, or min. Okay, so I want to get the sum of these two elements, I mean between these two elements. We can simply use a sum method, right? So what it is going to return? It return the int data. So you can retrieve the data as int sum. Okay, you can print them as well. Total is, and you can run them. Total is 1275. Correct. So what are the other aggregation methods or factory methods are available? I have a range of data. So how do I need to find out the max number, or how do I need to find out the minimum number or the average number? Okay, so like there are other methods which will help us to find out the max, min, and the average. Correct. Okay, so where we can see them? Correct. So enter the sum. Just open the sum here, because those are all under the same class method, right? So here, see, under the sum, I mean say under the int stream we have a sum also is under the int stream, and we have a min and max, but there is a difference. The sum method will return the integer as a output, right? But the min and max are returning the optional int. Okay, if you are using int stream, it will return a optional int. If you are using a long stream, it will return a optional long. Correct. There are a lot of methods available under the int stream. You can try some of them and you can see what it is exactly doing, right? So let's try with the min, max, and the average. So average is an optional double, because average is calculated value which will return a decimal values, right? Okay, so let me try. So I want to get the maximum number of this. So we all know that max number is 50 because we given the ratio, right? Okay, so as I said, what it is going to return? The return type is going to be optional int, right? Optional int. So max is equal to. Okay, so the max value is let me run this and see the difference. I mean the outcome. What is this? Optional int of 50. Okay, when we use optional, as we discussed some of the previous tutorial, if you want to get the exact data from the optional, you need to use the get method. Since we are using optional int, we need to use get as a int, right? Or get as a long. It's up to us. So let me check. Get as, sorry, max dot get as int. Now run this. See, now we got the plain raw data. Correct. Let's try the same thing for minimum value also. You can simply try min value, and again it's gonna take the optional int. Okay, or else I'm gonna use the long string here. Okay, so long string will take optional long. So this is going to be min. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Control C and Control V here. So min value is here. Let's modify min. See what will happen. We'll end up in an issue because min is optional long. You cannot get as a int. You need to get as a long. Correct? Let's run this. See, minimum value is 1. Correct? Let me try average. Average, as we discussed, average is going to be written as a double, right? So I'm gonna use the average method here. So optional double, right? Optional double average. Copy them and paste it here. And average value is avg dot. Here you cannot as a long. You need to retrieve as a double. Now run this. See, the average is 25.5. So this is how you need to make use of the aggregations method. Correct? Try with some other different examples and we will get to know what exactly it's trying or where we can exactly use these kind of methods at all. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So what are we going to discuss now? So we're going to talk about the boxing and unboxing. Okay, so what is boxing? So the place is where we are converting a wrapper class integer to primitive integer or wrapper class long to primitive type long. The type conversion, whatever is happening, that is called boxing. Let me open some previous example to show you that where is the how it is a boxing. Just give me a second. Just take a look at this particular example which we created for numeric stream example. Just take a look at these two methods, and this method will do the same sum operation, and this method also doing the same sum operation. See here what is happening, we have a list of integers which is nothing but wrapper class integers. So when we try to sum all those elements, we are opening a stream and we are reducing and we are passing a binary operator. So here what will happen is all the wrapper class integer, they are converted into a primitive type int and then we will sum the data. So the boxing is happening here. Okay, but here the boxing is not happening because we are directly using the primitive int stream. Okay, so we are going to talk about the boxing and unboxing. So we are going to box some data into some different kind of data and then we are unboxing the same data. Okay, so let me create a new example, new class file. Okay. Stream boxing unboxing example. So I'm going to create a main method also. Okay, so the method is ready. So let me create a simple method to unboxing first of all. So I'm going to create a static. It is going to return a list of integer. List of integer. So and the method name is good boxing method. Okay, import the list. So we need to return some data, correct? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a int stream. Int stream is nothing but it's the elements which contains primitive int elements. Okay, so I'm going to create a range of int stream which is nothing but primitive int elements, and I'm converting them into a wrapper class integer that is called boxing. Okay, so I'm going to create an int stream here. Int stream dot range closed. I'm going to keep 1 to 40, and then I'm going to box all those elements, and once the data is boxed, box will do the conversion part, then collect the data as a list. Collector, sorry, co collectors dot toList. So this is called boxing. Okay, so if we do the reverse, that is called unboxing. Let's try to execute this method. I mean, execute this class to see what is the outcome of it. So I'm going to call the boxing method which will return list of integers. So I'm going to print the data also for each system dot out println. Okay, so let's run this method and see what is the outcome of it. See, we got the data from 1 to 40. These are all wrapper class data, correct? So I have a primitive data. Okay, so let me put a break here. So these are primitive int. Okay, and boxing conversion part, converting to wrapper integer, and collect as list. Okay, this is what is happening. Okay, so let's try create another method which will unboxing the data, I mean the reverse process. Okay, so I'm going to create another method, static. I'm going to return a sum of the elements. Okay, so int calculate sum. So this method is going to accept list of wrapper class integers, integer and list. So obviously it has written an integer, right? So return, so list. I'm going to open the stream. So what I'm going to do after the stream, I'm going to use the map, because map is the functionality which will convert one form of data to another form, right? That's what we already discussed. We have seen a lot of examples for map or flat map. Here we are going to use a different kind of map, which is nothing but converting a wrapper integer to primitive integer. Okay, so the method is map to int. There are a lot of methods, map to double, map to long, and the same thing which are available for flat map also. Okay, so we are going to use map to int method here, and it's going to accept a function in it. So which will return integer. So under the integer I'm going to take the int value. So and then I'm going to call the sum method to do the operation, correct? Yep, see, this is called boxing, and here it's unboxing. Okay, so here what will happen, I'm just opening a stream and map to the converting part and performing sum operation. Okay, let's run this method and see what is the outcome. system.out.println. Sum is, sorry, sum is, I'm going to call the calculate sum method. So which will accept a list of integer, list of wrapper integers. So we can call this method because boxing method will return the list of integer, right? So we can use the method here. You can call the method. Got it? So now run this method, run the class. So this is the first output, and this is the second output, which is nothing but calculating the sum operations. Okay. So let's meet each other in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone. So welcome back. So now we are going to discuss about, because in the previous example we have seen something like map to int, right? There are additional methods also available under the stream: map to int, map to double, map to long. Okay, let's create a simple class file and we'll try it out. So I'm going to create a new class file which we'll call as a numeric stream map example. Numeric stream map example. Let's try with some types of conversion, like map to object or map to double or map to long. Okay, let's create a main method. Okay. Okay, so first thing, I'm going to create a method to use the map to double. Okay, so let's create a method here, static. It will return a double value. I have a range of data. I'm trying to get the sum of the elements. Okay, so my method name is map map to double. Okay, so it's going to return something. Okay, return. So let's create a int stream which contains some range of data. Dot range closed, which will contain 1 to 10. Okay, and then so here we are going to convert into a double, map to double. And what is the operation we are going to perform? Okay, so we are going to just assign the data. So we can simply create a variable called x and return the x. That's all. And then we can call the sum method to get the summation. So basically what is happening here? Range closed. So here primitive int elements. Okay, and here what we are trying to do, okay, converting the elements to double, because those are primitive int elements, right? I'm converting int to double and then performing sum. Okay, let's call this method and see what's going to be the outcome. Map to double. Map to double, outcome is going to be map to double. Okay, let's run this class and see what is the outcome of it. See, map to double, our data is 55.0. so this is a double value. So here what will happen, I have an int stream and I'm converting them into a double and I'm calculating the sum operations. Okay, so you might have think what will happen if I simply do map to integer here, map to int. You don't need to be, because it's already a int stream. So you might have thinking what will happen if you don't do that, this particular line. Okay, let's comment this and run this. See what's the data here, 55.0. The reason is it's returning an integer here. because I'm not doing the map to double. The reason why it's still showing 55.0, I'm receiving them as a double value. Okay, so if you modify this to int and run it again, see now we got 55. Correct? It's all about how we are going to perform the operations. So let's keep it as same thing here. Okay, we tried map to double, right? Let's try something else. Map.long we can try. Okay, I'm going to copy the same method and name it as a map to double or long. Sorry, long. So here what we're gonna do? It's going to return a long value, right? Primitive long value. So we got an error here. The reason is I have a int stream and I'm converting them into a double here, but I'm returning as a long here. So we should not use map to double here. It has to be map to long. Correct? See now it will work. It's again the same operation. Let's try that and see what is the outcome of it. Map to long. Okay, let's run it again. See, we got the same data, but here is a long value, not a double. Okay, so what else we can see? We have seen there, as I said, there are a lot of methods available under the um, stream. So you can simply, okay, one second. So dot when you try to look for the method, there are a lot of methods: map to double, map to long, map to object. So we tried map already. We tried map to double. We tried map to long. We can try map to object also. We tried max, min, sum, all of them. Okay. So let's try another one which we haven't tried yet. So let's try map to long. So so what map to object is gonna do? So I have a list of data. So when I converting them into map to object, it returns as a stream which contains as a objects. Okay, let's try to implement that and see what is going to be the, the code integer. So map to object. Okay, let me open, and it's going to return. Implement the list first. Okay, so it has to return something, right? Return. So I'm going to create again the int stream which contains a range of data. Int stream dot range closed. Again I'm gonna use 10 and 10 dot. What we are going to do here, I'm not going to collect as a map to long or map to something else. I'm going to use a map to object here. Okay, and what the function is going to be? I'm not going to do anything. I'm just simply returning the data. Okay, like what we did earlier. X is equal to X. So this particular code is equivalent to this particular code. Let me show you that. So let's open a body here. New integer of X. So this particular piece of code is equal to this particular code. Since it's going to be a simple return statement, I'm just directly using it. If you have some body explanation, we can do that also. Okay, like let me try that too here. So it's relevant to equivalent to some map to object X and the token and the open and close parenthesis and inside new integer. Looks good. Okay, we need to provide return, right? Since you open the body, you need to return the data, right? And then collect as a list. Collector dot to list. So this is what I'm trying to do. So with this particular entire code, we can do it in a simple way, like X token, because I'm just returning the data. I'm not doing any operations here. So we can simply map the condition like this. So what I'm trying to do is I have the primitive int range of data. So I have a list of elements which contains primitive data. I'm converting them into an object, which is nothing but a wrapper object. So int wrapper object is going to be integer. So this method will return a list of integer wrapper objects. Okay, let's run this and see the outcome. Map to object. Just call this method. Let me run it again. That's all. So this is what we are trying to do here. This is how the methods will work. So it's up to you which method you are going to use. It's based on your requirement, based on your need. Okay, thank you. We'll see each other next video. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to discuss about something important to stream. It is nothing but terminal operations. Okay, so what is terminal operations? Let me open a simple example to show you. See here, we are collecting the data with the help of collectors. So under the collector, there are a lot of methods available. Those are all terminal operations. If you want to check it out, just open the collectors. Under the collector, you should be able to find lot of terminal operators. So for example, you can simply look for joining method or counting method. There are something methods for counting also. Counting and min by, max by, and summing it. There are too many number of methods are available. So we are gonna see some few examples here. So how those things are going to work. Okay. So I'm going to create a new class. So stream. Let's try joining first. Joining example, and I don't want to keep it in the same folder and not stream folder. I'm going to keep it as a terminal underscore streams. So let's keep a main method in it. Okay, let's talk about what is joining. So what joining basically is doing. Joining is, from the name itself, we should be able to understand it's concatenating the data or joining the number of elements into a single element. Okay, let me create a simple example to show you that. Let's create a simple array which contains some characters in it. So I'm going to keep A, B, C, D, and E. Okay, so how the joining is going to work? So I'm going to create a new variable string join. Okay, stream dot, I'm going to use off method. Off method, we all know that what it will do. It will process the elements inside a off method. Okay, which the inputs which we provided. Stream dot off method. So here I'm going to pass the array, and then I'm going to open a map. So map what will do? It will do the converting one type of data to another type of data. Correct? So inside the map, I'm going to create initialize a variable which is nothing but array, and I'm going to return as a new string of array. Okay, and then I'm going to collect. So here, how we are going to collect the data, that is the major important thing. So I'm going to use a collector. Under the collector, we have a method called joining. But if you take a look at the joining method, it has three methods in it. One with no parameter, another one with one parameter, and another one with the three parameters. Okay, what basically it is doing? Okay, let me maximize this one. Let me keep it here. Okay, so the first method, which will not take any input parameters, it will simply joining the data and printing as a single element. And the second one, joining char sequence, it accepts a delimiter. So each and every variable has been appended with some delimiter. The third one has a three parameters. The first one is delimiter, and the second and third are used for the initial or the end value. Okay, let's take a look at it here. Joining. This is a direct join. Okay, so I'm going to print the data. Joined data. So let's print the join here. Let me run this. See? Okay, I need to, let's have a see here. See what it does. It concatenate all the data and return as a single string. Okay. So we have tried some. We have seen three methods, right? The first one we have seen the joining method, which will not containing any input element. Let me try with single one. The first element, which is nothing but the delimiter, and run this. You can see. 1 second. Okay, the delimiter. Okay, the delimiter. Okay, we have only the character sequence, right? So I don't think the delimiter is going to work for it. Let me try with the other elements also, like the starting and initial data. So it has to comes under this particular data. So my entire sequence of data, it has to come like this. Okay, I already tried here. Let's run it again. So you can see the data A, B, C, D, E. The delimiter is not working for the char sequence. I'm not exactly sure. We'll check and let you know. But before that, we can try the another also. So we have another method which will accept three parameters: delimiter and the start and the end character. Okay, so let's try the same thing with our the person repository information, because in the person repository we have different kind of persons, right? So let's try with that person repository and we'll see how the data looks like. Okay, so for now I'm going to comment this particular one out. Okay, so I'm going to create another method here, static string joining example. So this is going to be written a string, right? So string is equal to, and return the yes, return the s. So I'm going to get the information from the person repository. I'm going to get all the, so the use case which I'm trying to do is I'm trying to concatenate all the person names. Okay, so let's open the stream. Okay, and with the help of map, one second. So with the help of map, we are performing the conversion operation. Like what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the name from the person DTO, get name, and then collect them. I can keep it as simple. Stream opened and the map process happened, and then I'm going to collect the data with the help of collectors. So we are going to see the joining. Okay, let's try the joining method. Okay, so now let's call the joining method and see how the outcome is looks like. Joining response or output. Joining example. Let me run this. See, we got the data, right? Okay, so we haven't tried the delimiter because delimiter is not worked for the array, but I hope it will work for the strings. Okay, let's try that also. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let comment this one out. So collect with the help of delimiter. So I want to keep a delimiter for each and every name. So after each and every name I need to keep a hyphen and run this. See now See, it's working for string. Okay. Okay, good. Let's try the third one. It's nothing but the three parameters. I need to have a delimiter, and also I need to have a start and the end character. So it has to start with the open array and close with this particular end array data. Let's run them again. See, it looks pretty good, right? Okay, so this is how the joining method is going to work. Okay, so in the next method we are going to, the next tutorial we are going to talk about the mapping and the counting. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So let's create a new class to talk about the counting and the mapping methods. Okay, so stream mm, mapping example. So let's create a main method also. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do here, right? I'm going to make use of the mapping method. So what basically mapping method is used? Okay, let me show you a simple example. So how the previous the older version or then the modified version. Okay, let's create a static method which will return a list of string and mapping names. So same use case, I'm going to retrieve the name from all the persons. So for now I'm going to return null. You can return the data later. Import the list. So first get the information from the person repository. Dot get all persons. Open a stream. So under the stream, let's open the map method to retrieve the person name. Get name. And then collect them as a list. Collectors dot do list. Okay, so what basically it is doing, this particular method is returning the data, all the names as a list of string. But basically what is happening here, I have the list of data and I'm opening a stream. Using the map method, I'm trying to retrieve all the names. Converting the person DTO into a list of name. So I am getting the name from the person DTO, and then once the mapping is done, I'm collecting data as a to list. Okay, but let's return the data. I'm going to return list of string. So names. So I'm going to return the names here. Let's call the method. This is a traditional example which we've seen for a long time. From the first tutorial. Let me run this. System dot dot dot. Anyway, it's return a list, right? So mapping name dot is return the list, right? So I'm going to use a for each to extract the data. System dot out println. Okay, let's run this and see. See, it's written all the person names. So what it is to do with the mapping? So when we're using the map, we can simply skip this particular step. So what we can do is under the collectors we have mapping method which will do this work for us. For example, if our method is performing 4 operations, but with the help of mapping I can reduce one step, so I can do it in a 3 steps. Okay, let's try that. So let's try. I'm going to do the same thing, person repository dot get all persons, then open a stream, and then collect. So what I'm going to do is inside the collect I'm going to use the mapping method. Okay, so mapping method, what is that, one second. Inside the collect, I'm going to open the mapping. So mapping should be under Java Decompiler stream, right? Let me export them manually. Sometimes it'll happen here. Dot star. So mapping. Okay, let me take a look at it. Why the mapping is not coming up? The reference is not coming up. Okay, let's go ahead and type it manually. Mapping. Inside the mapping, I'm had to open the person and get the names, and then collect using collectors. I'm going to one second. Collectors. What is happening? Collectors dot toList. Okay, so it's working now. So what's the problem now? Mapping is working. Okay, so what is wrong here? Okay, we are still confused why the mapping method is still showing us error. Okay, let me open the collectors to see what kind of type. Mapping is static. Okay, so we have a stream. Okay, let me put a let me import all of them. Okay, so it's static, right? So import, I'm gonna keep it as import static. Normally it will automatically refer, but still I have some issue with my ID, it seems. Now what is it? Oh, oh, okay, not here. I put it in the wrong class. So let me try to do the same here. Static. Oh, that is a problem. So when I put the static, it's automatically the the issue resolved. But normally when you create the mapping itself, when you try to type enemy mapping and use control space, it automatically import the specified import statement. But since I have some issue, it's my ID, it seems. Okay. Anyway, okay, let's have another name called names1 here. So I'm going to run the names1 now. Let's run it. Same kind of data. Both of them returning the same data, but the exact important thing is this particular step has been skipped or saved in this particular method. I'm not doing the map here, right? I'm once the open the stream, I'm started directly collecting the data, but inside the collect internally I'm mapping those as a list. Okay, not only list, we can return as a set also. Okay, I will do one thing. Let me create another method. So mapping name one. So here I'm going to use a set of string. Import the state, and then instead of to list, you can use to set. Just a matter of minute. That is done. So to set. What is happening here? Okay, this set. Okay. So the return is let me mapping name one. Let me comment this one and do the same thing here. Let me run it again. See, we got the same data. So type has been different. Okay, but the operation is remains the same. The collecting the information and converting the part. Okay, and there are additional stuff available in the collector. There is a method called counting. Okay, so what we are going to do, let's open the all persons. Open the person. Each person have a private int kids, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is my use case is going to be I need to create a method which will return the total number of kids. For example, I have 100 employees. I want to know the total number of kids there to the entire persons. For example, I have 1000 persons, each of them having 2. So I want to the sum of each and every one like 2000. Okay. Let me create a method here. So static long count kids. So which will obviously is going to return some data. Return. So as usual, go to the person repository and get all the employee, I mean all the person here, and then open the stream. Under the stream, you can use the filter. You always know that filter will take the predicate. Okay, I don't want to get all the kids detail. Okay, or instead of count, what I'm going to do is I'm going to count persons who has, or count all persons. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to count the person who has a height more than 140 centimeter. Person dot get height greater than or equal to 140. Okay, let's open it separately. Stream and the filter. Okay, and 40. Then I'm going to collect them. So we are not going to collect as a list or something like that. We are going to get the count of the total persons. So I'm going to use the collectors. It's under java.utility stream dot. We are not going to convert them into any list or to map or to sets. I just want the counts. So there is a method under the count terminal method counting, which will do the operation for us. So this will do the counting operation. So this will filter the data, only restrict the person who has a height of more than 140 centimeter. Okay, so let me comment this one, and so total person count is going to be count all persons. Okay, so let me run this to see. So total person count is 4. So what we are trying to see here, so the total person number of count is 4, which means in my person repository I have a 4 persons which has more than or greater than or equal to 140. So 1, 2, 3 and 4, which is right. Okay, so with this we came to end of this particular video. We will see each in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video we are going to discuss about summing and averaging. Under the collector we have two important methods which will help us to summing the integer numbers and averaging the integer numbers. Let's take it a simple example and we'll see. I'm going to create a new class, so I can name it as a stream sum and average example. Okay, so I'm going to have a main method in it. Okay, so what is the use case which we are trying to do here? Okay, so we have a person repository, right? So person repository contains multiple person details, the list of person details. Okay, so each and every person has a number of kids. Okay, I want to sum all the kids. Okay, so my outcomes has to be, for example, each has 2 kids and I have a total number of 6 persons, so the sum has to be 12. So we are going to simulate that in our simple example. Okay, so let me create a simple method. Static, it's gonna return an integer value, so sum total kids. Okay, and it's gonna return integer, right? The first step, I'm going to get the person list with the help of person repository. Under the person repository, we will have get all persons method. So once we received the list of persons, then I'm going to open a stream and then I'm going to collect the data. So under the collector, so how we are going to collect it? We are going to collect it as a summing integers. Okay, so under the collectors we have a method called summing int, right? I'm going to use a summing int. So here you need to provide which is the parameter you're trying to summing it. Okay, so under the person we have a column for get kids, so which will return the number of kids. Got it? So now just take a look at it one more time. List of persons, and I'm open the stream. I'm collecting the data, and I'm using the summing int method to get the calculated total number of kids. Okay, let's call the method sum of total kids. Okay, so I want to print them also. So total kids. Okay, so I'm gonna run this one now. Just right click and run it. Run as Java application. See, we got 14 kids, right? Let's double check it. Just count the list of kids here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Okay, maybe we can modify and see what is gonna be the outcome again. And again. Now we are getting 13. Right? Okay, so next what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use another method which is nothing but averaging int. Okay, so what basically I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find the average height. Okay, so we have a number of persons, right? So we can try to get the average. Average is always written the double, right? So I'm going to create a method which will return a double and average height. So again it's gonna return some data. So first step, let's collect the person list. Get all persons and open the stream, and then collect the data. So here the function which you are going to use collectors. Under the collectors we have a method called averaging int. If you take a look at it, you can have a multiple methods there. One is for averaging int, another one is for averaging double, and another one is for averaging long. So here I'm working with the integers, right? So I'm using averaging int. In case if you're working with a double or long, you can make use of other methods also. So I'm gonna use averaging. So again, we need to provide what is the parameter which we are going to average. So get height. Okay, let's return the value and print them. And average height is, so I'm gonna call this method here. Okay, so let's run this. Run it. See, this is the average height. So 141 is the average height for the total number of persons. Okay, so with this we came to end of this particular video. But before we are going to the next video, we tried with our person repository information, right? Let's try some normal example, like I have a list of integer, I want to get the sum of the data. Okay, so how we can do that? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a list of integers. Integer, I'm going to have name as int list. Just import it, and then arrays that as list. So we can have a multiple data here, 1 comma 2 comma. So I'm going to get the sum of it. Okay, so int total int list dot stream dot collect. So we're gonna use the summing int, right? So use collectors dot summing int here, and the data is going to be our integer value, right? Integer. So integer, we have a new int value. Okay, let's print the total. Total. Okay, let's go. Let's run it again. See, we got the total. So this is how we can make use of summing int and averaging int. Okay, so the same way you can use averaging double long as well. Okay, so thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in this video we are going to discuss about one of the important topic. So whenever you are working with lot of data, you may need the grouping logic. So the same way, when the way we need the sorting and unsorting, customized sorting, the similar way we need to have a grouping functionality as well. Okay, so let's try the grouping functionality and explore them, how we are going to use the grouping. Okay, I'm going to create a new example here, which will stream grouping example. Let's have a main method. Okay, so what is the use case which we are going to try now? So we have a person repository which will contains a list of persons. Okay, I'm going to group all the persons based on the gender wise. Okay, let's do that. Let me create a new method here, static void, and I'm going to name the method group by gender. Even you can try with the name also. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to print the data based on the gender. Okay, let me open the person repository, which will return the person list. Dot, the first thing we need to open a stream and dot collect. How we are going to collect the data, that is the tricky part here. We know with the help of collectors we can retrieve the information as a list, set, or hash map, some different formats, right? So the similar way we are going to use the collectors here, but we are going to use a grouping by function. Grouping by will have different methods, okay, but with different parameters. One with a single parameter, the second one with the two parameters, and another one with the three parameters. Let's explore each and everything. So I'm going to use a grouping here. So we need to provide which based on parameter we are going to sort it out, or grouping by. So under the person we are going to use the gender, right? Get gender. Okay. Okay, so what kind of data it is going to return? Correct? Because the grouping by based on gender, which is nothing but a list of person, and key is going to be what is the gender. So obviously it has to return a map which contains a key, string, and the value as list of person. Correct? Let's create a map here. Map. The first parameter is going to be string, and second parameter is going to be grouped data. So the second parameter is going to be list of person. Let's import list. Okay, so looks simple, right? Let's print the data and see how it is going to return the data. So what I'm going to do is, since it's going to be it's a hash map, there are multiple ways to print the data. Okay, the first way, I think we never seen this before. Let's explore that. So I'm going to open the group data and open the entry set dot, we're gonna use the for each here. Okay, and then lambda expression. So here is a body. So the key is going to be person dot get key, and value is going to be person dot sorry get value. Okay, let's run this and see how it is going to return the data. I'm going to call the method here and let's run it. See, we got the proper data, right? Key, female, and value is going to be the person, which contains all the female employees. The another one which contains the male as a key and will contain all the male details. Okay, as I said earlier, there are other ways to print the data from the hash map. Okay, I opened the entry set and I opened a loop and then I printed the data. So instead, what we can simply do is just open a stream, and we remember the off method, right? Which will take care of the elements which we have provided as an input and it will process them. Okay, so I'm going to pass the group data here, and then I can do the for each system dot out println. Let's run this again. See, it again returns the data. Key is the gender and the value is going to be the all female personalities, and another key is men. Okay, let me modify the console so we can see clearly. Okay, so the first key is a female and it contains all the female person information, and the second one is here male, and this particular list contains all the male person list. Okay, so we can try the another kind of grouping, because we tried the first one, which is nothing but the collector grouping by which will take in the single parameter. Correct. So the next thing also we are going to try the same thing, but it is little bit customized grouping logic. Let's try that. Group by gender, or we can based on height. So anyway, we need the same data here up to collect. So collect, I'm gonna use the collector here, collectors dot again grouping by. Here is the tricky part. Okay, I'm going to check a condition, because grouping by method is going to be accept a function, right? So you can provide your function explanation here. So I'm going to filter out the person who has a height of more than 140, or normal check. So person dot get height greater than or equal to 140. If greater than 140, I'm going to return tallest person, or I'm going to return shortest. So again, it's going to be written the same kind of data here. I just modified how I'm going to return the data, that's all, but the data is going to be the same. So I'm going to print the data. So let's call the group by height method. Let me run this. See, the first key is a shortest. Okay, shortest. bad. Shortest. Okay, the shortest person. This particular first key contains all the shortest person. That means the people who has a height of less than 140. And the another key is tallest, which contains the person who has a more than 140 as a height. Okay, so with this we came to end of this particular video. Next video we're going to talk about the grouping again, but we're going to use some different methods. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. Okay, let's talk about the next example. So group by we have verified how the single parameter method is working. Let's try the multi-parameter. So let me create another method, void two-level grouping. Okay, so what do we need here? As usual, let's open the stream. That is the first step, because we need to get all the person details. Okay, so once the stream is opened, I'm going to collect the data. Let me put it in a separate way. Collect the data with the help of collector. So how we are going to collect the data based on the grouping by. So here I'm going to use a multiple parameter. So you can pass two settings here. So one, you can try with you can check grouping by gender or name or height, or the second one is can be like we did the tallest or shortest. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this one. So the first condition is going to be my based on gender, which we already tried. Okay, and the second parameter is going to be the second one which we tried here, right? Let me put it separately. I'm going to use this condition, the second. Let's copy the grouping by here. Control C. So grouping by. So first parameter based on the gender, and second parameter whether it's tallest or shortest. Correct? And let me enter. Okay. So how it is going to return the data, and what kind of data it is going to be returned? Sometimes it will happen here. So why the grouping by method is saying the reference is not available? The method grouping by is undefined. Okay, it is an issue with some of the Eclipse IDE. See, what basically you need to do is you need to import the stream. Okay, so what we have collectors, right? Sometimes you need to do it manually. Collectors dot store, and it has to be static package. See, now the grouping by array is gone. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So how it is going to return data? The first one, this is going to be return a string. The reason is the key is gender, which is nothing but a string value. Okay, and the second one is grouping by. In this condition, what it is going to return? Whatever the second method returned. Map list of string and a person. Correct? Okay, so I'm gonna create a map here. Map. The first key is going to be string, which is nothing but by gender. First grouping by condition. Second is going to be list of, map of string and list of person. Correct? So what's that here? What is happening here? List of person. Okay, 1, 2, 3. String, comma, list of person. List of person, and we can name it as a group data again. Okay, so what is happening here? Again, okay, I just put a control Z. Okay, so again I'm going to print the stream data. So here I'm going to call the two level grouping. Just comment this one and create a new one. And so just go through one more time how the two level grouping working. I have a first method which is nothing but group by gender, which will group by based on gender. Second one based on height. Okay, I combined all those two group into a single method which is nothing but two level grouping, which will accept two grouping. Okay, let's run this. Okay, see the first condition, first map gender based female, and the second the value is a another map, the key is going to be shortest or tallest, and here is the shortest key and the shortest person values. The similar way is applicable for the male also. Male is a key and shortest is the, okay, it's shortest one again. Okay, it's based on gender, right? So shortest. Okay, so this is how it is going to work. Okay, so not only these kind of parameters, you can mention one parameter and you can use the another parameter with the some different kind of data, because here it is gender and here again based on some other parameter. Okay, but it can be any collector method. Okay, let's try another method. We can try the count here. So I'm gonna create another method which will do the two level grouping also with the count. Static void count. So what I'm going to do is, anyway, I'm going to use the same thing, right? So I'm gonna copy this entire stuff here. Okay, person repository, stream, and everything is here. So the first is based on gender. Okay, or we can try something else also, because we're always trying with the gender. Let's try with the name here, kit name. And second parameter is going to be any kind of collectors, correct? Under, so it's need not worry why you need to only use grouping. You can use the summing int also, because that is also part of collector API, right? Okay, let's remove the second one. So I'm going to use the summing int, which will take in the count of kits. Person get kits. So what is happening here? So what is going to be return type? The first parameter is going to name, that is nothing but a string, and second count of kits, nothing but integer value. Okay, so it's going to be a map of string and integer. Got it. Let's copy. Okay, now I'm going to execute this method. Okay, so just go over one more time. Grouping based on the name and also getting the number of kits for each and every person. Since I don't have any other parameters inside the person detail, I'm using kits. For example, you can use something else also. For example, you can have, if you have any other what you can say, vehicle number or any device number. Okay, so each person has how many vehicles. Those kind of conditions you can add it in case if you have any other parameters inside your person DTO. Okay, so let's run it. See, Angel 2, Alan 2, Camel 1, John 1, John 2, Nancy. This is how it's going to return. Okay, so you can try this kind of examples also. And there is another method which will help us to return the data based on whatever we desired. Okay, so as I said, we tried the first one, which is nothing but grouping one parameter and grouping two parameters. Let's try grouping by three parameters. Got it? Okay, let's try creating another example or a method, static void three level grouping. As usual, I'm going to copy this line because it's going to be a common person that opening the stream is the first step, and then here, I don't need this. I don't want to know the return type for now. So stream dot collect. I'm gonna use the collector again. Collectors dot grouping by. Okay, so here grouping by, we are going to use a three parameter here. The first one is the classifier, the first grouping agent. Okay, second is what kind of data you want to return. Okay, whether you wanted to return as a hash map or set or list, you can specify in the second column. And third one is what kind of data. Let's try a simple example. I'm gonna person get name, and second one is I'm going to return as a hash map. Hash map and a new object, and I'm going to return as a set or list. I'm going to return as a list. Collectors dot to list. Okay, then now we can decide what kind of data it is going to be written. See, the first one is going to be the first grouping of get name, so it's nothing but string. Second is what kind of data. Okay, so this is just type, it's not a parameter. Okay, and what we are going to return a set of or list of data. So here in this case, here's list of persons. So it's always written a map. So here the key is going to be a string, which is nothing but a name, and the outcome is going to be a list of person. List of person, right? And it is going to be group data, and I'm gonna print them. Okay, let's copy this method and print them or execute them. Just take a look at it again. I just opened another grouping by method which will accept three parameters. One indicates what is the grouping condition, which based on which parameter you are going to grouping by, and then what kind of data you are going to return, which is nothing but the hash map. And how do you want to return the second parameter, the value? It has to be list of person. Got it? Let's execute them. See, based on name Angel, and then it's going to return a list of person, which is nothing but the value. Okay, the entire thing is a hash map. Okay, so the person dot get name, which will return the this particular key Angel. Got it? So the first parameter covered. Sorry, here the first parameter has been covered here. Okay, and the outcome data, the value is going to be a list. Okay, so this person, everything comes under a list. Okay, but all together everything as a hash map, which you mentioned. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in this video we are going to discuss about something similar to our grouping by. It's called by partitioning by. So if both are similar, what could be the difference? Okay, basically partitioning by will always run a map with the two entries, one value for a predicate. Is it true or a false? Okay, it is possible for both entries will have empty list, but they will exist, right? But that's something grouping by will not do, since it's only create entries when they are needed. But partitioning by, even though the list is empty, it will create two entries, which is one for false and one for true. Okay, let's create a simple example and explore that. I'm going to create a new class file here. One second. So stream partitioning example. I need to have a main method. Let me create a first method. The use case, what we are going to do is we are going to retrieve the person details who has a more than height of 140, our normal condition. So static void, I can have a method name called by height. Before we directly jump into the implementation, let me open the partitioning and I'll show you how it looks like, or what are the parameters which it has in it. So the grouping by, okay, we need to look for partitioning by. Just take a look. For partitioning by, we have two methods, one with one parameter and second one with the two parameters. Correct? Let's try the first one with a single parameter and which will accept a predicate as an input. Okay. The second one, the first parameter is going to be predicate and second is going to be any collector method. Okay. Okay. So let's start with the method one. Okay. Before that, we know that the input is a predication. Okay. So let me create a predicate here. We all know that how to create a predicate. Predicate person, or I'm going to call this a P1 person dot predication. We all know that it always going to be written a boolean true or a false, right? Okay, this is my predicate. So I'm going to open a person repository to get all the person information and open the stream to process the data, and then I'm going to collect them with the help of partitioning by. Okay. I'm trying to look for the partitioning by method here, but I couldn't able to get the reference. The reason is, as we discussed earlier in the previous video, this import is not happening. Just copy that static one and paste it here. Now try that. Now we got the partitioning by. I still don't know why this particular Eclipse IDE version it's not able to refer that reference, but still you might be able to get the reference when you try. If you're not able to get, then do the same thing which I tried, copy paste it manually or just import it manually. Partitioning by, I'm gonna pass the predication 1 P1. So as we know, the partitioning by method, it's always going to return a map which will contain a key and a value. So what's going to be a map elements here? Correct. The first one has to be a boolean because the predication is always going to return a boolean. So the first one is a boolean, and second is I'm retrieving list of persons, correct? So it has to be a list of person is the value for that. Import the map. Okay, now we are good, right? So now what we are going to do, let's print the data. Person map plus map. Okay, let's call the method and see the outcome. Just run it again. So run it. See, now you got the set of data which contains a map. The first one is going to be false, which is nothing but the person who has a less than 140 as a height. And another key value is going to be true, which will nothing but the person who has a height of greater than 40. Okay, at any case, when you are using partitioning by, you will get a true or a false with empty values or some proper values, right? Okay, let's try the another method because the partitioning by has another method which will accept the two parameters, right? Okay, so let me copy the same method here by height with two param. So here what I'm going to do is I already passed the first parameter. Okay, we all know that the second parameter is going to be any kind of collector, right? So I want to return the data as a set, collectors dot to set. So now what happening? When I return as a to set, I got an error. The problem is here the outcome is a list because in previous method we just directly return as a person. So here it is set of person. So I'm gonna use a set here. Import the set. Got it? Now person map 2 here, person map 1 to differentiate that. Okay, let me try this method and see what is the outcome. Run it. See, this is the outcome of person map 2, which all again contains a true or false as a key. False contains the person who has a lesser height, and true, greater than highest, the 140. But look at the data. It's written as a set. If it is a map, it will be like the open and close parentheses, right? So you can define what kind of data you need to return. It's not only collector that to set. You can do any kind of collector. You can do some mapping also. Okay. Maybe we can give it a try with another. I'm going to copy the same method. Param or with the map. I'm going to do the map. Okay. So the first, I'm going to keep the same data here. So partitioning by P1, and the second one is like any collector method. I'm not going to use the collector dot to set here. I want something else. Okay. I want to retrieve the person name and each and everyone's hobbies. So how are you going to do that? We need to make use of the collectors.to map, right? Which has the map method, which will help us to transform the data to one type to another type. Sorry, it's a to map, right? To map. Okay, so the key is going to be person name. Okay, and the value is going to be get hobbies, right? Okay, so now this looks good, but why is the error message? The problem is the return type here. The first value is going to be a boolean. There is no issue in that. But what is the second element which are returning as a response of this particular data. Correct? See, I'm going to another map which contains a string and a list of string, because name is a string and hobby is a list of string. So the second parameter is going to be map, which will contains string as another key and list of string. Got it? Now let's run this method and see how it is going to return the data. So it's good, right? Person map, I can make it as a person map 3. Run it again. Person map 3. Key is always a true or false, which is nothing but the predication outcome. Okay. To map Alan. See, this is the data. Now it is printed as a map. Initially, the previous method which is written as a toSet, right, which contains square brackets. Map indicates the curly brackets. So inside the map, you have a name, and the value is going to be list of string, which is nothing but inside the square brackets. Okay. So with this, we came to end of this particular video. We'll see each other in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome back. Now we are entering into an important topic, which is nothing but the two different streams. Okay, so far we have discussed a lot about stream. So those are all sequential stream. And here we're going to talk about the parallel stream as well. Okay, let's take a look at it. What is sequential and what is parallel? Sequential, it's just like a for loop. For example, if you have a 10 numbers, it will process one by one, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and up to 10. Okay, it will not skip one to another. But in the case of parallel, what will happen is each and every element will be taken care of at different threads. So those are based on the how many number of processor available in your particular machine. Okay, so in the sequential, it always runs in a single core because that is running one by one. But parallel runs into multiple core, and the multiple core depends on your system or your server, right? And both of them are supporting lazy evaluation, which is nothing but the terminal operations, the way we are using the factory methods, right? Um, Factory method like map, flat map, for each, everything. Okay, those are all support for lazy evaluation. Okay, and finally, it is purely based on the each and individual developer responsibility to choose which stream you're gonna use for your task or for your requirement. Okay, let me show you a simple example so you can see what is the exact difference between the sequential and parallel. Just take a look at the diagram. I just got this particular diagram into some of the blocks actually. So here it will show the difference. The first one is sequential. It is running in the core 1, which is nothing but the machine 1 or processor 1. So iteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Everything has to happen in a sequence order, one by one. But take a look at the second one, which is nothing but the parallel stream. It has a 4 processor in it. So each and every processor has taken care of few elements. So the processor 1 is taking care of 2 and 5, and processor 2 is taking 1. It is up to the availability of your system configuration. Okay, so basically what is happening is it is sequential. One single process taking care of all the elements. In the case of parallel, different processors will taken care of the each and individual elements. Okay, let me create a simple example to show you how this the parallel and sequence is going to work. Okay, let me create a new class here. So I'm going to create a new package, parallel streams. So sequential, parallel, example. So let's have a main method, finish. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to differentiate a sequential and the parallel, how it is going to work, how the threads has been shared. Okay, let me create a list of string or array of strings, string str. Okay, so it has 1, 2, 3. Let's keep it up to 10. That is more than enough. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm going to print this particular array in a sequential stream and also the parallel stream. Okay, so before that what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another method, static void print data or print stream, so which will accept a stream of string. Okay, so what basically we are trying to do is let me open the stream and print it. Stream dot for each, and here I'm going to write a method body here, system.out.println, and I will print the local time here, local time dot now and value. So value is my data element, and I'm going to show which thread it is running. Okay, thread. So we all know how to take current thread, right? So thread dot current thread dot get name. Okay, so then what we are going to do is I'm going to create a simple another condition. Let me put the put the thread for sleep for 20 or 2 seconds or something like that. So let me open a try catch block. So here I'm gonna make the thread to sleep for 2 nanoseconds. 200, let me put it 200, and then that print stack trace. Okay, so now we are ready to go. So I'm going to pass this particular string to this particular print stream method, but before that I need to convert the data into a stream first, right? Okay, I'm going to call the print stream. So we all know how to convert a variable, an array to a stream, right? So which is nothing but arrays dot stream. Here we're gonna pass the str. So that's all. So the method is, so let me put a SSO here. So differentiate what method I'm going to run. Okay. Sequential run. Okay. So but print stream, I'm passing a stream, but how are we going to pass that? Okay. you can provide dot sequential, or you don't have to do that, because or by default it's a sequential, right? So anyway, let me put it in a sequential way, and let me run this and see the outcome. Have you seen the difference here? This is what sequential do. Value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That means which will run sequential manner, which is nothing but one by one. Okay, so up to the first data has to be completed, the second will wait, and up to second, third will wait. Okay, let's try to run the same with the help of parallel way of execution. So here I'm going to do a parallel run. So I'm going to call the same method which has the same data, but here I'm going to use the parallel manner instead of the sequential. Okay, so let me run it again, and now you can see the difference between the sequential and the parallel flow. Let me maximize the console. Just take a look at it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, which is nothing but the sequential. But take a look at the parallel run. 6, 3, 7, 4, which is not in the proper order. The reason is everything working on a different thread. Okay, here you can see two unique thread names. That means I have two processors in my machine. Okay, so in the next tutorial, I'm going to continue the same example but with a different test case. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. Let's continue the parallel and the sequential stream example. Okay, so this is the previous example which we discussed already. But as I said in the beginning, there is a way we can identify how many processors are running in my machine. We can do that. We can check that. So how we can do that? You can print the data. So runtime dot get runtime dot available processors, which will give you the available processor in your machine. Just run it again, and there you can see 2. This is the count of the processor. That is the reason in my parallel, the parallel run, we can see two different threads. First one is main, another one is the fork chain pool. Okay. Okay, let me create another simple example to show how exactly difference between, like, let's have a sequential and the timing difference between the sequential and the parallel. I'm going to create another class and can have N new class file. I'm going to name sequential parallel example. Maybe I can keep it as example 1. Okay, so I'm going to have a main method also. Just click finish. Okay, my class is ready now. Okay, so what I'm going to create two methods. Okay, which will give us the sum of 0 to 100 or 0 to whatever number we want. Okay, so let me create two methods. Static, which will run int sum method using sequential. So return. So I need to return a sum of 0 to 1000 or 10,000. Okay, so I need to have a int stream. So int stream dot, I'm gonna use the range closed. The first one is 0. So the n number is going to be around 1000 or 10,000. Okay, so the method which you're going to use is the factory method is sum. Okay, so let me run this method and see how it is going to return the data. I'm going to print the data here. Okay, so sum from sequential manner. I'm going to call the method and I'm going to print it. Okay, so this is the sum of this particular range close 0 to 10,000. Okay, so I'm going to create another method which will do the same operation, but that is going to work as a parallel manner. So I'm gonna change the name to parallel, and before summing the data I'm going to use the parallel stream and then summing it. Okay, so both method which will return the same data, I mean same output. Okay, let's run it again. See, both the end result is the same. So what is the difference? Okay, so when we are working with a multiple number of threads, so how it is going to be identify which method or which stream is going to be a faster. Okay, let me create an interface method to run the same method multiple times, and we'll see which method is performing faster. Okay, so here I'm going to create another method called static children long and check performance. So this method is going to be accept a supplier which will return an integer, and it's nothing but the sum. Then int how many times I'm going to execute the method. Okay, so but another thing is we need to calculate the timing, the start and the end time, right? So I need to have another variable here to store the start time. So using system dot our current time in milliseconds, which will help us to identify when the process has been started. I'm going to create another parameter to identify the end also. Okay, and return end minus start. Okay, so here in between what we are going to do. Okay, I'm going to create a for loop which is int I is equal to 0 and I less than or equal to the number of execution times. Okay, and then I'm going to increment I is equal to 0. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the method. So I have a supplier method which is nothing but sum, or else we can sum dot get. Okay, so which will run the method. So here the sum dot get method which will run the method this many number of times. Okay, so here I'm going to make a small change in my main. I'm going to comment out these two. Let me copy this, print the data. But here what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the check performance method which will accept a supplier. So how we can pass that, because supplier some method using segment or a sequential flow and a parallel flow. So I can use a method reference like sequential parallel example get some method using sequential flow and how many number of times I want to execute them. I just want to execute them around 25 times. Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing for parallel also. But here instead of sequential method I'm going to call the parallel method. So the both the method I'm going to call 25 times, and I'm going to verify which method is running faster, whether it is a sequential stream or is a parallel stream. Okay, let me run this. Okay, the sum from sequence method took 8 seconds, and the parallel it took 35, which is not exactly right. Let's see. I ran it again, but again it's sequential take 8 seconds and parallel took 7 seconds, which is not quite convincing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increment the range of data. I'm just using 0 to 10,000. Let me make it as 1 lakh. When we have a huge number, we can identify the exact difference. So I'm going to run it again. Have you seen the difference here? The sequence which took 514 and the parallel is 242. Okay, that's a huge difference. Okay, let's run it again. Let's see the impact. Now it is also nearby, but still parallel beaten the sequential flow. Let's run it again. Again, the parallel flow got the winner. Let's run it again. See, when you have a huge amount of data and a huge amount of data needs to be processed, then we will get to know which method is going to be useful. Okay, in this kind of straightforward logic, whether you don't have to do any internal modification, like if you're executing hundreds of records, that is okay. But while executing it, you're making some operations or you're performing some object modifications. Those kind of scenarios, if you go for parallel, then we will end up with an issue. Okay, but for straight kind of iteration, it's always good to go with the parallel, but it's always advisable before you decide which stream you're going to use, just run it multiple times and see which one is giving the better performance. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to continue the parallel stream now. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to create a solve another use case. Okay, so we are going to work with our person repository, which we already have it. Okay, let me create a new class, parallel stream use case. So I'm going to have a main method here. Okay, so what is the use case? We have a person repository, right, which holds the list of personalities, right? So here I have a list of hobbies also. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to retrieve the hobbies. Okay, so I want to retrieve the hobbies of each and every person. I mean to say all the person hobbies. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new method here, which was saying static, sorry, come on, static, and it's gonna return list of string, which is nothing but the hobbies. Get hobbies by BiConsumer. So this method is going to be parallel flow. Okay, so we need to return the data. Okay, so first thing we need to retrieve the person repository. So under the person repository we have all the person list, right? Person repository dot get of all persons, and then I'm going to open up a stream, and then I'm going to use the map because I need to retrieve the hobbies inside the person class, right? So person and inside get hobbies. Okay, get hobbies is a list of string, right? So I cannot directly collect as a list, right? Okay, let's continue that. Dot collect, I'm going to collect as a collectors dot to list. Okay, but there is a problem here. Okay, it is not going to return as a list because person and it has a list of hobbies. We need to flatten the map. Okay, so under the list we have a stream. Okay, so now it will return list of string. Okay, so I'm going to copy paste the same method hobbies by parallel, but here I'm going to use the parallel stream. Okay, okay, we did everything, right? But another thing, okay, we need to find out which method is running faster, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a start time or start int start is equal to system dot current milli. Okay, it's going to long, right? So I'm going to have another variable which will return the end. So here, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to modify method like this. Hobbies. Let's copy this entire thing. Control X, Control V, and it will run the list of hobbies. Okay, so I'm going to copy the same method again. So instead of stream, I'm going to use parallel stream. That's the only change. Okay, and I'm going to print the data. Parallel duration n minus start. So I'm going to do the same thing in the other method as well. Just okay. So here it's going to be sequential. Okay, now we have things ready. Okay, what I'm going to do is let's call the methods. The first method is going to be get hobbies by sequential method, and then another one is by parallel. Okay, first I'm going to run the method and see how the time duration is difference between these two methods. Run as Java application. Now you should be able to see the difference here. See, sequential duration is 88, parallel is 7. It's very much faster parallel, but we just need to think about why this much time difference. Okay, the reason is here. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to flatten the map. That means there are some conversion is happening here, right? Okay, so while conversion is happening, it normally will take little bit more time because it's not only mapping the data, it is flattening the data and again mapping it. So that conversion part is happening. But when the parallel process is doing the same thing, what will happen is since we are using the parallel stream, there are multiple threads sharing the job and they're all together doing the same job and give the result. But then the sequential way, it's a single, see, it's only the single thread handling the entire operation. So it has to be done one by one. So one has to wait for the previous one. The next one has to wait for the previous one. So it happened to the till start to the end. So that is why we have this much huge time differentiation. From this we might understand when to use parallel, when not to use parallel. Okay, so whenever the data flow is happening directly, we can go for parallel stream, and even it's okay to go with the stream also, but what we are trying to understand is when to use a parallel. Okay, so here we are flattening the data and then mapping it. Okay, there are other scenarios similar to this, but we should not use the parallel stream, so which we'll discuss in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to continue the parallel scenario here. So let me create a new example. Parallel when not to use example. Let's have a main method. So basically the one thing which we need to keep in mind, when there is a iteration process which will not do any intermediate operation like modifying the parameter inside a loop or a for each, those kind of situation we are good to go with a parallel stream. Okay, but the thing is I have hundreds of elements and it has stored in a list. I'm iterating it, but every time when I'm iterating, I'm modifying one particular data into the particular object. So in that case, if you're going for parallel flow, it leads to an issue. So we will see that in this video. Okay. Okay. Let me So what I'm trying to do is the use cases, uh, as usual, we are going to calculate the sum of the range of data. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new method here, static, and it is going to return a int that is nothing but the sum or calculated sum. Okay. So here the first method, it can be sequential. Sequential calculation. So basically what it is accepting input parameter, for example, let's consider it's taking a list of integer as an input list. Okay, import the list. So if you want to find out the duration, we need to have the start and end time, right? Let's copy paste it from the previous example. So start and also the end, and also we can copy the SOP also. Okay, so in between we have to implement our logic. Okay, so we have list of integers, correct? So I'm going to create another variable which will store the total, or you can name it as a sum, and I will return the total also. Okay, so I'm going to iterate the list dot stream. Okay, and here I'm not using the parallel stream, I'm using direct stream because it's a sequential calculation. Okay, so I'm going to use a reduce function which will accept two parameters. The one is the starting point and the second one is the parameters x, y, and it has to calculate the x plus y. Okay, so we are good to go. Okay, let's copy the same method. It's going to be pretty much the same. Just paste it, and this is going to be a parallel calculation. Okay, so I'm going to run the class. First I need to call the method, right? But what I'm going to do, I need to pass the list of integers. So I want to create a list of integer which contains 0 to or 1 to 1000 or 10,000, something like that. Okay, so I'm going to create a, so we can go to the in stream, right, which will help us to create a range of data 1 to 10,000. Okay, and I'm going to collect this as a list. Using collectors dot to list. Okay, what is happening? String dot. Okay, it is collectors, not collector, dot to list. Okay, so I'm going to collect them in a list of string, right? I mean, sorry, list of integer. So let's copy paste it. So what is happening here? Can you see the error message here? Int type. Okay, so the what int stream will do? Int stream will return a primitive integer data, but here we are expecting as a wrapper class integers, right? So what we can do, before collecting the data, we need to box it. Box what will do? It will convert the type, the primitive type, into a wrapper class type. Correct? Let's do that. So before collecting data, let's box the data. Okay. So now we are good to go. We have the list ready. Let's use the list and we can call the method. So the first method which I'm going to call is sequential method. Sequential calculation and the list. And the second one is parallel execution, and the input is going to be the same list. Okay. So let's run this and see what is the difference here. Right. Let me clear the console. Run it. So have you seen the difference here? Sequential duration is 22 seconds, but parallel is just a 2 milliseconds. What could be the difference here? Okay, but before that we want to modify something, right? It is a stream, but we want to modify the parallel here. Parallel stream. Okay, so let's run it again. So parallel execution is takes 106 and sequential take only 4 seconds. What do you think is an issue? Because we know that sequential is not faster sometimes when comparing to the parallel. But here why parallel is slow? There is a reason behind it. Okay, so what could be the reason? We all know that if it is a straightforward iteration, parallel will work as fast as possible compared to sequential. But here, what we are trying to do is we are trying to convert a data. Okay, so what is happening here? What is happening here? I just boxed the data and then I'm passing the list, right? And it is a list of int. So here we don't have any impact with the performance. This is just creating the list. But where the performance issue is happening? Can you take a look at here? This is working with the variables, correct? So each and every time the total will be keep on updated, correct? So the object is keep updated. It's a sequential calculation, right? So the object will be keep on updated. Even in the parallel flow, it's keep on updated. But the reason it took time, okay? The parallel execution, there are multiple threads, okay, processing the data, and each of them returning a response, and then again they club together, they are working, and then again they are trying to do the same operation. Okay, so whenever any places, if you trying to modify an object, you cannot go for parallel stream. Okay, so in those kind of scenarios, sequential stream is far better and more effective also. Okay, let's discuss some other example in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. Let's try some other example. This is the existing operation which we tried already. Let's create a user-defined DTO and we'll try to modify that. Okay, so we need to have a DTO for that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new DTO. Okay, or else okay, I can copy the same method and I'm going to create a new class here. So parallel when not use example one, and I'll have a main method. Okay, so here I'm going to create another inner class which contains a DTO. So class calculation. Okay, so the calculation contains a integer variable total. So I need to have a getter and setters. So create a getter and setter. Okay, so and I need to have a method here. Public void calculate. So what will happen in the calculate? We'll have a input here. So it will keep updating the total. Whenever this method was called, the global level variable will be keep updated with this. Okay, let's try to use the DTO and try it in the example. Okay, so what we are going to do here? So I'm going to create an object for the calculation. Calculation cal is equal to new calculation. Okay, so let me create an int stream which contains a range of data, range close 0 to 1, maybe 2000, and dot. Okay, by default it's a stream, right? So dot for each. Every time I'm passing the data here, and I'm going to call the method inside the. Do you understand what I have written here? I created a stream of data which is nothing but 0 to 2000. Okay, and I'm iterating the data. So every time I'm passing the data from here to this method. So it's like a for loop, right? So the data will keep on passed. The method which I'm calling the calculate. What the calculate will do? It by default adding the total or keep updating the total with the current number, right? So this is the object reference model. We used to try a class and the method name, right? The same way we can use the object and the method name also. Okay, let me print the data here. So what I'm going to do is result. So here I'm going to use the cal object to get the total. Okay, let me minimize that. Let me run this method. So this is the outcome. So this is the outcome of the above body. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing with a parallel. So I'm going to have the same range of data, but before iterating the data, I'm going to use the parallel stream, and then I'm iterating the data. Okay, now you can see result in sequential flow, result in parallel. Now you should be able to see what is the difference. Why we keep telling that when your data keep updating, we cannot go for the parallel streams. See the data. The sequence is returning some proper data, and the parallel returning some data which is not matched with the sequential. Let's keep running that. Every time you'll get a different output from the parallel execution. The reason is the variable is updated by different threads. Okay, so other thread which will not aware of what is the previous thread is doing and what is another thread which is handling the same data what it is doing. So everything working independent together, independent each other, right? So those kind of scenarios, when you go for the parallel, it not only leads to a performance issue, it leads to a invalid data or wrong data. Okay, so whenever you are using parallel stream, make sure is it really necessary, because wherever you are trying to update the code or you are trying to code, you can simply go and work with the streams, which means sequential streams. It's not going to impact anything. But when you're going for parallel, you need to consider few parameters. The first thing, is it really necessary? The second thing, will it improve my performance? And third, even if it improves my performance, will it give the proper or valid outcome? Those things you need to keep that in your mind always. Okay, so with this we came to end of this particular video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we have talked a lot about optional. We haven't officially gone through what is optional and how it is used and why do we need that. Okay, but in our previous examples we have seen some different types of optional and how we are going to use that. Okay, let's jump into the optional. What is optional? Okay, as a programmer we all know the null pointer exception or the null pointer check, correct? And the optional comes with a pretty big lot of advanced techniques with the help of the optional and its methods. Okay, so let's see what is optional. Optional is a container object used to contain a not null value. Okay, or you can simply say not null objects. And the second one, basically the optional is used to represent a null value with the absent value. Okay, so it may bit hard to understand, but when we go and jump into an example, we can easily understand that. Okay, and another important thing is it has a various utility methods to check whether the data is available or not available. Or you can simply put it that way, like whether the data is present or not present instead of checking null values. And another important thing, null checks are not required and no more null pointer exception at the runtime because we are handling those scenarios in a smarter way with the help of optional. And no more boilerplate code. Okay, so if you have an object, it has a three elements inside, and inside the another element is another list, and it has another data in it. So we have to keep on writing if condition whether the data is not available, then checking the data, and whether that retrieved data is not null, then again check the not null. So we can avoid those kind of boilerplate codes. Okay, and another important thing is optional has some important methods which will help us to identify whether data is available or not available or is present or not. Okay, so there are three methods. The first one is empty and the second one is off, and it will accept a input parameter, and third one is off nullable. The first one is empty, which is pretty much it's a straightforward logic. It will return an empty optional instance. Okay, that is not a null, empty optional instance. Okay, and the second one is off. It will return a value. Okay, and it's going to be not null value. So optional not null value. So when you are using off, it has to be a not null value. And off nullable returns a optional value based on the described or specified value. Okay, it will return a true or false for us. If data is available, it will return a true. If data is not available, it will return a false. Okay, in case of false, it will return a empty optional. If it is true, it will return a proper data. Okay, let's jump into a simple example and see how the optional is going to work. Okay, let me launch my Eclipse. Okay, let me create a new class file here. So we are going to have a new package here since it's a new topic. So optional. So the class name is going to be optional example. Have main method also. Okay. So what are we going to do? Okay. So I'm going to create a simple optional instance or a variable. Okay, so basically what I'm going to have is I'm going to create a simple method here, so which will echo my name, static string my name, and which will accept input parameter string name, and it will return the name. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, okay, so I'm going to use the optional to retrieve the value. Okay, so how are you going to call the method? Let me straight away call the method and I'll show you what is the outcome of it. System.println and result. I'm going to call my name method and I'm passing some data, or I can pass it as a John. Okay, let's run this one. Okay, the result is John. Okay, How are we going to improvise this particular method? Because what will happen if it is written a null? How we are going to, we don't want to put a null check every time, right? So what we are going to do is I'm going to use the optional dot, I'm going to use the off nullable. So we all know that what off nullable will do. So based on the specified value, it will return a not null value or empty optional. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the method which I created. I'm going to use John again. Okay. So let me print that also. Okay. Let's run this. See, we got optional of John. Optional with the data. Correct? Okay, so what will happen if it is a null there? Mm, let's modify the code a little bit and see what will happen if it is a null. What then nullable is going to do? We have seen already if it is off nullable and the data is a null, it will return a empty optional. Okay, let me run it again. See, we got the optional dot empty. Correct? Okay, so let's put it in a simple way. But here it is written a optional dot empty, and let me make it as a proper code. Let me run it again. So it runs John again, but I want to retrieve the name alone. Okay, so instead of keeping like that, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to retrieve as a optional variable, and it will return a string, right? So name is equal to, I'm going to use that. Okay, so this will hold my name. Okay, so I'm going to print that name. So if you print, still you will get the optional of John. Okay, so another important thing which you need to know, if you're trying to retrieve any data from an optional an optional class or optional data which you retrieved, so what you need to do is you need to use the get method which will return the exact data. In our case it's a string. Just run it again. See, now we got the John as a plain string format, or else you can, even if you want to make it simplify, just copy that and paste it here. I can name it as a name one and keep this as a string, and here dot get. That's all. There are different ways of coding. It's up to you. How are you going to do that? Okay, so we can talk about the is present, right? Okay, so what will happen if the data is null? Okay, I'm gonna make this method as a null here. It will return null. Let's see what happens. See what is happening. No such element exception. That means no value present. So whenever you are using optional, you cannot straightforward go ahead and get the data. Before getting the data, you need to make sure the data is present. Okay, so what we can do, so we have seen few methods. Under the optional, just go to optional. Let me show you what is optional class contains the methods. Okay, so here empty method of nullable. Similar way, we have a lot of is present or if present. Is present will return a boolean value, which is nothing but whether the data is present or not. Okay, let me use the is present method to see the data exists. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, before printing the data, what I'm going to check is whether name dot is present. Okay, if is present, I'm printing the name, or else no data found. Okay, let's run this now. Now we got no data found because it's written a null value. Okay, let me modify the code back to normal and run it again. Now we got the proper data. Correct? So this is how you need to use the optional. So whenever the place you need to do a null check, make sure you are using optional because it has some useful methods to help us to avoid putting a null check everywhere. We can make use of is present method, and also we have another kind of method if present. Okay, so we will get into all of them in the next tutorial or next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we're gonna continue the optional here. So I'm going to create a new method which will return a person name. We have the person repository, right? And there we have a method to retrieve a single person. So I'm going to write a simple method here which will return a name of the person, string person name, and it will accept the person input. So this is our normal code. This is not the optional classes. I'm going to use our traditional way of coding. So what I'm going to do, the first thing, I'll check if the data is not null. So then what I'll do, I will return person dot get name. Else I'm gonna return again no data found. Okay, so let me run this method and see what is the problem when you're dealing our traditional way of checking. Okay, let me comment out these two and let me comment this one also. Let's have a pretty new here. Okay, so I'm gonna print the data and the person name is gonna be, so I'm gonna call the method person name. Let me pass a empty object here. So I need to have a new person object here. Okay, so the reason we are getting error here because I don't have the empty constructor in my person DTO. Just go to the person DTO and create a constructor. The MC constructor. So now go back to our code. That is gone. So what will happen now? So I'm gonna call the method which eventually will return the not null data, right? Or null. There's a confusion, right? Because the object is not null. Okay, but the data contains, the person contains these elements, and these are all empty values or null values here. Let's see what's gonna happen. Let's run this. See, person name is null. We all thought it's gonna go for the else loop, which will run no data found, right? The problem is we checked the person object is not null, not the person dot get name is not null. Correct? Okay, so let's try to handle the same scenario in optional. Okay, that will be interesting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to write another method, static optional of, the name is string, right? So I'm gonna return as an optional of string person name with optional. Okay, so here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pass the optional person. Okay, optional of person. So now I'm gonna check the condition here. The first thing what I'm gonna do, I'll check whether null not equal to my person. Correct? And then we can straight away return the data. Return. So here the data is going to be empty, right? Because I'm not passing any data to this method. It's just a skeleton for now. So what I'm doing is I'm gonna check person dot, I'm going to use the map method. Okay, so map method, this is not the method which we used under the stream map. This is a optional map which will help us to organize the object again, like the class reference. So person dot map, the function. So I'm gonna retrieve the information from the person DTO and getting the name. Okay, and I'm returning that. Else return. This is where the optional is playing. I don't want to return some empty data, so I will return as a optional dot empty. Okay, so this looks pretty clear, right? And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the method. So I'm going to retrieve as optional of string, right? Optional of string, person name equal to the method I'm going to call person with optional, correct? But here I need to send a person DTO, which is nothing but an optional person. But if you go to the person repository, we don't have the method which will return a option of person. Okay, so let's create one method here. So here I'm going to return option of, so optional of person. So return, so get person optional. Change the method name as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call, we need to return as a optional, right? So I'm going to make use of optional of. So which the method which will return an optional of data which we provided. So the data which I'm going to provide here, I'm going to call the get person method, which eventually return a person data. So I'm retrieving a person information here and I'm sending them back as a optional data. So here optional person. Okay, let's go back to our example and here let's call the person repository dot get person optional. Okay, let's run this method and see what is the proper outcome for this. So run it. The person name is null. Okay. Okay, so we didn't print the data, right? So I'm going to print the name also. I mean the name, the outcome. So the person name is the optional OPT. Optional person name is person name. It will, okay, person name. So the person name which will return an optional of string, I want to retrieve the data. So I'm gonna use the get method here. Okay, let me comment this one out and run it. Now you can see the optional person name is John. Okay, so what will happen, or when the optional dot empty will return, there are scenarios when you have the optional data is empty or the data inside is empty. We can check for is present method. Is present, Is present method, if it return true, that means it has a proper data, so we will return the data. If it is false, we will return the optional empty. We will see all of them in our upcoming videos. And you can slightly modify this code to make it even better. Because the optional example, I used null check. Basically, the optional came for the replacing the null check, right? Then why I need to use the null again? So what we're gonna do is just use the person dot is present method. If the data is available, then return this data, or else return this data. Okay. So in the next video, what we are going to discuss, we're going to discuss about the methods under optional. Okay, there are a lot of methods available under the optional, like as I already discussed, off null level, or is present, if present. There are too many methods are available, or map, okay, or else get, or else exception. There are a lot of things there. Okay, let's see each and everything. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So now what we are going to discuss, we are going to talk about the methods available in the optional class. Okay, pretty much we are going to cover here is optional.off, optional.nullable, or optional.empty. Okay, so let's create a, let me close all the existing class. Let me create a new class here, optional methods example, and I'm gonna have a main method here. Just close the other classes. Okay, so what is the first one which you're going to discuss about? Let's go from off nullable. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an optional string here. Optional string. So this is going to be example of off nullable, right? So the data is going to be optional of some string. Example Java 8. Okay, let's print the data of nullable. Okay, let me run this. See, it is optional.off is returning a not null value always. Whatever data you're processing inside, and moreover, the optional.off method, which will always used whenever we are sure that there will be no null value inside. Then only we can go for off value. Okay, let's go for the off nullable first. Off nullable. Okay. So we know off nullable will do. If data is available, it will return the optional of data. In this case, optional of string data, or else optional of empty. Okay. Let me run this. See, it's returning the optional of Java 8. If you want to get the exact data, you can use the get method to retrieve the data. Looks clear, right? Okay, so what will happen when I'm passing null here? See, we will get a same exception, no value present. Okay, so whenever you are using off nullable, make sure you are checking whether is present is available. Is present, then print the data, or else empty. So how we can modify, like, I'm gonna check off nullable dot is present, then print the get data, or else what we can do, throw any error message, or else we discussed already, right? Optional dot empty. That's all. Okay, let me run this now. Optional dot empty. We will not end up with a null pointer exception issue or any runtime exception issue. Okay, let's modify the data here and run it again. We will get the proper data now. Okay, so next method, off method. I'm gonna use again optional, and the method I'm gonna use, I mean the data string off method. So here I'm gonna use optional dot off method, and this is going to return some string data. So when do you need to use off method? when you're sure that there will be no null is gonna come in a particular area. Okay, like hard-coded data, it cannot be null, right? It never be null. Okay, so if you want to return some data as a optional data, you can make use of optional.off. If you make sure that is a not null value. If it is null or it may be null or it may not be null. In that case, you need to go for off nullable. Okay, let me print the data here. I'm gonna use the same SOP here. So here we are gonna use the off method. Off. The same thing will work here also. Let's run it again. Now we got the proper data, and you can check if you pass null here. See, we are getting null point exception because when I tried the off nullable, we are getting no method found, no data present issue. I mean exception, but here null point exception. So the reason why I modify the data as null, you cannot use a null value here because even if you check if is present method, it will fail from here itself. It won't go to the next line. Okay, so optional.off always a not null value. Okay, so what is the other method? Other method which I already mentioned and we have used many times here, optional.empty. So it will return a empty optional. Okay, let's print one simple optional.empty. Optional.empty. Okay, let's print that. See, optional.empty, which we already seen here. So optional.empty is always an else block material. Whenever something is there, you are sending the data, or else you are going to send us empty data. Okay, so in the next video, what we are going to discuss, right? Under optional, we have some other methods also, like off nullable, off or optional.empty. We do have some other methods also. Okay, let's discuss in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So as I said earlier, we are going to talk about the if present method because we know what is present will do. It is present method which will return a boolean value which will whether the data is available or not. Okay, let me create a new example here or new class. Optional present example. Let's have a main method here. It's going to be a very short one. Okay, let's create a simple. Let me copy it from here somewhere. Optional of string. Okay, and I'm printing the data. Okay, so here I'm going to let me run this. See, we got the data properly, right? So if is present is working properly, then why do we need a if present method? I mean if present method. Okay, so if present method, let's see how it is going to work. So I have a half nullable here, right? The variable dot if present, the if present method which will accept a consumer nothing but you can apply some logic over it, you can give some body in it, you can tell the method what the method has to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a is if present method and I'm going to print the data. Correct, so this is one of the important thing of if present. See, we got the same outcome. So is present is just to check whether when you are using in a if conditions, so you can make use of if present is present method. But when you working with the data and you're checking whether if present, and if you want to perform some operation, you need to go for if present method, and then you can provide some consumer explanation or body explanations here. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we are going to continue the optional methods. So let's open the optional class and see what are the methods which we are going to discuss right now. I'm going to cover here, there are three important methods because we checked is present which will check whether the data is available or not, and there is another method if present. If present means if data available, what I need to do. I mean some operation we need to provide. So when we can have if present, then we always have a else. This is like if condition. So when the if present, we always have a else part. Okay. So to handle the else part, we have some other methods also here. Like let me show you here. Or else. See, or else method and or else get is present. You are doing something. Or else there are three types of process here. One which will accept the data, and second one will accept a supplier, and third one will accept a supplier. Correct? So let's see each and every one of them what they're gonna do. Right? Let's create a new example. I'm in a new class. Optional if else example. Our main method also. Just delete this one. Okay, so what we are going to do? First, we are going to test the or else method. Okay, let's create a method static void. I'm gonna test out the or else method here. Okay, so what is the use case we are going to try? So we are going to retrieve a person name, a person from our repository, and then we are retrieving the name from that person DTO. Okay, so how are you going to do that? So we have a method, right, which will return an optional of person. So I'm going to call the optional of person person. So person equal method is available person repository dot get person optional. So which will run the John as object. Okay. So here I'm retrieving the name string name equal. I'm checking whether the person is present. We know that is present will return a boolean true or false. If present, I'm going to print the person dot get. So I had an object. So from the object I'm going to get the name of it. Then if not, then name not found or data not found. Okay, this is will help us to whatever we need to do. So I'm going to print the name also. Or else person name. Okay, let me call the method here or else. Okay, so now I'm going to run the method to see the outcome of it. So we got the proper data. But have you seen something strange here? Because we are trying to use the or else method, but I haven't used or else anywhere. Okay, so this is the line which we are trying to modify. Okay, we are going to simulate the same kind of scenario. I mean, same line here. So just copy and paste it. So instead of is present, what we are going to check if present. Okay. Okay, we don't know how to use present. Let me use a map. So map which will help us to get the person name, right? So get name. Okay, here. So person name is it's checking whether the person name is available. So what will happen if the person is not available? Then what you need to do? Okay. So here the else part comes into play. So we can do the same thing here, whatever we did here. So we can simply put a no data found. So now it makes sense. This is kind of traditional way of handling the code. This is slightly smarter way of doing that. So I'm making use of or else method. So you're checking the person name is available. Okay, if the name is available, then it return. So scenarios there are no names available or a null value. It will go to the or else block and it will return the data not found. Okay. Okay. So the first one we verified. Let's create another method which will check the second or else method. Or else get Okay, so this is going to be pretty much the same thing, but one small change we are going to do. So instead of or else, we are going to use the or else get method. Okay, so let's close this and try or else. Just take a look at or else method, or else get method, which will accept a supplier. So what you can do is, we know that, right? What supplier will do? Supplier will distribute some data, but which will not accept any input parameters. Okay, so or else get method, I'm not going to use any input parameters because that is a supplier syntax. I'm going to open a, you can simply put a SOP here, so, and print the name, or not print the name, and print the statement which you need to return. Data not found. Or else, what is happening here? Okay, so this or else get, right, we need to return something. So instead of printing them, you can return. You need to return actually. Return data not found. Okay. You might have wondered why I have an error here since I'm written or even returning the data. Because it's just a single statement. We don't need the return. You can simply just return data not found. Correct? Okay. Or else get person name. Okay, let me run this method and see. Run it. Now we got the name as we expected. Correct? But there are other things also. Here we just directly returned something. In case if I want to have some business logic over there. Okay, this is the supplier, right? You can define something here. So you can open and close parenthesis here and return data, and inside you can write some logic. For example, to send a notification mail or initiate any script. So what we are trying to see here is, if the data is available, it will do the job. If not available, it will return no data found. Along with that, it will do some other operations also because it's a supplier method. Okay, now let's run it. See, now we got the same outcome. So the next method which we are going to discuss, it's pretty much similar to this one. So the first thing what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy and paste the method here, and or else throw. So here what we are going to do, in case if data is not found, instead of sending some random message, I need to send out, or I need to return a exception message. So how we can do that? Okay, so name or else throw. That's the third method, which will again accept a supplier. Correct? Supplier means you don't have any input parameters for that. And then I'm going to raise an exception, or new runtime exception. Runtime exception, and you can provide some random message here, name not found. It's pretty much straightforward, right? Now let's run the third method. We'll see the impact of it. Run it again. Now we got the data. Okay, so when the exception will be thrown, if the person get name is not available or the data is not available. So we want to see how when the exception will occur. So what I'm going to do is, if the name is not available, what will happen? Obviously the else part will work, right? So I'm going to modify the name here. I'm going to keep the name is as a null here. So when it comes here, the name will be empty or a null here. It's not empty, it's null here. So obviously it will go for the else block, which will throw an exception. Okay, let's run it. See, we got the exception, whatever we throwed here. Okay. Okay, so next video we're gonna discuss about the if present method. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in this video we're gonna talk about the map method, because like stream, optional also has map method. Okay, so if you want to take a look at the map method, you can just go to the map, go to the optional class and you can find the map method here. See, it is pretty much similar to our map functionality only. It will take a function as an input. Correct? So let me create a new class. Optional map example. So let me create a first method here, static, which will return a void here. So optional map example. Okay, so before we are jumping into the real code, I made few modification in our person repository. Like I added a new element in our person DTO. I added a address. Okay, which address contains a few elements in it, like block, city, state, country, and pin code. Okay, so if you're not modifying the code, just before you moving into the code, just modify the code and then join. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the optional person, optional of person, and person is going to be, so we'll retrieve from the person repository, because we all know we have a method which will return an option of person. Okay, got it? And then because last example we have seen the if present method, right? We can make use of it. If data is present, then do something. Okay, like print the data, person dot if present. Then what you can do is simply, come on, okay, person. So here you can write your logics. So okay, but and what we can do is, I opened the person is present. So I'm going to do the name now. Name is equal to, so we can make use of person.map. And the function is nothing but the person DTO, and the data I'm trying to retrieve is nothing but it's get of the, the get name. So if data is not available, just simply return did no data found. Okay, then print the name. Okay, let's call the method. Run it. See, no data found. Do you know why? Because when we worked on the last example, we modified the John name as null, right? So that is why. So back to John and run your example again. Now we got the data. So now we used if present method and also map method. Okay, this is the map which we discussed right now, because we have seen the same example in previous videos also, but we don't know what exactly the map is doing, because the map under the stream on the map under the optional pretty much is the same thing. Okay, don't get confused with that. Okay, so in the map, I mean in the stream we have a flat map. So the similar way, do we have a flat map in optional? Yes, we do have. Okay, so if you want to take a look at the optional, you can go to the optional class and you can look for click Control O and you can check for flat map. See, again it's taking a function as the input and return the data. Okay, let's copy the method, paste it again, optional flat map. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to retrieve the person address. Okay, so this is pretty much the same thing, and if the data is present, correct. So let me, I don't need this actually. Let me print the address. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check the if present. Okay, let me modify the code a little bit easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write if condition if person dot is present. So then I'm going to write some logic here. So I need to retrieve the data, right? Person dot, I'm going to use a flat map because the reason is the person is a DTO. If you're retrieving any information like name, height, salary, gender, and kids, right? You can use the map method. But the data which you are trying to retrieve, it's already another class or another kind of data. So in order to flatten the data, you need to use the flat map here. Flat map and person and get address. Okay, now you can print the data. Address. Okay, what we can do is, so what the get address will return an optional of address, right? So let retrieve the data with the optional of address. Address. So address. But it will return an optional data, right? So use get method to retrieve the proper data. Now let's call this method and see what happened. See, we got the address as a line object. Okay, since we use the flat map. Okay, so I used the map and flat map. So in case if I want to filter out some data, can we do that? Yes, you can do that while in the stream when you can use filter, the same thing optional have a filter method which will help us to filter the data or sorting the data. You can write another method. What I'm gonna do is let's copy this method and optional map filter example. So what I'm trying to do is I'm checking if the data is present. Okay, fine, data is present. Then what we need to do? So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to write another logic. So if data is present, so what we are going to do? Person. Uh, okay, before we do that, I have the data here, right? So we can filter the data from here itself. Okay, so I got optional of person here, right? So I'm going to use the filter here. We all know that filter will always takes predicate as an input, which will return a true or a false. Okay, here person. So I'm checking in the person, the normal condition person dot get height is greater than or equal to 140. So now this will return option of person and it will check whether the person has the height of greater than 140. If it is there, if it is greater than 140, then we got the data. I mean, then we will receive the data. Okay, so is present, then Now I'm going to, sorry, sysvo here person dot get address, and get address is a data which we trying to retrieve. Okay, let's run this method and see how this going to return the data. Run it. See, now we got the address, correct? But it is optional, right? Why it is coming as optional? The reason is we just retrieved the person at get address. Get address nothing but which will no optional of address. If you want to get the raw data, what you need to do? Just use dot get method. Run it again. Now you will get the proper address data without the optional. Okay. Thank you. Hello everyone. Let's talk about the interface and the changes in Java 8. Before we are going into Java 8, let's talk about what is an interface, how it looks like in a previous versions of Java. Okay, so before Java 8, the interface is just to define the contractor, or you can simply put it in a way like that it is just allowed to put a signature to it. Okay, the signature implementation has to be done only on the classes who's going to be implement that particular interface. Okay, and no implementation allowed at all. The interface only contain method declarations, not the definition. And the class implemented the interface allowed to provide implementation. That is the usual thing. So I am an interface and you are in a class. If you implements me, you are allowed to use me. If you are not implement me, you are not allowed to use me. That is the concept. And upgrading interface not possible. The problem is when you are adding a new method in your interface. For example, you are a client and there are 20 you're a client and there are 20 additional systems working based on your interface. The thing is when you make a change in your interface, all the 20 system has to be updated their code with the new interface implementation. So there are a lot of tightly coupling is there. So there is no loosely coupling. So it's tightly coupled. Okay. So if one has to make change, if one make a change, everyone else has to be made a change. Okay. And this interface in Java 8 it contains two important methods. One is the default method, the another one is a static method. So what is default and static? Those are all keywords. The method signatures. Let's talk about what is a default and what is a static. In the both scenarios, default is a keyword and static is also another keyword. And both of them are allowed to create a method with a body. So in Java 8, when you have an interface, in that particular interface, you can write a method with an implementation, but it has to be with a keyword, default, or a static. Okay, but both are similar. Both are looks same. Both has a method and both has implementation. But what is the difference? There is a difference. If it is a default method, it should be able to override by the class who's implementing that interface. Okay, if you are using my default method, you're allowed to modify my method, or you're allowed to override, not allowed to modify my method. We can simply put it like you're allowed to override my method. I'm giving 10, but you can override to 15 based on your requirement. But in the case of static, that is not possible at all, because the static method has been called through the class name like interface dot the method name, but default method can be accessed through the object name dot the method name. Okay, that is the next point. access using the interface object. I can create an object. Using that object, I can access all the methods inside the interface. But in case of the static method, it has to be accessed through only the interface name. Like you can simply put that way like class name dot method name. And default method upgrade is possible. The reason is I'm allowing you to modify or giving override accessibility to you. So that is always possible for an upgradation. But even though in static it is allowed to have an implementation, but you're not have an access to override the method. So you'll have the limited access. So that's all about the default and static method. Let's see some simple example how the static and how the default methods are gonna help us to implement the Java 8 integrations. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we have discussed about what is default method and what is the static method and why do we need that and what is the useful because of those methods. Okay, let's start with a simple example. Okay, so I'm gonna create a new class here. So I'm gonna create a new class and I'm gonna keep it as in a new package also. Default underscore methods, or you can call them as a factory methods. Okay, the method name, I mean the class name is default example or default method example. Okay, and I need to have a main method and finish it. Okay, so now we have the class ready. So what is the use case which we are trying to do? Okay, so basically in our person repository we have a list of persons, right? So what I want to do is I want to retrieve all the names from the list of persons and then I want to sort them, right, with the help of collection dot sort. Okay, so what I'm going to take, I'm going to take a list of string, right, which is nothing but the names. So name list, just import the list. So where do we need to get that? So we have a person repository which will hold a person list. Person repository dot get all persons dot stream dot. So I'm going to map the names, right? So using a map, so we are going to get the person, and to the person we are going to get the names. Okay, and then we are going to collect them as a list. Collectors dot to list. Okay, now we have the name list ready. Okay, let me print this one first. Before sort, I'm gonna print them like name list dot for each name. Okay, let me run this. Okay, so now we got the data. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort the list. So how are we going to do that? So we are going to use the collections dot sort. Okay, collections dot sort, and we're gonna pass the list which we are trying to sort out, which is nothing but name list. Okay, so then what we are going to do, we are trying to do the same thing here. So here after sort, let's run this, maximize this, and this is before sort and this is after sorting. So this is the normal order. Okay, and this is the sorted order. Okay, so we have seen, so what is the outcome of before sort and after sort. But we have already seen the sort, different kind of sorts in these streams, right? So what is the exact difference here? Okay, so the first sort, okay, collection dot sort, which is nothing but this is our traditional model which we are running before Java 1.8 version. Okay, but the one which we going to try now, that is a different way of doing that because those are introduced as part of Java 8. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let me comment out all this. Okay, so I'm going to use the methods which introduced in the as a part of Java 8. I'm going to use a name list dot. As a part of Java 8, there are a lot of new method has been introduced. Okay, so one of them is the sort method which will accept a comparator. Got it? So I'm going to use a comparator here. So, okay, so I'm going to create a comparator here, comparator, and also I'm not going to use the comparing here because under comparator we have different types of methods, right? Comparing double, comparing int, comparing to long. There are a lot of things, but there are some additional methods also, which is nothing but natural order and reverse order. So what is natural order and what is the reverse order? We might have a thought what does that mean? Natural order means by default it will sorting the data in a ascending format, and the reverse order the opposite. It will order the sort the data on the descending order. Okay, let's see that. So I'm going to use the natural order here. So then, so once the natural order has been placed, I'm going to print the data. So now let's run this and see what's gonna be the outcome. It remains the same: Alan, Angel, Campbell, Dean, Harper, and John, and Nancy. If you want to double check that, what you can do is you can simply comment this out and check. So maybe for now I can run this and just maximize it. See, this is before that: John, Angel, Dean, Nancy, Harper, Alan, Campbell, and after that Alan, Campbell, John C, and all of them up to Jancy. And here this is the latest one which we tried. Okay, we need to put some SOP here to differentiate that. So natural order. Run it again. Now you should be able to see the difference. After that, same data, and natural order will have the same data. Okay, so whatever we do with the help of collection dot sort, we are doing that with the help of comparator dot natural order. Okay, so what will happen if I put the reverse? Okay, so that is going to be print the data in a descending order manner. So instead of natural order, I'm going to use the reverse order. Okay, so and I'm going to put a SOP here to see the differentiate. Reverse order, and just run it again. Just take the last two of them. Only just take a look at these things. Natural order: Alan, Angel, Campbell, Dean, Harper, John, Nancy. The reverse order is going to be the exact opposite to this. See, Nancy has become the first one, and here's the last one. Okay. So with this, we came to end of this particular video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So far we discussed about the default sorting method and how it is working and what is the difference between the traditional model and the Java 8 model. Okay, so now we're gonna talk about how we are going to do the custom sorting because we have a person repository, right, and we have a person DTO, so I have to sort out the data based on the person name or height or whatever. Okay, let's create a new class and I'm gonna name it as a default custom sort. Custom sort example. So let me have a main method here. This one is going to be a little bit big actually. Okay, so let me decrease the size. Okay, so first the use case, what we are going to do. Okay, I want to sort all the persons based on the name. I mean, sorting the data based on the name. Correct? Let's do that. So we can have a separate method for each and everything. Okay, so I'm going to create another method called static and void sort by name, and it will accept list of persons. List of persons. Okay, so import the list. Okay, so now we're good to go. So the first thing, I want to get the list of persons. So how we can get that? We can get it from the person repository. So person repository dot get all persons. So we got the list of persons. We can pass this particular parameter to this method and we can do the operation. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call the sort by name method and I'm going to pass the list of persons. Okay, so what is the implementation which you are trying here? Okay, so I'm going to use the list of persons list and we are using the sort method. See, just take a look at it. Sort method, it is taking a comparator as an input, right? Okay, so either you can write a comparator here or you can write a comparator on the class level and then you can use it. Okay, for now I'm going to create the comparator here itself. Comparator dot here. Now we are going to use a comparing method. So I'm going to sort the data based on the person name. Okay, so now we got the list of persons and it has been sorted based on the name. And let's print the data. List of person dot for each person. Okay, let's run the method and see the outcome. Okay, I got all the person information here. All of them sorted based on the name. See, Alan is the first, and Angel, and Campbell, and Dean, Harper, John, Nancy. So the sorting is working as we expected. Okay, so can we try something else? So I wanted to do it based on the height. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this comparator in the class level. So we can use it in the multiple methods, right? Okay, comparator at comparing. Okay, so what I'm going to do, static comparator, so person and comparator 1. Okay, now I have a comparator. Okay, I want to have another comparator which will sort the data based on the person height. So use the get height here. Got it? So I'm gonna copy paste the same method and I will just modify something here. Sort by height. Okay, sort by height. So here, instead of using this comparator, I have the comparator in the global level. So I can use directly C2. So similar way, you can use the C1 here. Okay. So let me call the method. Just call this method and run the class. Now you can see we don't see the differentiate, right? Just comment this one and then it again. See now the date, I mean the person data has been sorted based on the height 110, 125, 130, 140, 155, 165, 165. So it is sorted based on the height. Okay. So now just think about this scenario when the sort method is accept a comparator, but comparator can accept multiple comparator. How? Just open the sort method. So this is the sort method, right? And here you can check for, okay, not this one. You need to open, where is the comparator here? Okay, open the comparator class. Here you can find the methods. Look for then comparing. So you can use one comparator dot then comparing. Like you can check multiple condition in a single if statement, right? The similar way you can use multiple comparator in the single sorting method. Let's give it a try. So let me comment this one. I'm going to create another method, sort by name and height, or height and name. So basically what I'm trying to do, list of person dot sort, then I'm going to sort C1 and then comparing the C2. So the both sorting will happen. Got it? Let me run this method, sort and list of persons. Okay, save it and let me run it again. Now see the data. It first one is the get name, Alan 110. First everything has been sorted with the name and then the second sort will be the height. Alan 110, Angel 158 and then Campbell 165. So the first preference is going to be the name sorting. Okay. So what else we can do? And there's another thing which I need to mention here, sort by height here. Correct? So there are something else also. When you're trying to compare uh, the int long or integer or double values, right? We have a separate method because it's a height, right? So it's basically double actually. So what we can do is instead of comparing, we can use comparing double. But don't worry, both will give the same outcome. Let's run it again and see. You will get the similar or not the similar, you will get the same outcome of it. Okay. Okay, there are some other scenarios. What will happen? For example, I have a list of persons, okay, and also I do have a person with an empty object. For example, this particular list has 7 persons, right? So I might be having a null in between. So how it is going to work? Will that cause any issues? Let's see that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out. Okay, let's run the same method. See what is happening. Null pointer exception. So what happening when I'm processing the data, since I have a null object, I'm this returning as a null pointer exception. So how are we going to handle that? So in the comparator, we have some additional methods to take care of the nulls also. Okay, just open the comparator. There you can see something like null. See, there are two methods, additional methods, which is taken care of null values. Null first and null last. Null first means if you have any null values, that becomes the initial or first values. Last means the null values become the last elements. Okay, let's give it a try. Because in our person repository, give me a minute. In our person repository, After P5, I have a null value. That means the sixth element is a null value. Okay. So when I'm running the method, let's see how the null is taken care. Okay. So I'm going to create another method here. Static void sort by name with null. So it's gonna take again the list of person as an input here. So how are you going to handle this? So first of all, I need to have a comparator which will handle the nulls first. Okay, so I'm going to create a comparator here. So name. So I'm going to keep the comparator separately here because this only belongs to this particular method. So comparator at comparing, instead of comparing, what we are going to do? So I'm going to use the null first method. Null first, just take a look at the signature of it. Null first accept a comparator. So here what we are trying to do, we are trying to sort the data based on the name and also handle the null values. So here I need to provide a comparator. I can use the C1 here because C1 is the comparator which will sorting the data based on the name, right? So we can use it. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm just simply one second, what is happening here? C1, the local variable C1 may not have been initialized. Okay, I got the same name here. Okay, mm, null comparator, null comparator. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use the list dot sort. So the comparator which I'm going to use is null comparator. So basically what it's going to do, it will take the null values as the initial values. Okay, so now let's run this, but I need to call the method, right? Just call this method. So this is the input for it. Okay, so let's run it again. Have you seen the result here? Null becomes the first value. Even though it is in the middle, it becomes the first value. That is the advantage of when you're using null first. So you might have a question, what will happen if I use null last? Same thing, the data will null move to the last element. Okay, let's try that too. I'm gonna copy the same method and with the null last. So instead of null first, I'm going to use null last. So I'm going to call this method now. Okay, so let's run it now. Just click run. Now you see the null goes to the last element. Correct? So this is how you need to make use of the comparator and its additional methods. Like compare under the comparing, we have some kind of comparing double, comparing long also will be there. If you want to know all the methods, what you can simply do is here comparator dot, I don't come here, comparator at natural order, null first, reverse order. Okay, this is a different one. One second. Control Z. Okay, now to here. Go to comparator, and there you can check. It's taking a while. Okay, so now comparator has been opened. Let's search this method comparing double. Control C. Just click Control O, and you can search the method comparing double, right? So the similar way you can use comparing long and comparing int as well. Got it? So we just tried long one, the double one. You can try the comparing long and integer based on your example. Okay. With this, we came to end of this particular video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to discuss about the interface and the static methods. We have discussed what is the interface in Java 8 and what is the default method and what is the static methods, right? So we have discussed everything in the previous videos, right? So here we're gonna create a simple example to explore that. Okay, let me create a new interface here, which will help us to get the person details. Finish. This is going to be our traditional programming model, like before Java 8. Okay, so let's have a simple method here, like int calculate total salary. Okay, so what does it mean actually? So what I'm trying to do is I have a around 7 or 8 persons, right? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to calculate the salary, the total salary for all the persons for each month. Okay, if I calculate the sum of all everyone's salary, it becomes the total salary. Okay, so I'm going to have a list of person here because each and every person has a different salary, right? Person and person list here. Okay, import the list. Okay, so first step is good. So then we need to have another implementation class which will implement this particular interface. Okay, let's create another class here. Person detail IMPL, and it's going to be extend the person detail interface. You can either do like this or else you can go open a class and you can implement the interface. Finish. Okay, so now we got the person implementation, not extends. It's going to be interface, right? It's implements person detail. So what is happening here? Come on, it is a class, not an interface. Second. So still I'm getting an error. The reason I have a class here which implements the person details, but we need to define, the explanations to the interface method, right? So what you can do is just highlight it here. See, add unimplemented methods. It will implement the method signature here. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I have a person list, right? So I need to calculate the salary. So I'm going to use a person list and open the stream and then dot map to know the salary for person, and the method which you're going to call is, one second, get salary. Okay, get salary, and the method which you are going to use here, reduce method. You must have remember why we are using reduce method, correct? So the beginning value is going to be 0 and the explanation, the second parameter is set x and y, and I'm going to add x plus y, so which will eventually help us to find the data. What is here? Okay, there is a problem here because salary is double, right? But the interface is int. Let me modify to double. So then this has to be modified. So what is the error here? So the error, what is the error here? Cache 02. Okay, it's a double, right? So it has to be D here. Okay, that's good. So now I need to have another class which will work like as a client to invoke all this operation. Okay, so I'm going to create another class person detail client. Finish. So now we got the class open, right? So now what is the interface name? The person detail, right? Person detail, person detail, and the implementation is class is going to be person details impl. Okay. So now what we're going to do? The first thing I want to know the salary. That is the only method which we have done, right? So what I'm going to do is let's put a SOP here. So total salary. So I'm going to use the p dot calculate total salary where we can get the person details. So what we can do is we can get it from we can copy it from somewhere here. Okay, so this is the place, right? Copy it and keep it in the class level, so we can use it all over. Make it as a static. Okay, so I'm going to pass the list of persons. Alright, so let me run this method and see. Run as Java application. So there is an exception here. So what is the exception? Null pointer exception. Obviously it will throw null pointer exception. The reason is when we working on the previous example, we made a data as null here. So we need to remove that. And now run this. See, the total salary is 37,648. Got it, right? So the first thing is then this is pretty much the plain Java previous 8 Java 8 material. Let's try to implement the Java 8 functionality, like introducing the default method. So I'm going to have a default method here which will return the total kids. Okay, the number of kids. So total kids. So again it's gonna take the list of person list and then it will return so how are you going to take the list of person? We can do the same thing like person list dot stream dot map person and get kids dot one second, can we use somewhere here? Okay, we can use the reduce here. Reduce initial value is going to be 0 and this is going to be like our old way x plus y. So this will give us the total kids count. Okay, but normally in previous models and all, what will happen if you add a new method in an interface, wherever the interface implemented, you need to provide the implementation. But since it's a default method, we don't have to, because this is a method which implements that person detail, right? But I'm not getting any error. Okay, that is the advantage. So we can simply call the method the help of person detail interface. So total kids count. So instead of calculate salary, you need to check total kids. That's all we need to do. Let's run it and see. The total number of kids is 13. Okay, so now we're good to go. So what else is still pending? So we have seen normal interface and the default method. The one thing is missing is the static method. Let's have a static method which will return list of string. The string contains the name of the persons. String and person names, and the input is going to be the person list again here, and here return person list dot use the stream, then map the data with the name. So using the person, I'm gonna retrieve the get name and then collect them as a list using the collectors dot to list. That's pretty simple, right? But again, I'm not getting any exception here because that is not an issue here, because that is static method. I don't have to provide any implementation here, because this body explanation, this body you will never seen in the previous versions of Java. It's only possible in Java 8. So only thing which you need to do, just call the method here. But another important thing, since it is a static method, we cannot use this object to call the method. We need to use the interface to call the method, right? Okay, so how we are going to do that? Let's use the person detail here. Person detail dot person names and list of persons. It will return the list of data, and then dot for each system dot out println. Correct? It will print the data. Now run the code again. See, everything got worked perfectly. But you might have a doubt. Both are look similar, but what is it? Another important thing about the default method and static method. When it is a static method, you cannot override, right? But if it is if it's a default value, you can override. So what I'm going to do is I'm just copy this, and I'm going to the implementation class, and I write it again here, total kids. So what is happening here? Okay, public. So I'm just randomly sending some data. For example, okay, 10 plus 10. So if you got the result as 20, so we know that this implementation has been called, not this particular implementation, because overridden always happen in the child class. This is a parent, right? So this is the interface, the class which implements the person details. So parent detail becomes a parent, and parent detail IMPL becomes a child. So child always overrides the method that has a higher priority. Got it? Let me run this method and let's see what is the kids count. If it is 20, that means it came from the child implementation. Just run it again. See, now we got the data 20, not the previous one. And another thing, you cannot override the static method. The reason is that the static method called using the class names, right? So you might think, what will happen if I do? Okay, let's do that also. Control C, person details. I'm gonna implement the same method here, but there is no error. Correct? The reason is this particular method belongs to the person detail IMPL. Correct? So here I used this particular person detail and I call this particular person names. This will always invoke the method under the person detail, which is nothing but this interface. It will never go to the person detail IMPL. Correct? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send some random list here, like arrays dot as list 1 comma 2. Okay, so let's run this method and see which method is called here. You can see the same old person names, right? So obviously this method is called, not the method which we return in the implementation class. So if you want the implementation method, okay, so you need to go to the implementation class dot person names, and then you need to do the for each. Correct? Let's run it again. Now you will be able to get the 1 and 2 which is coming from the person detail. So just keep that in mind. Default method you can always override. So the child class always getting the maximum priority. So that method will call static method. You cannot override the static method. Okay, which will always be unique. With this we came to end of the particular video.